manner. Kizros. Kizros's tail flicked in agitation. On the one hand, these were humans. On the other, these were humans. He'd never seen them before, never gotten the chance to study one like this. He'd also never understood how ugly they really were. Not just on the outside, like this woman, but on the inside.
"Slavers,"
Ozrak said as Kizros pulled the needle free. Red blood, not black, sloshed into the vial, and he had to remind himself that he'd have a proper obsession over the odd color when he wasn't in the guard's company.
"They lost a few men to the Dreadmore before we found them, but the rest ripped them apart once we discovered what they were carrying."
Kiz grimaced, not just because he wasn't one for violence, but because Ozrax had said that while standing so fucking close to him, he could feel the edge of the demon's spiked sickle threatening his skin.
"Can you back up a step?"
Kizros placed the vial on the bedside table along with his other ingredients. "I'm trying to work."
"No."
While Ozrax wasn't usually one to elaborate, Kizros had a special charm around others. Call it his magic or his own inability to shut up, Ozrak succumbed to it like all the rest and gestured a clawed hand to the large woman, still unconscious.
"This one is spicy."
Kizros wheeled around in horror. "You tasted her?"
"Of course not. She's human."
Ozrak scowled, then motioned toward the table.
"Get on with it before she wakes. Again. Your rune only keeps them within the city, not from going for your throat."
Kizros shook his head, but suddenly shifted away from the woman, mixing her blood into the ingredients he'd already rationed. "What else can you tell me?"
"There are 6 of them,"
the purple demon continued, though begrudgingly. Perhaps, under other circumstances, Severith would be the one following Kizros around and briefing him on the situation. But under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be 6 human women they didn't know what to do with stuck in their city.
"All varying degrees of injured. 1 cannot walk without crutches. 2 somehow woke during the attack, though the big one used the last of her energy attempting to disarm me. The other tried to run. That's the murderer, no surprise."
Kizros mumbled, distracted by his work. He'd been requested the moment Severith's squadron had found the humans, but his only instructions were to make 6 rune-protected cuffs for the women and to bring supplies to test them for drugs, contaminants, and anything else they might have brought with them that could endanger the demon population. A few stirs of his potion, clockwise then counterclockwise, followed by a stopper with the inscribed rune, had the dark red liquid glowing a soft pink.
"What does that mean?"
Ozrax leaned over his shoulder, once again with no regard to personal space. Maybe that's why Kizros liked the demon. While Kiz's recklessness involved potions and trying to breed 2 violently opposed plant species, Ozrax's came in ignoring personal boundaries and flinging himself closer to unknowns, like glowing potions and spicy human women. "Sorcery. Disgusting humans playing with magic again," Kizros answered, rotating the vial to see the reactions happening within. "They would have been traveling to Sirinth, though the sorcery would have kept them unconscious the whole time. These swirls mean it stopped their need for food, water, and other business. Possibly quelled any violent tendencies." He glanced at the human Ozrax thought dangerous. Then again, if they got the dosage wrong... He'd seen the state of a few of the humans before the healers had mended the worst of their injuries. The clothes Balren had taken off them needed to be burned in the blazes. He doubted even the women would want the remainder, especially with how little those pieces of fabric had covered. "There might be some side effects that even the healers wouldn't be able to mend," he continued, glancing over the other woman in the room. This one was smaller, just as ugly with her light red hair, and snoring. Disgusting things, so colorless and boring. Are we really keeping them here?" Ozrax took his black gaze off the spicy human.
"What other option is there? They've seen our ruins, our city."
"That wasn't their fault."
"Does it matter?"
Ozrax asked, then folded his arms over his chest.
"They're here to stay, and we're stuck with them. Argeth is collaborating with the humans who woke up early to create a work program."
Kizros gasped in disgust. "So they're slaves?"
"They'll get stipends, a living space, enough to get started. Paid as we are, just with supervision until they can acculturate into our society, and we know they won't have any long-term side effects from exposure to our city."
He glared down at the unconscious woman.
"If they can acclimate. It's for their protection. Your father voted for this, as did most of the houses in council,"
Ozrax said plainly. Kizros ignored that bit of information, if only for his own mental health. He'd long ago chosen not to go into politics, even if right now he was curious. 6 women, 6 jobs. Well, 5, considering the specific rune he'd made for the murderer. Or maybe 4, if Ozrax was so concerned about the large woman. Would one of them want to work with... No, that would be ridiculous. Sure, there was a gaping hole where his last assistant had left him, but a human? Bland as they were fascinating to him and might have some usefulness. Like delicate fingers for measuring ingredients instead of claws. He could teach her magic. Not that disgusting excuse for magic the humans called sorcery, but runes. He'd have to keep that from the council, of course, and maybe nothing important like unlocking runes so they could escape, but little things. Growing a flower. Balancing soil nutrients. All the things his former assistant had no patience for. Kizros shook his head and began gathering his things. He couldn't put the idea in his head and get excited over nothing. The city was small, but not so small that he might have the opportunity to study a human. He knew enough about their kind to understand they probably wouldn't want to be around him anyway. Just like Thalvik. But he had a job to do, and a counselor and third human to speak to before he helped the rest. If that was all he could offer these women, then he'd make sure whatever horrors they'd just escaped didn't continue to haunt them. Besides, he wasn't cut out to care for a colorless human.
Chapter 1. A Colorful Human. Aoife. Aoife stared at the giant gold demon across the infirmary and pulled the blanket over her shoulders tighter. She'd already assessed the thick, leathery tail. Scary. The spiked barbs at the end. Intimidating. And the massive body 1.5 times her size. Terrifying. Not to mention the leather armor, 3 dozen blades, and 2 maces the size of her head that only a creature that big and muscular could swing. No, running wasn't an option. Not that she could run. Not that she wanted to run. Plus, the metal bracelet on her wrist would prevent that, wouldn't it? Magical runes meant to keep them stuck in... They'd called their city Heck? She'd gone from one type of captivity to another, even if this one seemed at odds with what she'd grown up believing of this realm. At least, that's what she was hoping for, thanks to some vague reassurance from one of the other humans who was working with the demons for their protection. That was hours ago, and the absolute worst thing for Aoife, okay, not the worst, but pretty dang close, was to be left alone with her thoughts. Hence the staring contest with the somewhat intimidating demon sent to watch her. He wasn't all that scary, if you ignored his size, the animalistic growls he sometimes released, or the twisted horns over his head that looked to be an even better weapon than the steel maces he carried. What she hadn't figured out yet were those depthless black eyes that didn't blink. Or maybe they did, and this demon took his job of watching her way too seriously. He hadn't moved a muscle in over an hour. But what did she know? She was a human stuck in their world. Maybe she was the weird one for blinking? Aoife cocked her head to the left, the blue strands of her dyed hair coming free from where she'd tucked them over her rounded ear. The gold demon mirrored her in a freakishly smooth movement, his eyes tracking the shift of her dangling earrings. If he hadn't been sleeveless, shirtless, really, though the millions of leather straps weaving around his body gave the illusion of being clothed, she wouldn't have seen the muscles of his neck and chest shift. All deceptively human, or human-adjacent. It was very clear that, despite some of their human-like features, they were definitely not the same species. The door to her room flung open, and Aoife jolted where she sat on the edge of the bed, blinking at the intrusion. By the time she silently huffed that she'd lost the staring contest with Goldie, he'd already turned to greet the newcomers. The first to enter was another giant demon, skin a pastel orange with pink arching horns, and clothed in what definitely had to be a tailored suit. His white undershirt was cut low to reveal more of his pastel orange skin, the jacket a beautiful sunset shade of red and pink. That fabric hid the waist of his loose, similarly colored pants hanging to polished leather shoes. Again, everything about his appearance and attire was human-ish, but not entirely human. Oh, yes, Goldie was definitely shirtless under those weapon straps. "Counselor," Goldie said with a bow, and Aoife had to remind herself that it was perfectly normal for her to understand a gigantic, horned demon she'd been raised to fear. Well, remind herself it was the new normal. "Tanamok, thank you for your time. Ozarax is preparing the debriefs and further instructions. After that, I believe your services are dismissed." Aoife wasn't sure if she was disappointed or relieved that her guard was so quick to leave without so much as a glance back her way. Forgettable meant he wasn't threatened by her or considering smashing her bones with his maces. Forgettable also meant he wouldn't think twice about her, and if she were in danger again, she might really appreciate those weapons. "Here we are," the counselor began, deep voice pulling her attention back. His nose was buried in a stack of papers, flipping through them and scanning the contents. He paused at one page, squinted, then tried bringing it closer to his face as he tilted his head. "Aoife?" A voice supplied from behind him, and Aoife almost jolted again as the pretty human she'd met earlier poked her head from around the giant demon. Rosalind was her name, if she remembered correctly from her panicked state. She'd been the one to ease Aoife into their new reality when she'd awoken, the only one who'd had her panic managed, organizing what she'd called a work program for the other humans stuck here. "Huh," the orange demon hummed, still looking at the page with a frown. It was with utter horror that Aoife realized he was trying to read her handwriting, which meant those were the papers she'd painstakingly filled out with all her qualifications and previous experience. And also her limitations. She did her best not to bring attention to the crutches leaning on either side of her legs, or the small tremor currently making her fingers twitch. The counselor gave up trying to read and flipped through the papers. "Sorry it took us so long. I have been holding interviews with the volunteers." "Volunteers?" Aoife asked, though it was more a squeak as she immediately pictured demons lining up to eat them, auction them off, or hunt them. Plus a dozen more ideas, each more horrifying than the last, that all made her fear the new cuff keeping her prisoner here. "We've interviewed sponsors," Rosalind corrected, oblivious to Aoife's panic. She gestured back to the orange demon with her own cuffed hand. "Counselor Argith is the horn of culture in Heck, and offered to sponsor me in this world so I can continue to help the relations between us and the demons. I'll work in their offices and act as liaison between the humans and the work sponsors to ensure everyone is protected and able to integrate into day-to-day life. It's safe here, and..." She blushed and looked away. "Probably a better scenario for most of us, even if we were able to return." Aoife nodded, not entirely sure what to say to that. Did she wish they could return to the human world? No, definitely not. But the human world was familiar. At least she knew what to expect when she walked down the street or ate at a restaurant or tended her workroom. Argith tucked her papers under his arm with an oddly charming smile that both reassured her and made her squirm under his endless black eyes.
Looks like you're all set up, Ofa.
Afa, Rosalind quickly corrected.
Afa,
Argith amended.
There are some extenuating circumstances surrounding a few of the other women.
That didn't sound reassuring.
So their situation will look different. But we've graciously opened positions at our post for male runners, along with generous living quarters and...
Afa didn't hear the rest, too caught up at the thought of being a mail runner. Deliveries meant she'd be on her feet for long hours of the day. It meant sitting and standing constantly, moving locations, adjusting to new transportation in a city she didn't know the size or layout of. She wasn't helpless on her feet, but this wasn't a great start to her time here, time that could be shortened if she didn't earn her keep. But Argith was still talking, so she pasted on the best smile she could afford, even as panic settled in her chest.
I'm sure you'll have no issues settling into Heck.
He clapped his large hands together, the hint of a scaled tail swishing behind his back.
I know this situation is unfortunate, but...
A small hand on his elbow had him quieting, and then he was bending down so the human could murmur into his ear. Afa admired Rosalind's bravery at touching the giant as she curled tighter into her blanket, unsure if she even had the guts to ask for something warmer to wear or a different job after they had clearly worked so hard to get this set up in such a short time. Neither request escaped her lips when she saw, somehow, the demon's black eyes dart to her bed. No, the crutches. Then back to Rosalind. He pursed his lips at whatever she was saying, then seemed to consider something before nodding.
Right,
he announced, standing back to his full height.
I think there's been a...
Afa watched him struggle for the right word, all while his gaze remained awkwardly on her face, before he finally settled on mumbling.
I'll just be a moment.
Almost as quickly as Goldie had left, Argith hustled through the door and let it close behind him. You've really been busy, haven't you? Afa asked when she knew they were alone. Rosalind's smile didn't reach her eyes. I just want to do what I can to keep us safe. Are we? The other woman's features shifted before she gave a resolute nod. Yes. She clasped her hands, then pulled them away when her fingers met the metal of her cuff. I've made sure our work and living accommodations are more than acceptable. Argith was a little overzealous about spinning this positively for his platform that he might have overlooked some things, but that's why I've been following him around, reminding him we are human with human limitations. Afa kicked one of her crutches. I don't want to be an inconvenience. Rosalind shook her head. You're not. He initially assigned you to be with 2 other women, thinking that would help us feel safer, but it's not a good fit for you. I met someone earlier that I think might be better suited to help you. A knock on the door interrupted Afa before she could ask how Rosalind was handling everything, besides just throwing herself into work, making sure they were safe. The woman smiled, but this time Afa saw through the strain it took to maintain. I'll be checking in, but don't hesitate to reach out, okay? Afa barely managed a thank you before Rosalind was slipping out of the room, her presence immediately replaced with a demon who was definitely not Argith. He wasn't as massive as Goldie or as tall as the counselor, and yet, compared to the humans she knew, he put them all to shame with his size. Green horns swept back off his head, darker than his hair and pastel green skin. Black-rimmed glasses sat on his nose, falling forward as he read from a book balanced in his hand. If he was her sponsor, she assumed those were her papers resting on top, and he studied them with rapt attention, barely looking at where he was going as he entered. He wore a loose linen shirt and vest over tight pants, a leather belt twisting around his hips with several pouches attached, including one with yellow flowers sprouting out of the top. He glanced up briefly with black eyes, offering her a quick smile before returning to the pages. His head darted up again before he blinked. They did blink, and shoved his glasses back up his nose. There was no warning before he tripped, the book and papers flying forward as his body and long, whipping tail crashed into the bedside table.
"Blazes, sorry,"
he blurted, dropping to his knees. He frantically reached for the papers scattering everywhere. As he scrambled for the last of them, his claw-tipped hand collided with the leg of her crutch. It tumbled, smacking him in the back of the head with a loud crack. "Oh, no," Ava said, trying to reach for the thing as the green demon cursed again and slipped further, losing more papers in the process. "Oh, wait, stop." The warning came too late. He knocked into her other crutch and sent it toppling into his mess. Ava tossed her blanket to the bed and chased after the crutch, lowering herself carefully so she was kneeling on the ground, before grabbing it and sliding it behind her to safety. But, of course, that only made things worse. As she grabbed for the other crutch, so did the demon. The thick base of his horn collided with the top of her head, knocking her back on her rear. "Fraudulent fudge," she grunted, pressing a hand to the bump.
"Fuck, I'm so sorry,"
the demon said, and then suddenly 2 hands were gripping either side of her head and yanking her closer to him. Ava couldn't even speak, in fear or surprise, as she was jostled left and right while he inspected her.
"Not bleeding, that's good. Humans are so fragile."
Ava gave an indignant huff, then shoved him away. "Just because I'm not colored like the rainbow with weapons protruding from my head doesn't mean I'm fragile." Silence fell as the demon blinked at her. Ava's first fear was that she'd done something wrong pushing him off her, then over the fact she'd touched him at all. She barely registered that his skin had been warm against hers, firm yet pliant as she'd distanced him, only that he was looking at her with an odd expression. Then she realized where his gaze was shifting, from her blue hair to the piercings in her ears and nose, and that his pinched features weren't from anger or an assessment of danger. The demon's laughter broke first, bright and booming and so shocking, Ava couldn't help but snort in response. And then she was laughing with him, studying his smile and the crinkling of the green skin at his eyes, and feeling more at ease than she had since, well, long before she'd been taken by those slavers. Which was an odd thing to think, considering how she'd felt around the other demons she'd met. His laughter finally settled, but the smile remained as he dipped his head.
"My name is Kizros."
Right. She'd seen demons bowing to each other in greeting. She did her best to mirror the gesture. "Ava."
"I know. You're assigned as my apprentice,"
he answered cheerfully, collecting the rest of the papers. He stood, then reached for her hand, presumably to help her up. "Oh." She blushed and pointed to the crutch he'd left just out of her reach. "That might be easier." Kizros looked confused, but knelt to retrieve it for her. He watched with intense focus as she used them to stand, then lean on them to remain upright. While she was used to being stared at, this demon's attention made a blush rise to her cheeks. These won't get in the way of my work. I need them, but the potion that knocked us out is still messing with my system." Maybe that was why she was still so cold. Not that she had a high tolerance of cold temperatures to begin with. The green demon bared his teeth, and while it was probably terrifying, Ava only felt a mild urge to cower.
"Disgusting humans."
When Ava raised a brow, he amended with a panicked,
Not you, of course. You're very curious. In a good way. I didn't think humans could be pretty."
He ran a clawed hand through his hair, tail whipping furiously behind him.
I mean, for being so lacking in color."
His gaze caught on her shoulder-length blue hair again.
"Not that you lack color. That one is very nice to match your eyes and the jewelry in your face."
She blinked, cheeks heating enough that she wouldn't need a cloak if he kept this up. Kizros seemed to notice his own rambling, or her lack of ability to get a word in, and he swiftly changed topics as he turned away from her.
"Anyway, we can be off. I can fill you in on the particulars on our walk."
He stuttered a step, gripping the edge of the door.
Ride."
"Oh, that's not—" Ava didn't get to finish the sentence because just down the hall, a giant woman, Human woman shrieked and slammed Goldie to the ground with body strength alone. She snarled at him, then jerked her head up, glaring down the hall toward Aoife and Kizros. There was a split second of calculation, a feral gleam in her eyes like she might go for them next, and then a purple demon collided with her. They tumbled out of view, vicious noises coming from both of them, until Kizros slowly closed the door to muffle their screams. He turned back to her, wincing.
We're going to give it a minute before we leave.
Chapter 2. What Are Those? Kizros. What in the blazes had Kizros gotten himself into? He'd specifically not gotten his hopes up. Check on the humans, reverse the protection runes in the bracelets to keep them inside heck proper, and take some blood samples to ensure there weren't any lasting sorcery effects. Simple in and out. But what had he done? Said yes as fast as demonly possible to Argeth when he asked about sponsoring one of the humans. Was now sitting in a hired cart taking that human back to his shop. He was only meant to study them from a distance, not essentially adopt one and be responsible for acclimating her to their society. What was he supposed to do with a human? Fuck, she was interesting though, even in the written interview questions. Great with numbers, attention to detail, and worked with small tools. Poor handwriting, but it's not like his was great either. She was perfection on paper. Then he'd seen her and lost his ability to function. Had made a fool of himself with his flicking tail and complete lack of finesse. But she was surprisingly pretty, brave, bright. For someone without a tail, that is. But even now, he couldn't look away. There was her blue hair barely tickling her shoulders, and the way her wide eyes studied the city streets they rode down. There were the dozens of piercings stuck through her rounded ears, and one between the nostrils of that tiny pale peach nose. Her skin might not be the same shade as her hair, but that was another fascinating thing about seeing a human up close. Her skin was dotted with darker skin. What are those? Aoife startled, then turned her tri-colored eyes toward him. So odd to see white, blue, and black blinking back at him like a target. What? On your face. He glanced below her chin, where the V of her tunic opened slightly. And there. Her skin brightened to a pink, and she pulled the collar of her shirt tighter. Freckles? Freckles, Kizros said, cataloging the term in his brain, then focused on the back of her hand as it closed around the fabric. The runes hurt you. Confused, Aoife turned her wrist over and inspected the bruise creeping out from under the metal cuff he'd inscribed. Runes? Oh, no, they're from the slavers. A snarl curled Kizros's lip, making note of the others on her cheek, neck, and shoulder, but when Aoife flinched away, he dropped it. And they did that to your legs? It was why Severeth had made the decision to bring the women into the city. Some injuries, if not healed quickly, could set permanently. Perhaps they had not been in time to repair Aoife's legs, which made an unsettling anger burn in Kizros's chest. She blinked, some emotion passing over her face too quickly for him to understand it. No, it's a human thing. As far as our medicines and knowledge can guess, I probably had a brain bleed in the womb. It mostly affects my lower half, hence the muscular atrophy. My hips are prone to dislocating, and I have some balance issues. Her brows furrowed as she chewed her lip. Do you know any of those terms? Brains, muscular atrophy, dislocation, balance. We are not so different. A tail would help with the latter, but I'm not sure humans are capable of growing them. Kizros hummed, and something about that noise had her turning to face him more fully again. The sorcery used to keep you unconscious is making things more challenging? Aoife was slow to answer, but she eventually gave an unsteady, "Yes." He nodded mostly to himself. "That is to be expected. With a little more of your blood, I could create a potion to counteract the effects of that sorcery. Though I'm afraid there is nothing I can do about the freckles." "More of my blood," Aoife began, then to his disappointment, stopped talking for several long seconds. The pink of her skin softened as she shook out her shoulders. "If you think it will affect my work, would this potion be safe?" Kizros scoffed. "Of course it would be safe. I am no amateur alchemist, even with your unfamiliar human composition. But I would like more information on these freckles. I don't understand how they might get in the way of your work." The human gaped at him, all blunt teeth and oddly expressive eyes for being so dizzyingly colored. It was curious. Yes, curious. That was the word for it. Aoife cleared her throat, squeezed her arms tighter around her middle. "Not the freckles. Those are harmless, just some humans have them. It depends." "On what?" Once again she fell into silence as she stared at him, but then he could have sworn she almost smiled before turning to look back at the city. "That's a long story about genetics I do not have the expertise to properly explain." She huffed, wiggling in her oversized tunic. "What time is it?" Kizros tried to recall what the clock had said as they were leaving the infirmary. 2:30, maybe? The answer seemed to surprise her, her brow squishing down to make wrinkles in her forehead. "There are so many demons out." Kizros didn't understand her confusion as he looked around at the starlit street, then to the moon above. Why wouldn't demons be out? Did humans not normally function during the day? All his research and the information that had been retrieved on their habits suggested they were diurnal creatures, but he supposed that could have changed. He knew several demons who preferred staying up late over his desire to start the day early. Early hours had annoyed Thalvik to no end, which was detrimental to some of their work. Certain plants needed to be soothed or watered or harvested at early hours. He continued to study Aoife's hunched form, the way she ducked her head, how she clung to herself as if she were trying to appear smaller, and the shivers she tried to hide by shaking out her shoulders. Her eyes were still wide as they darted around, taking in all the details of the street. 2-story shops, the reflections off the puddles from the latest storm, one of Kizros's favorite bakeries. Demons openly gawked as they passed. As far as he knew, Aoife was the first of the humans to have left the infirmary, and even Kiz could tell the Capian pulling their cart was unsteady with her presence. Or smell. The Dreadmore stench lingered. "You're staring," Aoife muttered. Kiz cocked his head. "Yes." That pinkish color returned to her cheeks, and this time he could see the muscles around her mouth tensing as if she fought a smile. "At least you admit it." "Is that not appropriate in human cultures?" A soft snort left her nose, and he felt an odd sort of pride at getting that smile to surface again. What would he need to do to make her laugh like she'd done in the infirmary? That time he'd apparently insulted her. Maybe he could do it again. "No, it's quite rude. So is insulting someone by calling them fragile." Oh. So maybe informing her she still reeked of death and animal shit wasn't the best way to draw out a laugh. "But," Aoife continued, "it's different with you. It's somewhat refreshing, I guess." Kizros hesitated. "I'm confused. Am I insulting or refreshing?" There it was again, the laugh. He felt so honored to listen to the soft lilt that she tried to muffle with her hand, to watch her shoulders shake. He didn't notice until she pulled back that her eyes were leaking. Oh, blazes, he'd broken her. He was equipped for many things, but a wet human was not one of them. Except she was smiling, not distressed or angry like that larger human he'd seen, and his confusion only intensified. "Refreshing is a good thing, Kizros," Ava clarified as she wiped the liquid off her cheeks. She gestured to her eyes. "Sorry about this. I think I just haven't had a proper freak-out about the whole situation. The kidnapping, waking up here, coming to terms with the fact that demons aren't these terrifying monsters we've grown up fearing." She obviously hadn't seen the state of Ozarax when they'd returned from rescuing the women. Their entire squadron had proudly worn the blood of those slavers after... He couldn't think on that. Not when she'd said he was refreshing. Sure, he had charm. Too much charm, oftentimes. He knew his understanding of demon social cues was shaky at best, and he had a tendency to speak before thinking. But no one told Kizros his presence was refreshing. Ava pulled a strand of blue hair away from where it had tangled in her earrings, then tucked it behind the blunt tip before wiping her eyes again. Curiously, the freckles didn't disappear or smudge, but her breathing sounded labored. "I'm so overwhelmed. I'm just now realizing I have no money, no clothes, no place to sleep, and I accepted a ride and a job from a demon I've known for less than an hour. You're not going to kill me, right?" He placed a hand over his chest. "Of course not. I abhor violence." Despite her prior realization that they didn't know one another, his statement seemed to soften her breathing. "Yeah, same." "As for the rest," Kiz said, gesturing to the stack of papers he'd set between them, "all of the documentation is here, and I was required to read and sign everything before taking you from the infirmary." Ava sniffled, the ring through her nostril shifting as she wiggled her nose and stared at the pile. "Will you read it to me? Or just give me a summary? I like listening to your voice." He blinked. At his silence, she went stiff and jerked her head up. "I mean, it'll be faster, right? If you've already read it, you know? I'll review it, of course. Not that I think you'd lie to me. I guess I don't actually know that, but I don't get the impression you're going to make me sleep on the streets." "Ava!" She snapped her mouth shut, cheeks still a rosy pink as she fell silent. He hadn't intended to move, but his hands now rested on her shoulders, squeezing gently. "You're not sleeping on the streets," Kizros reassured her, feeling her soften further under his touch. "No harm will come to you, understand? And I can't lie to you." Her blue eyes widened. "Demons can't lie?" He huffed. "We can. I'm just absolutely terrible at it. Makes me queasy, and my eye twitches give me away." Apparently, he was getting the hang of this human interaction thing because her lips wobbled slightly before stretching into a grin. Slowly, he removed his hands from her shoulders and adjusted his glasses. "I'll happily explain everything in that document, starting with your new job." Kizros hopped out of the cart so he could gesture to the building they'd stopped in front of with his whole spirit. "Welcome, new assistant, to Perennial Bloom Apothecary, my shop."
Chapter 3. Perennial Bloom. Ava. Ava's gaze whipped to the demon in shock. Surely he hadn't said apothecary. The tight aisles between tall shelves filled with very breakable glass items kind of shop? And he wanted her as an assistant? Rosalind had mentioned this was a better fit than working the post, but really? How was she suited to work in an entire shop of expensive breakables with crutches? "What do you think?" She jolted out of her panic to find Kizros's beaming face looking at her. That smile, such a contrast to his enormous frame and strong jaw, unfortunately did nothing to calm the panic once again rooting itself into her chest. But Ava was a master of deflection, so she pasted on her own smile and said, "I love it." Which was the truth, once she shoved her panic down and told it not to come back until she was alone. The exterior was breathtaking. A gray brick facade highlighted the front of the shop, pillars woven with deep purple and blue vines framing dark windows. She could just make out the outline of shelves inside. But then Kizros was grabbing his bag and the papers from the cart and encouraging her out of it. He didn't seem bothered by her slow descent, only stood nearby and continued to stare at her, which increased the pressure and time it took for her to exit without showing how much her legs ached. But the moment she was clear of the cart, it took off down the street, and Kizros was leading her to the door.
I've run this shop for 12 years now. Threw everything I had into the building and the startup materials. Took an apprenticeship when I was 18. Spent 8 years studying the craft with the best. And when he decided to retire, I bought up his inventory and a better location,
he said as he unlocked the door. Considering Kizros had no qualms about staring at her, Aoife didn't feel so bad as she watched his hands work the keys. Everything about his movements and shape were all so human-like. It was almost more curious than if he'd been entirely monstrous. 5 fingers, an appropriate number of knuckles, and a body that bent in all the right places. But then there were the things that set him apart. The soft green of his skin and darker green of his hair and horns. Claw tips that extended from his fingers instead of nails. A tail which, upon closer inspection, was much thinner than Goldie's and ended in a blunt spade instead of spikes. And she was fairly certain she'd seen him flash a fang before, which had made her unintentionally flinch away. Though she was almost entirely positive he was harmless, sometimes bodies would react to a perceived threat, whether it was truly there or not.
Take a look,
Kizros said, and even with those black eyes, it was a safe bet to assume he'd meant that as an offer to study himself as well as the now open shop. Aoife was more brave with his back turned, so she climbed the single stair and stepped inside to the chiming bell overhead. Without the moon and starlight, it was much darker inside, but she could make out the shapes and the reflections of hundreds of glass vials. Plants, not greenery, though she could make out some of that color among the masses, climbed over every surface, tangling with the vials but somehow seeming to cradle them in the darkness rather than threaten their perches. Light flared behind her, with it a soft warmth, and Aoife whipped around. Kizros stood in the doorway, which seemed massive around even his large frame, a small whitish-yellow light glowing from his palm. He reached overhead, and that light left his hand, pulsing out from the ceiling and spreading wide to illuminate the shop. "How did you do that?" Aoife gasped, staring at his non-glowing hand as he lowered it. "Magic?" He frowned, stared at his palm, then brought another light to its surface. Just as quickly, he squeezed his hand and it disappeared.
We all have this gift. There is color variation, depending on our magic, but it is the most basic of our skills.
None of what he'd just done seemed basic to her. She'd witnessed magic, and not the destructive kind that she'd been warned human sorcery was, but something beautiful and warm.
What do you think?
He asked, gesturing behind her. Aoife had almost forgotten about the interior of the shop, but now she turned to take it in. A rainbow of color greeted her, from vials to plants to artwork, all stretching in either direction. Deeper to her left, shadowed by the giant shelves, looked to be a workroom door, and to her right was a tall counter where she assumed most people brought their purchases or made requests. The shelving behind that desk was mostly rolls of parchment, but beyond that, she could see another shadowed hallway. Despite all the glass and breakables, Aoife noticed a glaring oversight she'd had upon learning of his shop. The aisles were massive. There was so much space between each shelf, she could be comfortable walking between them without fear of bumping anything fragile. Sinful sugar. Of course it was massive. The demons were huge. And with tails flicking left and right, it was obvious they'd need a little more space to move around. Kizros hovered behind her, hand rubbing the back of his head.
I know it's a little small, but
it's beautiful, she said, and truly meant it. Not just because her earlier panic was floating away, but because it really was lovely inside. There's so much color and life in here, Aoife said, letting go of her crutch to touch one of the purple vines before second-guessing that decision. For all she knew, these sorts of things were poisonous to humans. But, to her horror, the vine wiggled and then seemed to unstick itself from the edge of the shelf to reach for her. She squealed and jerked back, only to run into his solid chest. Hands folded over her upper arms to steady her, and a rumbling laugh followed.
"It won't hurt you. They're just curious,"
Kizros said, then removed one of his hands to reach out. The vine undulated as it separated from the shelf, twisting gently over the demon's fingers. Clawless fingers, Aoife noticed, before poking itself toward her again. "Are you sure I can touch it?" she whispered, dangerously tempted to pet the magical plant regardless. "There's not something in here that could poison or eat me?"
"Unless it's from the Dreadmore, which I would never have out in the open. Everything in the shop should be perfectly safe. Though don't go chugging anything on that shelf,"
he said, pointing toward the back.
"Those are particularly strong, even for demons."
Aoife lifted a finger toward the purple plant, still a little unsteady. The thing seemed to match her tremor, and despite her efforts, the distance didn't seem to close. A large green hand slid underneath her forearm, softening the shakiness of her fingers as it took their weight. Almost instantly, the plant connected with her fingers, a cool contrast to the warmth of the demon's touch.
"This is Tim, an Iostratim asana. Under the right conditions, they can pick up the behavior and intention of who planted them. He's one of my oldest."
Aoife giggled as Tim explored the exposed skin of her wrist, avoiding the metal Kizros had called a rune. She twisted her head so she could look up at the demon. Wait, if someone was trying to steal something from the shop, he'd react? He's a guard plant? Kizros blinked, then huffed a laugh.
"Yeah, I guess he is."
She played with Tim for another minute before he slowly retracted to curl against the shelf again. It wasn't until the vine was still that Kizros slowly removed his arm from holding hers up, and while Aoife felt guilty about needing his assistance for something so simple, he almost looked nervous as he turned away and rubbed at the place where they'd touched. Quickly, he began talking about everything she'd be doing as an assistant for him, and the confusion was lost in a panic to keep up. Aoife followed him diligently around the shop, wishing she'd been able to sit and write it all down as he rambled on, but when he repeated the same instruction for the 4th time during the tour, she realized something. "You weren't prepared for hosting me, were you?" Kizros froze mid-sentence, then adjusted his glasses.
"Ah, you figured that out?"
She swallowed, feeling a small glimmer of hope fizzle out at the thought of being reassigned to another demon for work. If he didn't have use for her, who would? But it was Kizros who was faster than her disappointment.
"It's not a problem,"
he said, almost too quickly, but there wasn't a twitch in his eye or a look of queasiness to his features, so she believed him.
"I just have to get used to an assistant again, and with our species being different, I'll admit I don't know much about human ailments or any medicines you might need. But you have that experience, and I'm sure the other humans might come down with..."
It was endearing how he continued to ramble, in search of some ailment that humans might require that wasn't extreme enough for a doctor, or healer, as she'd heard them called here. For as intelligent as Kizros seemed, there was a nervous quality to his speech that softened the way he'd explained everything in the shop. He spoke to her plainly, safely, as if he was truly excited to have someone to share details with and hoped she'd enjoy the work. "I have some experience," Aoife said when his rambling became a series of non-word sounds. "Not exactly formal," she added. "But I can come up with a list and see if you have the appropriate ingredients." Kizros' features brightened as he blurted,
"Yes."
He cleared his throat, tempering his excitement as he leaned casually on the front desk. Tried to look casual.
"I mean, yes, and I can always direct to the appropriate substitute. There's a workroom behind the desk with all my books, and you are welcome to study them, most of them. There are human ones, too, and all the proper recipes and steps for certain potions. I can teach you some runes for preservation or bonding reactive agents, too. Aoife was already feeding off his excitement, mind whirring as she considered first what might be most helpful for the humans stuck here. That she dismissed the possibility she could perform magic. She herself had a long list of medicines she'd only just now realized she'd have to recreate, but she could ask the other girls about their history, find out what they might need. A contraceptive. It wasn't until there was a clattering that Aoife realized she'd spoken aloud. Kizros's arm had slipped out from where it was supporting him, sending papers, empty vials, and trinkets scattering to the floor. His long tail whipped behind him in a frenzy. His voice squeaked. Then his hand snagged his tail, and he held it firmly against his side. A contraceptive? Her cheeks burned, and if Kizros's darkening cheeks were indication, she'd guess he was also blushing. Monthly bleeds, she blurted, though she was unashamed of natural bodily functions. Explaining to a demon the details of human women's reproductive systems was not how she thought she'd be spending her evening. They can be pretty painful, and something like a preventative can reduce the symptoms or length. And I know the ingredients for one that prevents them entirely. Do, female demons not? I'm familiar, Kizros said, readjusting his glasses. Not monthly, but we are familiar. If you make a list, I can have the ingredients ready for you in an hour. Aoife blinked, but not about the speed at which he'd be able to gather ingredients that took her almost a week to collect in the human world. You're not tired? No. Oh, she muttered, glancing out the shop window where there were still a surprisingly high number of demons walking around. I just thought, it's the middle of the night. It's mid-afternoon. She whipped her head back to Kizros, who was frowning. The moon is out. That seemed to confuse him further. Yes? So it's light out through the night? It's light out right now. Aoife gaped at him. This is your daytime? She peered back at the window, noting the cooler blue tint to the moon. No yellow reflections from a sun. Kizros joined her on the other side of the counter, following her gaze. I did not consider how much you've gone through today and how much of an adjustment this is. You should rest. We can talk more tomorrow. Aoife didn't mean to sound ungrateful, but an exhausted weight began to settle on her shoulders at everything she'd need to learn about this place, and what she was meant to do about the lack of sun situation. She expected Kizros to lead her toward the front door, but instead he gestured beyond the front desk. My apartment is upstairs. There's a second room with all the amenities you'll need, I think. Is there somewhere I can take a bath first? Or collect the water? She didn't even want to think about the challenge it was going to be to carry it upstairs with crutches. He raised a brow. You have your own bathing chamber, with running water at whatever temperature you desire. Why would you need to collect it? At her dumbfounded look, Kizros shook his head. That's new to you, isn't it? Aoife nodded silently. Well then, he said, gesturing to the hallway and the stairs. I'll leave some of my clothes for you when you finish, and while you're resting, I'll get to work on securing your own wardrobe. Anything upstairs is free for you to use, eat, or borrow. She was too enticed by the idea of a hot bath, too exhausted from such a change in her life. She didn't even ask about how she'd pay him back for his generosity. First, she'd conquer the stairs. Then, she'd sleep until her body decided to have a proper freakout about her situation and new problem of a missing son.
Chapter 4. Ruining the Moment. Kizros. Humans had an interesting concept of rest. Kizros had kept the shop closed for the remainder of the afternoon, instead puttering about the apartment cleaning. It's not like he had woken that morning with intentions of bringing someone back to his apartment, and it had been months since he'd had to live in the space with another. Except Aoife wasn't just someone, was she? She was a human, a colorful and interesting one, and she was living with him. She was just beyond that wall, poking about in her new bedchamber. It gave him the perfect opportunity to... Well, it wasn't spying. It was simply paying closer attention whenever a noise came from inside her room. She did have those crutches, and with how exhausted she'd looked when he'd given a tour of the living area and kitchen, it was his duty to make sure she didn't fall. Right? That's what he was making sure of as he pressed an ear to her bedchamber wall. He'd snuck in while she'd run the bath, dropped off a pile of clothing at the edge of the bed, but now he regretted not leaving a glass of water or some food. He'd secretly hoped she'd come back out for dinner, seeing as it was only early evening, but there was only heavy breathing coming from inside. Asleep. Kizros wasn't disappointed, really, but when she was still sleeping the next morning, he reminded himself this was a good thing. He knew humans didn't have the same stamina as demons, let alone after the traumatic events to bring her into their realm. They were smaller, more fragile, even if Aoife claimed it was an insult. How awful it would be if he broke the human on her first day in heck. So when she'd come nearly tumbling downstairs an hour later in a rush, shirt on backward and blue hair sticking up in every direction, he'd promptly turned her right around. "You can take a day, Aoife," he'd said, pushing her gently back toward the stairs. Not that he didn't want her company, but he was relieved she accepted. It gave him time to prepare the shop, get some commissions done before he worried about training her. Which should not have been a worry, because the following day when he did let her into his workroom, she'd been familiar with the basics beyond what he'd expected. "It's not formal," Aoife reminded him, grinding the mortar and pestle. It wasn't strong, and it would take several more strokes to turn the leaves into the right consistency, but her hands fell into the pattern easily. "I was in and out of infirmaries a lot. I got to know some of the nurses and alchemists, I guess you'd call them. They showed me some things while I was waiting so I wouldn't be bored." "You were there alone?" Kizros asked, offended on her behalf. While he didn't know the full extent of her disability, she'd given him the basics after he'd asked. Perhaps a little too forcefully, but he assumed she'd have some kind of support. Still, she hadn't closed herself off with those answers like she suddenly did at this question. "Yes." As clueless as he sometimes was, Kizros was desperate for this human's words, and he could tell this was not the conversation she was ready to have with a relative stranger. He didn't know what it was about her, the color, the bluntness, the dedication she was already showing to her work, but he was drawn to it. He ached to fill the silence she left, but not so much that he made her feel trapped. "Would you like to learn a rune?" Aoife perked up, former shadows gone from her face as she beamed up at him. "Really?" Well, now he was slightly regretting the offer. What if she wanted to know the rune for unlocking her protection cuff? What if she resented him when he said no? What if he didn't have the spine to say no and she left him? "A preservation rune for the contraceptive you're making," he amended. Kizros had gathered the ingredients she'd requested, making substitutes where demon plant life suited the potion better. He wasn't sure how humans could ingest such awful flavors, but perhaps their sense of taste was different. He'd have to ask to look at her tongue later. "Runes are magic?" she asked, watching with interest as he took the stool next to her. He grabbed the vial she'd been using, running a thumb over the seal where they would write the rune. "It's one of my specialties, actually." In the past, he'd been a little too proud of that fact, boasted a little too often before he realized that not everyone wanted to listen to him talk for 30 minutes on the intricacies of soil composition or how the star charts played into some of the more challenging aspects of an earthbound magic like runes. But Aoife was looking at him with, well, he hoped it was genuine interest. He was still adjusting to how expressive her eyes could be with that bright blue against whites. So, there are a few different types. Some that offer protection, Kisrose said, nodding toward her bracelet. And others, like with Tim, that just help with containing him in his pot. He's surly if you don't set boundaries. She grinned, wide enough that all her blunt teeth showed and the ring between her nostrils shifted. It was a nice smile, non-threatening in a good way, and it made her eyes crinkle at the edges. Despite the oddness of her freckled skin, which he assumed the sickly, paling shade was normal for humans, he could still admire that everything about her round face was pleasant to look at. Aoife cleared her throat. "You're staring again." Kisrose adjusted his glasses, willing his cheeks not to blush in embarrassment. "Yes, well, the protection rune in your bracelet is more basic, meant to keep you within a boundary by reversing the effect of the boundary runes of Heck." "So the runes set at the border of the city keep things out?" she guessed. He grinned, pleasantly surprised at her quick wit. "Exactly. The Valewood is habitable, and I have a friend who lives beyond the border, but there are large beasts and other manner of creatures that can find their way close to our city. Those runes keep our homes safe." "So why do you need guards? The ones who brought us in?" "For those beasts who get a little too close, some regular policing of Heck, but also to scout the Dreadmore beyond. It's a liminal space, and things can get lost between, both harmful and harmless. That's where they found you." Aoife shivered. "We were always told to fear the forest, to fear the demons within." She tugged the sleeves of her tunic back over her wrists, and Kisrose ached to see her making herself so small. To know that demons also fear it is not reassuring. "You're safe with me. Here," Kisrose blurted quickly. "I mean, you're safe here, in Heck." Her expression pinched, but he could see the makings of a smile as she ducked her head. "So, runes?" He swallowed, shaking his head to distract himself from the fascinating and intelligent creature sitting next to him. "Yes, runes. It's all about the flow and precision sweep of a mark. To activate one, they need to be drawn in exact order. So let's start with a simple preservation rune. This one will allow your contraceptive to remain potent for several months." It turned out the simple rune was not, in fact, simple. Humans were capable of runes. That wasn't an issue. Nor was what they were doing human sorcery, that disgusting bastardization of magic. The magic in this realm was finicky, in the sense of even the slightest misstep resulted in null effects, unlike sorcery, which ended in fiery explosions and missing limbs. But even a breath wrong or a swipe of the rune just slightly misaligned could make the rune ineffective. Aoife's problem was the latter. It was one of those moments where Kisrose had just enough social knowledge to recognize that pointing out her inability to keep a stable hand was what kept her from completing the preservation etchings. He'd heard all manner of words whispered under her breath. Not exactly curses, as he'd not noticed her yet to speak one, just some softened word to express her frustration. "That's okay," Kis reassured her when she failed yet again. He could see the defeat weighing heavier on her shoulders the longer they worked at it, but at this rate, she might not be able to hold the quill much longer if she continued to force it. "Why don't we come back to it tomorrow?" Her brows squished together, lips twisting in disappointment as her hand shook on the quill. "I'm sorry. I really do understand the concept, and it's not your instructions, I promise." Kisrose placed a hand over hers, feeling the little tremor running through her fingers. "Aoife, it's okay. You need to let the mixture sit overnight anyway. We can brainstorm ways to make it not taste as awful, or I have a commission I can let you do. I'll step in at the end for the runes, but those ones are a little more thorough." Her worry receded, surprise flashing in her gaze. "I can do one on my own?" Sure, it's... He almost said simple, then thought better of it. I'll get the ingredients. When he set them out on the table and placed the parchment with the steps in front of her, her surprise and excitement had dimmed into something else. Possibly nervousness, with the way she kept curling her arms around herself. Just follow these and it'll be fine, Kizros said, confident in letting her take charge. He'd seen her meticulous and focused grinding, the precise way she measured ingredients, and the care she gave in each stir of the potions. This one, despite what he'd said about the rune, really was simple. Her eyes widened as she looked up at him. You're leaving? Quickly, she shook her head and focused back on the paper. I mean, sure, yes. I've got this. Kizros glanced out the doorway to the empty shop. It was late, but he was technically still open. Yet for most of the day, things had been... quiet. Quiet in a way that made a little nervousness settle in his belly. Not that he was or would be struggling after a single day of slow business, but a little curious that on one of his typically busy days, the bell over the door had barely chimed. So the options were to stand out front of an empty shop, or stay back here and watch the blue-haired human work. No other reason. Nothing to do with the strange pull he felt around her. He turned back to Aoife with a smile he famously wore at family dinner. I could supervise. I'm not that busy. Aoife's cheeks gained a little color as she looked up at him. Oh, I suppose if you aren't busy, you could read the instructions to me? Since you know them, it would be faster. A smile tilted his lips, feeling a lightness overtake that ugly twist in his gut from moments ago. Right, for time's sake. And you'll be right here for that last step with the runes, she added. It's all in the name of efficiency, Kizros agreed, gesturing toward the first ingredients. All right, step 1. Kizros had never seen such a smooth process, watching how Aoife immersed herself in the steps. There was a flow of energy that she channeled, one he felt tugging at his core. She was deliberate, not entirely flawless, but in a way that said she understood her body and what it could do. When an ingredient was out of reach, she knew just where to place her feet and hands to lean and grab it. When she fumbled something, there was always an extra finger or a braced elbow to keep anything from breaking. Aoife lost herself in the work, and so did Kizros. Between steps, he talked to her about runes, about the soil of his favorite plants, about his friend Ragnar, who is a giant grump, but had a soft spot for beasts that no one else would ever consider going near, let alone raising. She laughed at jokes Thalvik had rolled his eyes at, asked about his favorite things to do in Heck, and let him rant about human sorcery, which took all the beauty of magic and turned it into destruction. He'd barely noticed they were on the final step when he saw the slight shake of her hand. The vial lid was narrow, and after all the things she'd had to mix, etch, and measure today, she had to be exhausted. He'd have to remember tomorrow not to work her at this pace all day. Kizros swept in, steadying her arms before she could drop the glass and all her hard work. He guided her hands to cap the potion, then let his forefinger claw extend to draw the rune. It was swift, just a couple swipes of the sharpest nail point on the glass, and then it was glowing green. It faded just as quickly, and he let out a satisfied hum. Done, and some excellent work, I must say, he grinned, looking down at her. Aoife was staring at him, mouth parted. Blazes, had he broken her? He tried to quickly calculate what damage was done. His body was caging her into the counter, but it was only a proximity. The only touch he'd offered her... Well, he was still offering it. Her hands were still cupped in his, arms dwarfed by his own as he somewhat cradled her body. She was seated at the stool, but even crouching, he was much larger than her, able to look down and see all the freckles dusting her pierced nose. The soft, plump lips she tugged between her teeth. the brighter pink of her cheeks. So, not broken.
"You're staring,"
he said, voice rough. She blinked, then swallowed quickly and turned back. "Sorry, just—" Aoife withdrew her hands from his, slowly enough it made Kizros wonder if she had enjoyed his lingering touch. But then she sucked in a breath and a smile overtook her features. It was warm enough he almost didn't miss her touch, or the comfort that she'd shown him with being so close. "That was exciting," Aoife breathed. "Could we do another?" Kizros laughed, relieved that her earlier disappointment with the runes hadn't ruined the entire day. "Perhaps tomorrow. It's well past closing, and my stomach has been aching for dinner." The promise of food was enough to have them locking the shop and heading upstairs, but the lingering coolness of her skin on his lasted well beyond the meal.
Chapter 5. The Losing Battle. Aoife. 8 days since being rescued and taken to Heck. 4 days of working for a demon. Routine was always better to keep Aoife busy. It gave her something to push through, a purpose, and she inhaled the information Kizros gave her. She might not have the same education as the demon, but she could follow instructions and learn on the go. There had been a benefit to spending so much of her life in infirmaries, despite the annoyance it had caused her aunt and uncle, but they didn't deserve her thoughts on that any longer. It didn't matter now. They didn't matter. Only that she adjusted to her new life. Which was going to be a challenge, considering how her body currently felt. Aoife glanced out the window as she sat at the front counter, letting her latest attempt at the preventative mixture settle. She'd gotten Kizros's help with more of the substitute ingredients, but no matter what she did, she could not get it to be palatable. Just a touch of that bitterness on her tongue made her want to retch, and it was almost worse than actually dealing with period cramps. But the moon taunted her through the window, stealing her thoughts. Day, but not. Always dark, always cold, and the aching in her joints, particularly the dislocation of her hip that she'd already had to fix twice today, plus the sluggishness of the morning were starting to compound. She turned back to the task at hand because knives in an unsteady grip were a recipe for disaster. With a few unintentionally jagged cuts, she sliced off the piece of fruit she'd grabbed from the kitchen counter earlier. Food in Heck wasn't all that different than she'd expected. They had their own variations of meat, vegetables, and fruit. Nothing had upset her stomach, though the meat had been a little more gamey than she was used to, but she hadn't tried everything yet, including this odd-looking fruit thing. The rind was a deep pink, with soft, spiky bits that looked like they were meant to be peeled back, if she'd been capable of that. But she was currently in denial and pretending that using a knife was a more civilized way to remove the skin of the fruit. The pit was firm and a soft white, but the fleshy, edible part was a lush yellow that reminded her of daylilies. How sad that she was fantasizing about the daytime in a fruit she could hold in her hand. Then she took a bite. Sinful sugar, she blurted around the juices blooming on her tongue. It wasn't just a reminder of day. This was sunshine in a food. Sweet but not overpowering. A perfect flavor to wash that lingering bitterness. Aoife grabbed a crutch, stumbling to the back room where Kizros was working. He was hunched over his work table, so focused on his measuring that she stopped herself at the doorway. Even in just a few days, seeing such a large demon doing such small tasks had become normal. She often found herself mesmerized by Kizros. The delicate work his fingers could do with and without claws that retracted. His passion whenever he got talking about a potion idea he had. How he adjusted his glasses and smiled wide whenever she walked into a room. He did that now as he looked up from his work, pushing the black frames up his nose. But that smile promptly fell off when his face looked at her hand. "What are you doing with that vifuricot?" Aoife glanced down at the fruit in her hand. "Eating?" Kizros gaped but said nothing else. Momentary panic clenched her stomach. What? Is it poisonous? It was on your counter.
It's safe,
He said quickly, eyes wide. His head cocked.
You like it?
She cocked her head right back. It might be the best thing I've eaten here. If you don't like it, why do you have it?
It's,
Kizros didn't often lack words, but when he did, it usually resulted in the same nervous mumbling and blushing he was currently experiencing. Aoife chuckled. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Does it have any deactivating properties?
For
The contraceptive I've been working on, she clarified. This flavor would balance the bitterness and make it consumable, if it doesn't negatively interact with any of the ingredients. Kizros stared at her for a long time, and while he was not shy about that act either, this one was stranger than his others. Finally, he scratched at the hair twisting around his left horn.
That would work. You're using the preservation rune on the vials?
Her shoulders deflated. Just the ones that you etched. I still can't get the rune to work for me. His momentary confusion melted away, replaced with a soft, reassuring smile.
You'll get it, I know.
The bell over the shop door rang, and Kizros stood from his seat. He crossed the room in 2 strides and patted her shoulder. It wasn't hard, just a casual touch that he'd made sure she was comfortable with as they'd started working together. But the contact with her joint sent pain searing down her arm. Her hand flared, and if it weren't for her proximity to the wall, she might have fallen. He jerked his hand back.
I'm so sorry.
It's not... She swallowed, forcing her fingers to curl back over the crutch handle. You weren't rough, just caught me off guard. She put a smile on her face, beaming up at him with what she knew was convincing nonchalance. She knew it was convincing because she'd used it on him all yesterday after he noticed her having trouble balancing, and he hadn't brought it up again. Nor did he mention anything about the waning pallor of her skin after she'd reminded him that insults were rude. The bell rang again, and since Tim didn't have anyone screaming in his grip, likely a second demon entered the shop. Kizros nodded, then breezed past her to greet the customers. Aoife blew out a breath of pain, then another as she prepared herself to go back out and survive the rest of the day. By the time she'd managed to spin herself around, the voices had started to carry.
I'm aware, Meraxis, and I assure you, it's not the same,
the customer was saying, and with how frustrated they sounded, Aoife hung back in the hallway.
Selling this to me is false marketing. And I'm assuring you that there is no difference in the potency of this potion compared to the one you purchased last month.
Even in the short span she'd known Kizros, Aoife could hear how strained his politeness sounded.
No difference,
the customer spat.
Except it was one of those filthy humans who tainted it. Humans do not taint Meraxis. I oversaw every step of the process, and just because she was the one to combine, you admit it then, there's a difference. The former potion you sold me was made entirely by demon hands and magic. This one was not.
Aoife pressed herself against the wall, feeling an uncomfortable pit grow in her stomach. Her cheeks burned, but she held out, waiting for Kizros' answer. When it finally came, it was quiet.
I will refund you, and I can offer a replacement. Until you get rid of that thing, I want nothing to do with your shop.
Shame burned Aoife's cheeks as she waited for the final exchange of money and the bell to indicate the demon had left. She would have turned and fled if she hadn't needed her other crutch, but even the back workroom wasn't safe from Kizros coming to find her. He'd reprimand her for messing up a potion and losing him a customer. Maybe tell her that this wasn't working out and send her away for some other demon to handle. No, might as well face that shame now. It's not like the day could get any worse. She peeked out of the hallway to see Kizros hanging his head as his tail swished limply by the ground. He'd rolled his sleeves up, forearms flexing as he leaned on the counter over that tiny vial returned by the customer. Aoife remembered that one, too. How excited she'd been to have done almost every step by herself, even if he'd supervised. Obviously, he'd helped with the runes, but there had been delight and pride on Kizros' face when she'd finished. It had made her want to immediately do another, even if it was late, just so he could stand over her shoulder and give her directions. Keep talking, radiate warmth in his laughter and proximity. At the click of her crutch, Kizros jerked upright and turned, trying to hide the vial with his large body. His smile might have worked if she hadn't seen his eye twitching or the uncomfortable way he squirmed. "I overheard," she said quietly. "I'm so sorry." He deflated, shoulders sinking, and that was somehow worse. Kizros was always so bright, so happy, and she had been the cause of this disappointment. "I'll just go back and work on the human medicines," she whispered, discarding the Vefuricot rind as she reached for her other crutch. Kizros's hand circled her wrist, claws retracted, before she could grab her mobility aid. His grip was so warm, even over the fabric of her long sleeve, and much more gentle than she would have thought a hand that massive could be.
"Aoife, wait. So the rumors are true,"
another voice said from within the shop, and Aoife suddenly remembered the second chime of the bell. Kizros's hand was gone in an instant, and Aoife could have sworn his teeth had elongated into a snarl before he forced a smile and turned to face the customer.
"Thalvik, what brings you here today?"
A dark blue demon stepped out from the aisles, nearly a head taller than Kizros. His tail was thick and leathery, lined not in spikes, like Goldie, but slightly hooked barbs. She could see them along the muscle of his forearm, too, though they looked to be just as retractable as claws, which this demon had also not bothered to do. His smile looked broad, but where Kizros's was soft and genuine, this one looked almost sinister. Maybe that was the terrifying dual horns on either side of his head, the top set long and curving back, the lower set shorter and sharp. Thalvik gestured around him, but his black eyes stayed focused on Aoife as he said,
"Wanted to see how things were going since I was last here. Check in on you. Won't you introduce me?"
Beside her, hidden by the counter, Kizros's fist curled. It was in complete contrast to his voice, which remained polite, if not stilted.
"Thalvik, Aoife. Aoife, this is Thalvik, my former assistant."
Aoife noticed the demon didn't bow in greeting. She didn't either. His nostrils flared slightly before he finally took those unsettling dark eyes away from her.
"Business struggling a bit, Kizros. I didn't think you'd be so desperate for help when I left that you'd foolishly doom your business by leashing one of those human women, but I can't say I'm surprised."
More shame curled up Aoife's throat. She wanted to defend herself, wanted to flee or bash this demon's skull in with her crutch. But there was a malice she could feel surrounding this demon, and she was well aware of which battles she would not survive unscathed. Especially today.
"Does she speak, or is that part defective as well? If you're not here to purchase anything, I'm going to have to ask you to leave,"
Kizros stated firmly, a growl lingering underneath his voice that Aoife had never heard. Thalvik placed a hand over his heart, mocking a frown.
"That's quite rude, Kizros. Buy something or leave,"
Kizros snapped. Just as quickly, Thalvik held up a vial, almost like a peace offering. He stalked toward them, then set it on the counter, and this much closer, Aoife felt more than just fear in her gut as she noticed it was a mixture she had done. He'd picked it out off a shelf with hundreds more surrounding it, and known exactly which one she had made. He grinned at Kizros's growl, possibly at realizing the same thing.
"Or maybe I'm wrong and you're the real reason you've been losing business since the humans showed up. You've never been so rude. Her species really is a taint."
Kizros stared at the vial, long enough that Aoife's shame had time to claw its way up her throat again. "Is it true?" she asked quietly.
"No,"
the green demon said, too quickly. And with the way he was keeping his back turned, she knew he was hiding his eye twitch. He was losing business because of her. "You're a burden, an inconvenience. You'll just get in the way." The words echoed in her mind unbidden. No place for her to shove them away or ignore like she'd been doing her pain. Aoife reached for her crutch. I'm going to check the back. Kizros finally turned, concern marring his kind face.
Aoife, wait.
Excuse me, Thalvik said loudly, just as the bell chimed to indicate another demon entering.
Another paying customer or a return?
Ignoring the shop, Kizros reached out for her.
Please, Aoife.
It's fine, she lied, using a surge of energy to dodge his grip and give him a deflecting smile. I've got things I can do. A financial disaster, too demanding, lazy. In the back. She knew Kizros wouldn't follow her, not with someone in the shop. She turned and fled. She was fleeing, wasn't she? After fighting so many battles today, this was the one that made her give up. Aoife avoided the workroom. There was nothing more she could do to her contraceptive today, and she wasn't about to taint any of the other potions Kizros was working on, even if she knew how to make them. The first of the stairs was an effort. Then there was pain flaring in her hip. She bit down on her excuses, fighting for the next step and the next. Over and over, until there was no recollection of how she'd made it back to her room. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she collapsed into bed, each movement more painful than the last. Sleep. She just needed to sleep this off, and by morning, maybe her pain would be more bearable. Maybe she could think for longer than a few seconds as to how she might still help Kizros without hurting his business. But as she looked out the window toward the moonlit street, shivering under the thick pool of blankets on her bed, she wondered how much longer she could actually survive here. If she could keep getting up every dark day and power through pain and sickness so Kizros wouldn't see the truth about her. When morning came, the answer was no.
Chapter 6. Missing. Kizros. Aoife didn't leave her room the next day. Kizros had gone upstairs as soon as he'd gotten rid of Thalvik, but she hadn't answered her chamber door, hadn't come out for dinner, hadn't made a single noise all night. When he'd knocked on her door yesterday morning to deliver breakfast, he'd heard the lie in her voice through the wall separating them. My monthly bleed came early. I think the demon realm is making it worse. All day he'd twisted that lie over and over in his head, letting his guilt fester low in his gut. Then he'd tossed and turned all night just to find her locked away again the following morning, no sounds escaping her room. No, it wasn't her monthly bleed. He would have smelled her blood. And even if he'd wanted to place the blame on Thalvik for the disrespect he'd shown, maybe abhor violence a smidge less, he didn't think that was the only reason she'd left. Kizros sat at the front counter, leg bouncing as he ignored the empty shop. He had his books out in front of him, one with his financials, the other a human compendium that he'd dragged out from his back shelves. Aoife had called his staring rude, but now it was serving him well. Something about her peachy skin losing that flush reminded him of the demons who lost their magic. While their skin lost color to a heartbreaking gray, they never lost vigor. It seemed that Aoife's body was leeching color and life, and nothing in his books had prepared him for this. But he noticed. He noticed the tremor in her hands, her difficulty in grinding some of the tougher components. He remembered her flinch of pain when he'd patted her shoulder, and the winces she sometimes disguised with a smile he was starting to figure out might not be so composed after all. Not to mention how she seemed to lean more heavily on her crutches instead of just using them for stabilization. Maybe she needed better crutches? Or perhaps he wasn't giving her the right nourishment. He'd made sure the meals they'd cooked were full of meats, veggies, and fruit, and she'd done well to eat them all. Could she have been lying about the freckles? What if there were some illness she was disguising? Or had the healers missed something more critical that the slavers had done to her? Anger burned in his gut, unfamiliar and sickening, but present enough to have him shoving away from the counter. He needed to move, to think. come up with some plan to bring color back to this tiny human. He locked up the shop, watered Tim and the others on the shelves, and then did another quick inventory check. By the time he'd walked the aisles and gotten his final tally, he knew what he'd do. Kizros took the steps 2 at a time, concerned but not surprised to find that Ava had once again not left her room. He grabbed an assortment of food from the icebox, a selection of meats and cheeses he'd seen her snacking on, the Vafuricot, which he tried not to think too hard about her enjoying, but had gone and harvested 6 more for her anyway, and 2 glasses of water. Tray full, he stopped outside her doorway and rapped a knuckle against the jamb. "Ava?" No answer, and no noise either. Kizros leaned closer, keeping his horn from scratching the door as he strained to listen. There was an inhale, slightly wobbled, and then an exhale, and he let out a breath with her. Still breathing. That was good. He stared down at the tray in his hands, debating. Even demons liked privacy, and he'd promised Ava that, other than delivering clothing the first night, he would never encroach on her space. But she hadn't left her room in 2 days, hadn't eaten. If she was ill, he was responsible for her, right? Protecting her and helping her create a new home? So, entering to deliver food was just part of the agreement he'd signed. And if she was fine, he could deal with her wrath. If she wasn't... That was the only argument Kizros needed for himself as he twisted the handle and let it silently creep open. Her window was open to the street beyond, the setting moon letting the thinnest beam of moonlight into the room while the starlit sky highlighted the rest. It didn't surprise him at how clean everything was. Bare floors and her 2 sets of boots lined up by the door. There was a small stack of clothing on the wardrobe next to the bathing chamber, presumably for changing after a bath, but there were very few other signs of someone living in the space. Finally, his eyes landed on the lump of blankets, and a small twist in Kiz's chest eased as he watched it rise and fall with her breath. Sleeping. Sleeping was good. He'd questioned her ability to properly rest before, but it was nice to see that she did close her eyes once in a while. Kizros crept inside on silent feet, the grace of a demon practiced in weaving through and around shelves of glass and sometimes snapping plants. There was an empty glass on her bedside table, which he removed with his tail before quietly setting the tray down. There, he thought, taking the glass into his hands. Now when she wakes, she won't have to go far for food. It was completely unintentional that he turned toward the bed as he spun to leave. There was a bright spot of blue hair against the white linens, a little sweaty from her pale, hornless forehead. The blankets were tucked up to her chin, her body wrapped around the edges as she clung to them in her sleep. Even in a state that should have been peaceful, her body shook and face pinched every so often like she was uncomfortable. Kizros stepped back. It's not like he wanted to be rude and stare at her when she was sleeping, but it was just to check on her, right? To make sure she was okay and not turning completely gray. And it wouldn't hurt if he pulled up a chair just to monitor, because he wasn't sure humans were supposed to leak so much and not replenish that liquid for 2 days. He'd barely counted the gold jewelry on her round ear when Ava let out a whimper. Her forehead wrinkled, eyes squished tighter, and then a shiver racked her whole body. "Ava?" Kiz asked, standing up so fast that the chair flew back. Even with the crashing noise, she didn't stir. "Ava?" She stayed shivering, lips parting over a word that, without his keen hearing, he wouldn't have deciphered. "Hurts?" Well, it came out more of a huzz, but Kizros made some assumptions. "Fuck. Okay," he stammered, looking around. He could grab her crutches, even lift her and carry her to a healer, but Ballran was across town. He'd have to jostle Aoife in his arms to get there, and getting a ride wasn't a guarantee. But... "Hold on, Aoife," he said, already running. Kizros nearly fell down the stairs in his rush, sprinting to the back of his shop and snagging a vial from the back shelf. He'd warned Aoife away from it, but he'd seen some of the pain-relieving potions she'd been making. If those had been intended for her, the other ones she'd made for the humans hadn't set for their full potency, then this would be plenty in a controlled dose. He was back upstairs in less than 2 minutes, but it felt like a lifetime before he burst back into her room. Her shivers hadn't gotten worse, which was both relieving and concerning as he knelt next to the bed and pulled out the dropper. "Aoife," he urged, tugging the blanket away from where she had pulled it over her lips. "I know you told me I can't go around asking to look at your tongue, but I need to look at your tongue." She grumbled what was definitely nonsense and scrunched her nose. No, you're so good at following instructions. You need to do this for me." "It hurts," Aoife whispered deliriously, but kept her mouth open, which was good enough for him to work with. "You should have told me," he whispered, reaching out to wipe some of her blue hair off her sweaty temple. The other hand slipped the dropper into her mouth, and before she could yank away, he emptied it and pulled it back out. "Swallow." She did. "Good girl." His thumb continued to rub her forehead, and now he could feel her warmth under the skin. Usually she was a touch cooler than him, but now they were almost matched in temperature. "You have a fever, Aoife." Her brows pinched, and he could tell she still wasn't fully awake when she said, "Don't be mad at me, please." Kizros leaned forward, uncaring of the sweat as he pressed his forehead to hers in relief. "I'm not mad, Aoife. I just want to know these things so I can help. You shouldn't have to hurt or push through pain because you think I'm going to be mad." She hummed contentedly, face turning into his palm as he continued to stroke her hair. Her eyes were still closed as she mumbled, "Are you staring at me?" "Yes." Her dry lips twitched into a smile. "That'll kick in soon, and you need to eat something when you wake up again," he instructed. And then, because she likely wouldn't remember any of this, he whispered, "Please, take care of yourself. I miss your company." Kizros realized he missed a lot about the human, even if she was just in the other room. He'd gotten so accustomed to an empty workroom, he often forgot he wasn't alone until she stepped into the doorway. Then he remembered how joyful it was to have someone to talk to who actually listened and cared. Or gave the impression she cared. Thalvik had seemed friendly, at least until he'd pulled the rug out from under Kiz's feet with his betrayal. "You're so warm," Aoife mumbled under his hand that had absently moved to stroke her cheek. "It's cold here." "What?" he asked, fingers stilling. "I miss..." She trailed off, body relaxing into a soft breath, but he caught the tail end of her whisper. "The sun." Kizros would have smacked himself in the forehead if his fingers hadn't frozen, still tangled in her hair. He was a fucking idiot. Sunlight. Humans needed sunlight. They were like his bred flowers, needing the sun to stretch their leaves and petals toward warmth. No wonder Aoife was always in a long sleeve, sometimes with a shirt underneath. No wonder she had been so concerned about their day moon. No wonder there was a massive pile of blankets on her bed that she'd collected from the linen closet. An idea bloomed in the back of his mind, and he slowly slipped his fingers from her hair. She let out a whimper and a mumbled stay that tugged at something in his chest. "Sleep, Aoife. I'll make this right." With one last gentle brush of his knuckle over her cheek, he retrieved another blanket and extra pillows, nestled them around her, then went downstairs to get to work.
Chapter 7. The Gift of Warmth. Aoife. It was early when Aoife woke. For a while, she just lay there, staring out the window at the starlit sky. There were just enough lights visible from the street that she suspected it was closer to morning, and she would have confirmed it if she'd had the energy to roll over and check the clock on the shelf behind her. But despite her current awareness, there was still a hazy fog over the last... how many days? Selfish sugar. Kizros must be so upset with her. She had to have missed a day of work, possibly more, but she had no recollection of how long she'd been in bed. Sweat had dried at her temples, and she felt the stickiness of a fever lingering in her muscles. But the pain had receded to just a mild headache, which could have been a lack of food. With great effort, she swung her legs out of the bed, clutching her head until her empty stomach and hollow bones could settle. She blindly fumbled for her crutches, then reconsidered trying to hobble to the bathroom with her eyes closed. Blinking, she tried to focus on the blurry outline of her walking aids leaning against the nightstand. The throbbing in her head stuttered as she set eyes on her bedside table. There was a tray of food set out, little pastries, diced fruit, nuts, and a glass of water, but also a tiny vase with a single blue flower. It was rose-like, but the petals were more flared, and with such a rich blue, it could only be from this realm to be so bright. Aoife had no recollection of these things being here when she fell asleep. So did that mean... She wobbled to a stand, then hurried through her morning routine as quickly as she could with stiff movements. A harsh scrub in the bath with too much soap to erase the lingering smell, cleaning her teeth and immediately regretting it when she bit into a sugary pastry, and then a much too long struggle with her pants before she was somewhat presentable. At this point, there was nothing she could do about her limp hair and fading blue dye. With a sigh, and one last glance out the window at the rising moon, Aoife opened her door.
"You're up."
Aoife jerked to a stop, cheeks burning as she locked eyes with Kizros. He stood in the kitchen, hands frozen in the middle of whatever food prep he was doing. Then he quickly shoved his glasses back up his nose with the back of his wrist. His eyes were wide, but that was a hopeful smile on his face. The sight was so normal, she momentarily forgot her worries. Thoughts of him coming into her room, leaving her food, but also seeing her in her most vulnerable state, should have had embarrassment curling around her gut. Instead, she thought of the flower he'd left on her bedside table, and the care he'd put into making sure she had something to eat when she woke. "I'm up," she said, offering a half-smile.
"Are you feeling okay? Did you eat enough?"
he asked, wiping his hands on a towel. He lifted a tray of something, then tapped the rune on his oven before sliding the baking stone inside.
"These scones should be done in 5 minutes now that the glaze is on, but there's more meat, eggs, rice."
"Isn't the shop opening soon?" Aoife wondered. She gestured toward the stairs. "I can clean up and prep, and then just stick to the back room and finish the potions I was working on for the other women so no one sees me."
"No,"
Kizros blurted, standing up so quickly he nearly clipped his horns on the ceiling-mounted pot rack. Her shoulders immediately deflated, and all her worries came crashing back down as she sank her weight on her crutches. Of course he didn't want her down in the shop. She'd already cost him business, and now she'd missed days of work. Those echoing words were back in her skull, reminding her that this was inevitable. Everyone got tired of her eventually, and when she was unreliable, how could they possibly keep her around? Oh, right. Okay. What else could she say? Ask for one last favor so she could have a bag to pack her things?
"Wait, no,"
Kizros blurted again, this time getting his horn tangled in one of the pots. He swatted at it a few times, knocking his glasses askew in the process, and if Aoife hadn't been so devastated at him getting rid of her, she might have thought it endearing to see him fighting a pot.
"Aoife, that's not... Fuck, get off me."
He finally unhooked himself from the rack, flinging the pan across the room before scrambling around the counter.
"That's not what I meant. I closed for today."
Aoife frowned. But you're already losing business because of me."
Can you afford to close? First off, making assumptions about my financials is rude, little human, he said, walking toward her with a finger upraised. She blushed, twisting her lips to fight a smile at how teasing but reassuring his tone was. Second, I already finished your contraceptive, so you wouldn't be stressed about that. Not because I didn't think you were capable, but because you needed to focus on getting better. And third, no work today because I have something I need to show you. Her heart caught in her throat. Show me. A dozen more thoughts flooded her mind. Something to show her meant walking, or even a ride in a cart tugged by one of those beasts, and she wasn't entirely sure she had the energy for something like that. Then, the thought of being out on the streets when the apothecary had become so comfortable sent nerves fluttering around her stomach. The shop was safe, and even if she trusted Kizros, Heck was still an unknown she wasn't sure she ever wanted to face. So many demons watching her, towering over her, seeing her weakness compared to them. But also, did Kizros not understand what her presence was already doing to his status? It wasn't just about losing business. What if word got out? What if it got worse than demons avoiding his shop? There had to be some importance to demon social life if they had a council and a social class hierarchy. Kizros took a step away, almost stumbling before his tail flicked quickly behind him to keep him balanced. Sorry, that's a lot of things at once. He scratched behind his horn. Your freckles are more prominent now that there is color to your cheeks again. Aoife choked on a laugh, thankful for the distraction away from her thoughts. She rubbed at a cheek. Thank you, Kiz. He perked up, smile broadening into something quite beautiful, if she were being honest. But he still stood there, oblivious to his continued staring, until she remembered the answer he was waiting on. Right, yes, I would like to see this something, but that scone also sounds delightful. Kizros clapped his hands together. Excellent. I wanted your consent, but I also would not accept no. He hesitated, cheeks darkening, then began flailing with his arms. Not that I wouldn't respect you if you did say no, just not about this. I mean, I might have to ruin the surprise to try to convince you. Not that I'm pressuring you, but there's this thing, and it's very unique. But it was supposed to be a nice gesture after I... Kiz, it's okay. Aoife reassured him, pressing a hand to his forearm to slow him down. It can remain a surprise. Aoife absolutely hated surprises, but he seemed so relieved at her answer, it would be cruel of her to demand he spoil it. With a final nod, he hurried to his oven, turning it off with the same rune and opening the door to the most delightful sweetness Aoife had ever smelled. While she knew he hadn't used the human equivalents, she could almost taste the cranberry and vanilla before even seeing the pastries. The sight of them, a purple glaze over yellow dough, didn't quite match her memories of one of her favorite treats, but the taste did, and if Kizros hadn't been watching her every movement with his charming stare, she might have moaned. What she did do was groan, loudly, at the sight of the stairs to leave the apartment. No amount of honey, or whatever the demon equivalent sweetener was that may or may not have come from nightmare bees, could soften the soreness that still plagued her body. Kizros stepped closer, fiddling with his shirt sleeves. I think this would be considered a rude question, but would you like me to carry you down? Aoife let out a long sigh. I'm going to be honest. It's probably one of the most humiliating things I've ever considered saying yes to. And she was truly considering it. Maybe. Probably not. His brows crashed down, and then he slid past her, taking the first step before turning to look at her. He still towered over her, but it was probably more for the effect. Aoife, it's not humiliating. The apartment is up a narrow set of stairs. She almost snorted at his definition of narrow, considering everything in his shop and apartment were wide enough to accommodate her comfortably. The bed, the bathtub, the aisles, and workroom, though the counters were a bit too tall. Not challenging like the stairs, though. If anyone is humiliated, it's me for not noticing soon enough, Kizros grunted. Blazes. I shouldn't even have to notice. Basic accessibility should just be a given. So until I can get the proper ramp commissioned for the front step, or something to make our apartment accessible, please let me assuage my guilt and do the least inconvenient thing in the world, like carry you. Our apartment. Stunned by his declaration, she mumbled an okay before fully comprehending what that would entail. Suddenly, there was a strong arm curling around her back, the other scooping under her knee as she was lifted. Her crutches nearly clobbered him in the head, but then a whip of green twisted around them, and his tail was removing them from her grip. With nothing else to hold on to, Aoife's arms clung to the first thing they could find. Kizros. You're so warm. The words fluttered through her mind, and she had the odd feeling on her tongue that she'd said them before. Or perhaps just constantly thought them whenever he was near, his large body never looming over her shoulder, but providing comfort with his proximity. Kizros kept his eyes on the stairs as he turned in place, and Aoife tightened her arms around him at the movement. His lips twitched, but he focused on his task, either unaware or unaffected by her chance to stare. She hadn't had a chance to study his face this close, the strong jaw and soft green skin. There was a light shadow on his cheeks, not quite stubble, as if he'd shaved shortly before she'd woken. It was the same dark green as his hair, which was just long enough that she could bury her whole hand in it if she wanted. Which maybe she did. Just a little. Just to see what it felt like, of course. Then she studied his horns, which he'd told her was both a source of pride for demons, but also not so serious. Apparently, they grew back if one ever broke, to which Kizros had informed her he'd broken his only once, and it was so embarrassing a story, he would never repeat it. The dark green bone was shaded with black and brown, a warble pattern that added to the sweeping nature of them beyond his pointed ears. There were a few divots, but mostly near his temples where he often scratched at his head when he was nervous or deep in thought. Curious, but also handsome, which didn't feel as odd of a thought as it probably should have. He was green, after all, strong and muscular, proving capable of carrying her with no challenge. Kind and gentle, caring but also protective. Kizros didn't stop at the bottom of the stairs, and Aoife shook out her thoughts at the panic of being carried outside. She loosened her grip and tapped his chest. "You can put me down now." He muttered, almost like he too had gotten lost in his thoughts. "Oh, yes." Gently, he set her on the ground, arms still curled around her waist to keep her upright. She watched, fascinated, as his tail curled around his body and handed over her crutches. When she was stable, he slowly withdrew his arm, and it had to be her imagination that he slid it a little longer over her lower back as he pulled away. "Right, out." Kizros cleared his throat of its rasp. "Outside. Surprise, the back." Aoife was a little confused, but followed as he unlocked the door in the back of the shop. What she'd always suspected was a large storage room where he kept all his supplies was, in fact, a door outside. She followed him into a garden, dozens of bushes and flowers catching the first light of the moon as it rose. Darker colors reached for her, deep purples and blues, a few reds so deep they looked black, and little patches of color where flowers bloomed between the leaves. A soft mist hung along a stone path, and while the air at her feet was warmer, there was still a chill that she couldn't quite shake from Heck's climate. But apparently this wasn't the surprise, because Kizros was still walking. She focused beyond the odd moon-blooming life to the darkened building at the end of the path. It stretched just taller than the second story of the apartment. No windows or decoration anywhere to make sense of what might be inside. And that was indeed where he was going, tugging a key ring off his belt to unlock the door. "What is this?" Aoife asked, stopping beside him. She glanced back at the shop, noting that her room was on the other side of the building, facing the street. Otherwise, she might have noticed there was an entire garden and building in the back. Kizros straightened, and even in the scant moonlight of day, she could tell his cheeks were a dark green, eyes shifting nervously away from her. The surprise. It's just,
He blew out a harsh breath.
Better to see it first.
All confusion she might have felt melted away as he pushed the door open and light illuminated the pathway. No, not just light. Sunshine. Aoife nearly stumbled inside, warmth flooding her veins and blanketing her skin as she blinked at the brightness. Life bloomed around her, a mixture of greenery she recognized and some she didn't. Flowers and fruit lined the aisles of garden beds, another with only green sprouting that she guessed might be vegetables in the soil. All around her, sunshine warmed and lit the inside of the blackout greenhouse. A stuttered laugh left her throat, and despite the stupidity of it, she turned her face up to the sun and stared until her eyes watered. From light, of course. Definitely not happiness or warmth or... Who was she kidding? This was beautiful, she gasped, staring up at the little ball of light. Despite its size fitting in the building, it felt just as warm and comforting as the real sun was outside of this realm. There was a buzz to that light, an energy she was starting to recognize. She whipped her head toward the doorway. This is your magic. Kizros had closed the greenhouse door and was now leaning against the wall with his arms folded. He was more relaxed, watching her closely.
The shop light is a variation of my magic, but this...
He pushed off the jam and gestured toward the ball of sunshine.
Is my real gift.
He turned his palm up as he approached, allowing another smaller ball of light to grow in his hand, just like he'd shown her that first day. She followed it until he held it between them, the additional heat sending a pleasant shiver down her spine.
Light and warmth,
Kizros said, so quietly that Aoife pulled her gaze away from the dimming magic to look at him. He was smiling down at her, not the fading light, but there was a sadness to it.
I'm so sorry, Aoife. I should have realized. Not just the stairs, but this.
She shook her head. Kiz, this isn't...
I have one more gift.
He reached down to a pouch on his belt, and Aoife noticed light and dark blue flowers where the yellow ones had once been. And from that pouch, he tugged out a golden chain. He draped it over his hand, centering the charm on his open palm so she could see it. A little U-shaped sunburst was attached to the chain, the yellow metal almost glowing against his green skin. But it wasn't left over from the magic he'd just created. It was coming from the golden charm. With wide eyes, she looked up at Kizros to see a different kind of softness on his features. More than just kindness, it was care and compassion. But somehow that wasn't deep enough a description for the emotion in his eyes. At his silent question, she nodded, staring up at this large demon who was so gentle and sweet and understanding.
The greenhouse is open whenever you need, for sunshine or silence or to plant your own garden, but you can't take that light with you, so...
He tapped a rune on the chain, allowing it to open before reaching out and securing it around her neck, all while they stayed facing one another.
You have so much light and joy in your heart, Aoife. I never want to see it dimmed. Now this can be your own personal sunshine.
Kizros's fingers slipped from the chain, but his touch hesitated on either side of her neck, and Aoife could feel so much warmth in the moment. From his skin so close, from the magic of the charm and rune now blooming in her chest, and then the tension that hovered in the space between their bodies.
Plus,
he added, flicking a long finger against her earlobe,
it matches the rest of your jewelry.
Aoife let go of her crutch handles, gripping Kizros's lingering forearms for balance as she pushed up on her toes. It was a little bit of a stretch, but he was so surprised he remained completely still when she pressed a kiss to his cheek. "Thank you," she whispered, biting back the tears of happiness that threatened to spill over at his caring gesture. But as she pulled away from him so she could lower herself, she froze. The darkness of his eyes simmered, and now she could see how deep of a green they were, not black, as he stared at her. Not a stare of curiosity, but one of unwavering shock and heat. Her surprise sent her stomach swooping, and Kizros's arms tensed to counteract as she wobbled in place. He was still staring, and her thoughts contained just a flicker of excitement that he might close the distance when he glanced to her lips. But then there was a loud thwack, and the spell was broken. Kizros swung his head around toward the noise, and Aoife caught a glimpse of the dent his tail left in a raised metal bed before he snatched it out of whatever frenzied flicking it was doing. His other arm still helped to lower her heels to the ground, but the moment she was balanced, he cleared his throat and stepped backward.
Right. Sorry,
he mumbled, hand scrubbing the back of his head. His cheeks had darkened again, and Aoife could have sworn the magic overhead at her chest flared. When the grip holding his twitching tail couldn't hold it stable, he grabbed it with both hands.
Sunshine Greenhouse, there's a bench somewhere.
He seemed to realize his hands were occupied, so he jerked his chin past her, all while backing up and stumbling with each step.
That way. Stay as long as you'd like. Or leave whenever you like.
His shoulder clipped the door, and he looked around in surprise before releasing his tail and fumbling for the handle behind his back. He managed to get it open after the third try.
Yup, okay, that's...
Kizros trailed off, stared at her a moment longer, then turned and fled. As the door slowly creaked closed, Aoife realized her cheeks were hurting with how wide she was smiling after him. And, with one hand holding the charm around her neck, there was no sting of rejection that Kizros had left her, or awkwardness at the realization pinging through her head. She wanted to kiss a demon, really kiss him, and she was pretty sure he wanted to kiss her too.
Chapter 8. A lesson in body parts? Kizros. Perennial Bloom Apothecary was spotless. Not that Kizros left the place messy, it's just that he'd been sweeping, dusting, and rearranging the same shelf for a full day to avoid Aoife. Not that he wanted to avoid her, of course, especially after she'd been sick and hurting for 2 days. There was something special about getting up every morning and knowing that he wasn't going to putter around the shop on his own. He adored her company, and that right there was the problem. He was taking advantage of her attention, of her time and skills, of her inability to leave. Where else was she meant to go when he hoarded her like he'd been hoarding that sunshine? Blazes. The only reason she was giving him attention was because he gave her something she needed to fucking live. Seeing her fragile in bed, suffering and terrified that he would be mad at her for missing work, had broken something in Kizros. He'd realized how precariously he'd been perched on that line between seeing her as a colleague and seeing her as more. She was so pretty, and she always laughed at his dumb jokes. But how dare he have those feelings for the colorful human when she had nothing else here? When she believed he had a say on whether she slept on the streets or not? But here he was, fighting that freefall into more as he stalked Aoife from a distance. He might as well admit it. He'd picked this spot in the shop because it had a view of the back door, so he could watch her come and go to the sunshine, and a view of the counter, where she currently sat, tinkering with the medicines she'd made for the other humans. Kizros watched every tick of her hands, the way she rubbed at a sore joint after standing for too long, and how her skin had gone from dull to pink and vibrant after just 2 days of sunshine. And there were so many more freckles dotting her nose and cheeks. Maybe even her chest if she didn't immediately bundle up in one of the new long sleeves he'd acquired for her. Then, guiltily, he watched her pinch that sunburst charm between her fingers, sometimes mindlessly, sometimes purposely so she could stare at it with a soft smile. Kizros adored that smile, savored it, and then berated himself for how selfish he was in keeping it to himself. It was so conflicting to treasure it and feel shame over why she wore it, when all he wanted to do was conjure a little ball of fire and light to follow her around so other demons would know he had claimed her. but he couldn't claim her. It wasn't fair to Aoife. So he'd hidden magic in the necklace with a rune like a coward. It was so ingrained in the metal he'd melted and formed into the sunburst that he doubted even his parents would notice his signature magic within. For now, it was his secret, his avoidance, his guilt. Because he really wanted to kiss her. He almost had. Would have done a lot more if his tail hadn't reminded him she'd been exhausted and cold for days because he was so stupid to forget that she needed sunshine to exist. "You're avoiding me." Kizros jerked to attention, his tail whipping to keep him balanced as he hurriedly pretended to sweep, all to distract him from the blue-haired human now glaring up at him. "Avoiding you?" he scoffed, absolutely avoiding her. "How preposterous!" "Kiz, you haven't said a word to me in almost 2 days. You've hidden back here." Fuck. Maybe he'd been a little too obvious. He continued sweeping nothing. "Well, I'm sure you don't enjoy being talked at all day." "I assure you I do." Kizros stumbled, and even his tail behaved for the moment. She enjoyed that? Now would be the time that Thalvik's insults would echo through his mind, but as Kizros finally met Aoife's eyes, that insecurity was lost. There was truth in her gaze, but so much more. Hope, kindness, vulnerability. How was it that eyes of so many colors could be so expressive? And so tantalizing? He immediately turned away from the temptation. Then regretted it when he heard a small, disappointed sigh leave her lips. "Have I upset you?" "Of course not," he blurted, then realized, if anything, he was now the cause of such uncertainty and sadness painting her voice. More shame settled in his gut. "Then I did something wrong," Aoife muttered. "I doubt you're capable of either," Kizros grunted, his mind whirring to try to stop this from going any further. Her proximity, her subtle coolness, and the way he knew she was fiddling with her crutch handles, because he'd obsessed over every detail of her, was making him lose focus. How could he get her away from him while proving that she was not the problem? She huffed. "Is it because I kissed you?" "I'd hardly call that a kiss." Well, fuck. His mind clearly didn't want distance, and judging by the silence that followed, he'd said that aloud. Couldn't take it back now. Slowly, Kizros turned to face her again. He wasn't sure what he might see, but he braced himself for the worst of it. That the look she'd given him in the greenhouse was only contingent on her survival. That she'd learned he was terrible at knowing when someone was lying and used it against him. That she'd laugh and say he was foolish to care for a human so much that he'd fall for her. Instead, Aoife was smirking, like she'd known this entire time why he'd been avoiding her. Which, of course, she did. She was brilliant. That little spark in her gaze didn't dim, not as her eyes trailed down his chest to his flicking tail, then back to his face. "Is that so?" There was no embarrassment on her cheeks beyond the natural soft pink flush of her skin, though Kizros could feel his own warming at how thoroughly she watched him. He shoved his glasses back in place. "It was a peck on the cheek." "Factual," Aoife replied with a hum. "So, what would you consider a kiss?" He grunted past the lump growing in his throat. "Lips, tongue, hands." "You're just listing body parts, Kiz." His jaw clenched at how she said his name. "Aoife." She blinked innocently. "I'm asking a serious question. What do you consider a kiss so I know what to do next time?" Next time? Kizros wet his lips. "I don't know what your customs are," Aoife continued, eyes dipping to his mouth. "But I've spent most of my life being told what I can't do. So when I see something I want, something I can control, propriety or not, I'm not afraid to say it." She stepped closer, tilting her chin further. "Kizros, I would very much like to know how you want to be kissed, so I can do it right."
"Aoife,"
he rasped, then swallowed to keep his initial thoughts back. He didn't want to reject her, but he couldn't take advantage of this position. It didn't matter, because she saw everything. Damn twitch in his eye. She leaned back, smirk fading. "Unless you don't actually want that with me." Now her cheeks went from pink to red, and she turned away faster than he'd ever seen her move. His tail whipped out, twisting around her hips as he yanked her back around. His body was quick but gentle, and as his tail deposited her against the back wall, he caged her within his arms. Aoife sucked in a breath, eyes wide as he leaned down to meet her eye to eye. "One thing first," Kizros muttered, fascinated with how the blackness in her eyes grew to nearly encompass the blue. "Before I tell you how you consume my thoughts and make me want to bloom every flower in this damn city for you, I need to know you don't feel this way simply because I gave you sunshine." Her brows pinched, eyes flickering over his face so quickly he noticed when she connected the threads and froze. "You weren't given a choice," he continued, so painfully close to her body that he could feel each rise and fall of her chest. "I nearly killed you, and I hold the source of one thing that you need to live." Aoife's lips twisted, head tilting toward the back door in thought. "Then let me ask you something." She turned back to him, and in that moment he felt as if she were the one caging him in. "If either of us didn't want this, or it didn't work out, would you take that sunshine away from me?" He snarled in disgust. "What? Of course not. I'm not a—" "Monster," she finished, brow raised. "I know, Kiz. I've met monsters. It's the whole reason I'm here." Her hands flexed on her crutches. "This is why you've been avoiding me?" Shame clogged his throat, so he closed his eyes and nodded. A breath passed, and then a soft touch brushed over his cheek. He leaned into it, opening his eyes to find Aoife's thumb stroking where she'd pressed her lips only days before. "It's not because of the sunshine," she whispered. Kizros slowly inhaled, using the breath to control his restraint. How else was he supposed to just kiss her, still feeling that guilt coil in his belly? Barely 2 weeks had passed in Heck, and she'd spent that time in an infirmary, his shop, and her room. He'd either cooked for her or brought food back for meals, sheltering her from the outside world and making him her only source of comfort. How could she have suffered all those horrors of her past and still chosen him, of all demons, when she hadn't seen any more of this world? And yet, he was selfish, because despite those thoughts, he was leaning closer, feeling Aoife's breath across his lips, watching her eyes darken in that strange, intense way. His tail was still curled around her waist, holding her weight but tightening ever so slightly to keep her from tilting her hips forward. As much as he wanted to feel her small body press against his, as much as he wanted to be that warmth and shield for her, he had no intention of ruining this moment by showing her exactly how far he'd fantasized taking a kiss. Kizros's eyes dipped, catching a glimpse of her pink tongue slipping over her lower lip. He was meant to be explaining how he liked to be kissed, but what if he just showed her instead, it would be much faster, and from the way her skin flushed and her breathing sped up as he drew closer, he didn't think she remembered her initial request. His nose brushed hers, soft like her hand still cradling his face. He tilted his chin. "Hello!" came the sing-song voice over the shop's tinkling bell. Kizros groaned, pressing his forehead against Aoife's as she snorted. "Glad one of us finds this funny," he grumbled, then tapped the ring between her nostrils, dragging his finger down to her pillowy lips. "This is not over." "Anyone here?" came the voice again, and Kizros rolled his eyes as he pushed away from this tiny human to attend to the customer, thanking all the gods that the surprise had interrupted the blood flow elsewhere. But when he weaved out of the aisles, he stopped short. "Brioni!" The red-haired human stood just inside the door, twisting her hips back and forth as her skirt danced around her knees. She whipped her head away from the counter to where he'd appeared from the back, her smile growing wider. "Kizros!" she cheered, bouncing on her toes as he strolled past. She gave a little finger wiggle toward Tim. "And hello, cutie!" Tim vibrated a vial off the shelf, but luckily Aoife turned the corner in time to catch it and tuck it back in place. "Aoife!" Brioni nearly screeched, and if Tim hadn't knocked the potion off the shelf, then Brioni's excited jump would have. "You're feeling better! Oh, Kizros was telling me you were feeling sick when I came by the other day, but I'm so glad to see you up and moving around." Aoife blinked, glancing between Kizros and the woman. Yeah, feeling better. Brioni, I think I heard?" "Oh, yes, sorry. Forgot I only introduced myself to the green guy. Call me Bree," she said. Aoife snorted, then gave Kizros a once-over. "The green guy, huh?" Kizros shrugged, leaning against the counter to watch the two humans. "Anyway," Brioni said, "I would love to stay and chat, but this is my last stop and I've been on my feet all day. Kizros told me to stop by to pick up the contraceptive and other medicines for the humans." He nearly smacked himself in the forehead. "Did he now?" Aoife hummed, then gave him a look that had him squirming. Kiss blocked by his own damn scheduling. Brioni looked at him, then Aoife, back to him, and finally said, "You two are so weird. I love it." She waggled her brows at Aoife. "Very friendly." Kizros didn't understand what she meant by that. He was friendly with everyone, especially customers and humans who worked with him. That Kizros' special charm. He reached behind the counter for the bag that he'd luckily had the forethought to pack while Aoife was out in the sunshine. "Here you go, Bree. Aoife has everything labeled so there shouldn't be any issues. And—" he cleared his throat. "I guess it tastes good, too?" Aoife raised a brow at him, but thankfully didn't say anything as he passed the bag to Bree. This is a lifesaver, Aoife. You have no idea. Well, you do, because you are the only one of us who thought to have this. The only one smart enough to make it, too." "It's not a big deal," Aoife said, dipping her chin as a soft pink rose to her cheeks. Her fingers curled around her necklace, and he felt a surge of possessiveness that she sought comfort in something he'd gifted her. "It is a big deal," Kizros interjected, frowning down at her. "You worked hard on this, made sure it was perfect so that you and the other humans could be more comfortable. That's not nothing, Aoife." She blinked her bright blue eyes up at him, and now he really hated himself for how he wanted to scoop her up and tell her repeatedly how smart and thoughtful she was, preferably while kissing each freckle across her nose and cheeks, maybe elsewhere. Bree cleared her throat, but he continued to stare that truth at Aoife, hoping she'd understand. And maybe she did, because the nervous fidgeting of her fingers settled. "Very friendly," Brioni laughed, turning toward the door, then immediately swung back around. "Oh, almost forgot. This is for you." She shoved a letter at Kizros, then gave a dramatic wave as if she were saying goodbye to the entire shop. "I'll tell the girls to come visit. Bye, Tim." The bell chimed, indicating the human had left, but Kizros was too busy staring at the letter to confirm. He slid a claw under the seal, swallowing his nerves, then unfolded the parchment. "Kiz, everything okay?" Aoife asked, blue hovering in his peripheral. He grunted, realizing that his luck had finally run out. Cold seeped through his limbs, and if he'd been blessed with spikes or armor, they'd be fortifying. Slowly and methodically, he braced himself from the inside. Kizros folded the paper back up, but couldn't muster more than half a smile as he looked at Aoife. Human Aoife. Sweet sunshine Aoife. Not his Aoife. "My parents have requested we join for a family dinner." Chapter 9. Family Dinner. Kizros. Kizros had been given 3 days to stew in his anxiety. Well, he'd been given 3 days to clear his schedule of any potential conflicts, and since he was an awful liar, he couldn't even come up with a fake excuse to avoid it. Not that he'd ever done such a thing, even if he'd wanted to. So, 3 days of anxiety it was. And 3 days from avoiding any sort of conversation or close quarters with the one person he so desperately wished he could confide in. Aoife sat across from him in the carriage, a soft blue dress pillowing out at her hips and spread across the seat. Brioni had delivered it the day before, and apparently the long sleeves had been embroidered by one of the other humans. Silver flowers and vines decorated the scooping collar and trailed down her wrists where they secured over her rune cuff. The leggings, silver to match the stitching, were tucked into flat ankle boots that he'd noticed she wore with all of her outfits. So dangerous. How he would have much preferred to keep her home than be here. Peel those leggings from her thighs and count all the freckles on her skin. But she was not his, and he could not keep her sequestered away. He was not a monster, and he'd kept himself busy so that he wouldn't dare tempt himself to do something foolish. Like kiss her, no matter how much he wanted to. "Whoa," Aoife whispered. Her blue hair twisted around her finger as she stared toward the home at the end of the pathway. She dyed her hair again, the blue a richer hue than before, her own recipe combined with the stronger pigments of demon native flowers, leaving her shoulder-length strands shining in the waning moonlight. Beautiful, utterly stunning. And now he was trying very hard to scrub those thoughts from his brain as he stared at his childhood home looming over them. Already he could see his older sister and younger brother chatting against the marble balustrade, the white columned backdrop and bright lights illuminating their varying shades of green skin. His youngest sister was likely inside already, gossiping with their aunt. And since his parents were waiting at the base of the stairs to greet them instead of waiting at the doorway, he had a feeling he knew what the topic would be. As their carriage rolled to a stop, he caught his father's mildly concerned look toward the Capian before his famous Costeri smile was back in place.
"Kizros, so glad you could join us."
Kizros hopped out of the cart and gave a polite nod to his dad, then leaned down to accept air kisses from his mother. A dozen ideas of voicing his displeasure lingered on his tongue, particularly how this was most likely a political stunt for his father's campaign, but he instead chose to say, "Thank you for inviting us." His mother pulled away, squeezing his arms gently. As predicted, she had none of the tact his father possessed in her greeting. "Surely you could have saved time walking instead of waiting for a ride. I just know Villa Saraxi is going to have questions as to why my son had to hire such a lazy form of transportation when—" Kizros had already turned away from her, offering a steady hand for Aoife to exit. He lingered not just for her comfort, but for his own, as she descended to the unstable rocks at their feet. Or perhaps so he could hide his embarrassment at his mother's behavior from his ever-observant father. What he didn't account for was Aoife's ever-observant eye as well. She adjusted her skirt and then gripped her crutches, offering his parents a wide smile and her own polite nod. "Hello, Eucala. Karath. I'm Aoife. It's lovely to meet you."
Karath placed a hand on his wife's shoulder. "Nice to have you visit, both of you." His eyes flashed to Kizros, but that smile remained in place as he waved a hand to the house. "Please, let's head inside. Dinner is almost ready." His parents turned almost as one and began the climb up the 24 stairs at a quick pace. Kizros took one look and nearly cursed aloud.
"It's fine, Kiz," Aoife whispered, taking the first step. "Just maybe don't let me fall backward. It's a long way down."
Kizros blinked at the human, searching her face to find only humor in her smile, but he failed to see anything funny about the situation as she continued toward the house. His parents were already at the door by the time they noticed Kizros and Aoife weren't immediately behind them, and it seemed his mother had been holding one half of a conversation with no clue there was no one to listen to her. Even his sister and brother had stopped talking to not so subtly watch them walk up the steps.
"That's your older sister, right?" Aoife asked, slightly out of breath. "Zestala? And your brother is Tarkoth?"
"Hmm?"
Kizros mumbled, keeping a fraction of a step behind her as she wobbled.
"Oh, yes."
"They look like you," she said. "Are all demons the same color as their parents?" He hummed, thankful for the distraction from having his family watch them walk upstairs. "Most of the time, colors take after one of the parents. It's an indication of magic passed down. But there are rare cases of neither color or some combination. Ozrax's parents are red and blue, but he got neither fire nor water." "He's the purple demon who tackled the big human?"
Kizros snorted. "Yeah, that's him."
"I'm surprised they haven't killed each other yet."
"I think she has incentive not to stab him. For now," he added as they made it to the doorway.
Most had disappeared, but Zestala waited, her hands shoved into her pants pockets.
"Zesta, how are you?"
"Just fabulous," she purred, her short, curled hair flowing over her even shorter horns. "The twins are causing a ruckus with the nanny, and Zenlisa is working late. All these humans cause such a stir they've been working overtime. You know how it is, don't you?"
Kizros gaped as his sister turned, continuing to talk about her wife's work lately and not bothering to see if anyone was following. He turned to Aoife to apologize.
"You grew up here?" she asked first, neck craning to see the twisting staircases and blinding white marble in every alcove and hallway. Either she was oblivious to Zestala's comments or ignoring them. He hoped the former, but his bet was on the latter. "Is your childhood room still here?"
Kizros narrowed his eyes on her. "Aoife, I'm 38 and I've lived on my own for 20 years.
Her brows rose expectantly, and he grunted, walking ahead.
"Yes, it's still here."
"I want to see it," she teased, following after him. "Please, I need to see what little Kiz's favorite stuffed animal was and where you grew your first defensive garden."
He almost stuttered a step in surprise. She remembered that mention of the box planter outside his window? Surely he hadn't brought it up casually. Probably just an offhanded mention when he talked about how he'd tried to breed a Pyrus canadense with an Iostri timesana because he was terrified someone would sneak through his balcony window after reading a particularly scary story. Yet Aoife had remembered that specific detail. He was still ruminating on that fact, and the little feeling that had burrowed into his chest, when they sat for dinner. His family was in the midst of whatever the latest scandal was in City Hall, but they quieted when he pulled a seat out for Aoife at the long table.
She gave him a smile as she sat, gathering her crutches to lean against her chair.
"Oh, we can move those out of the way,"
his mother said to her left, calling for one of the servants to remove them.
"They aren't in the way, Mother,"
Kizro said plainly, noticing Aoife's shoulders soften in his peripheral as he waved the servant away. Ever the diplomat, his youngest sister Haisha cut into the silence.
"Aoife, it's so nice to meet another human. I've seen Rosalind working around City Hall, and she is always so busy running this way and that. Argus' initiative for the six of you was groundbreaking, wasn't it?"
Aoife nodded.
"Yes, I'm sure it was. I'll admit I've not really had the time to review the documents."
"Surely there's not much for her to do in that little shop of yours?"
His aunt Sestrin cut in, speaking as if Aoife weren't right there.
"Actually,"
Kizro said, leaning out of the way as one of the servants deposited their meals. He nodded his thanks before turning back to Aunt Sestrin.
"Aoife was instrumental in adapting our ingredients to human dosages and medications for the other humans here. And she's been an incredible help with my latest reading attempts."
"Son, please don't use that term at the dinner table,"
his mother chastised.
"It's so uncivilized."
"Speaking of uncivilized,"
Tarkoth added, knife working smoothly through the fager meat.
"Did you hear what House Vumeri proposed yesterday?"
And thus the conversation devolved into Zestala and Karath outlining how they were already preparing their counterproposal in language that Kizros couldn't care less about for a topic he couldn't care even less about. Even his mother and little sister chimed in, all while Aunt Sestrin signaled for more wine as she sent her vegetables back to the kitchen because they were undercooked. Kizros sighed and focused on his own meal. Most family dinners resulted in this. No matter how excited he was, no matter what sort of interesting fact he brought up, he was ignored for what the rest of his family had turned into their careers. And inevitably, this meal would end with his father once again pulling him aside and asking if he was ready to give up on his silly little plant shop for a more respectable career in politics. He was nearly finished with his meal, vaguely keeping up with the proud announcement Haisha made about her new appointment as their father's assistant, when he noticed Aoife set down her utensils. Since she'd been sick, he'd taken to keeping a closer eye on her, monitoring the state of her freckles and flush of her skin, but also the little things that he knew she still hid from him. Winces or stumbles, how she sometimes leaned to subtly disguise sliding her hip back into place, but mostly the tremor in her fingers. The reason she still struggled to get a rune to work, but more importantly, a sign she was hurting. Kizros caught the slight shake of her pinky finger as she slipped her hand from the table and set it on her lap. And then he noticed the meat on her plate, a few jagged and superficial lines cut over the surface, but only one or two missing slices from the offering. Anything that didn't need a knife had been eaten, but the tough fager had barely been touched. Not nearly enough food to sustain her. Without a second thought, Kizros reached over and stabbed his fork into the slab, holding it steady as he began to carve. After slicing off a few pieces, he snagged her fork and skewered a bite, handing it off to Aoife without a word. Of course, thoughts of feeding her himself flitted through his mind, simply because he entertained the idea of doing it with berries and fruits while they were both gloriously naked. But he shoved them down, reminding himself that he was not meant to be enamored with his human colleague. When the fager was cut, he returned to his own plate, oblivious to the silence that had fallen around the table. But when he glanced back to Aoife to confirm she was still eating, her blue eyes were soft and full of sunshine, staring up at him with such gratefulness that maybe he didn't need to feel like a monster. Not when someone could look at him like that and make him forget why he felt so small here. Or, more specifically, remind him what it felt like to feel happy.
Chapter 10. A Well-Timed Stroll. Aoife. Aoife was a master of many things. Finding a workaround for an accessibility issue, ignoring ableist comments, dyeing the hair on the back of her head. Normally, she'd include preserving a smile in the face of obvious disrespect when she wasn't in a safe position to rebuke the action. But her patience was so thin, she thought she might inadvertently set a painting on fire with her thoughts. She had just made strides with Kizros after he'd avoided her, only for him to receive the invitation from his parents and shut her out again. Now she understood why. She'd watched him slowly fall silent, watched any excitement he might share get whittled away as his family ignored him until he only offered barbed smiles and silent nods. But then he'd cut her food when he noticed her stop eating, and looking at him in that moment had solidified something in her chest. Kizros wasn't meant for silence. He was meant for rambling thoughts and charming jokes and little flowers sprouting out of every crisscross of his belt. And she wanted to pick up right where they'd left off in the shop days ago. But Aoife didn't know what she was meant to do here. Stand up and defend him, and possibly embarrass him? Offend the Casteri name and find herself in violation of some clause in her work papers she'd still not read? Somehow end up alienating herself and Kizros even further, to the point he may not want her around? Worse, since Karoth had requested he and Kizros have a private drink in his study after dinner, she was left helpless to offer any kind of support Kiz might need. And though she doubted she might find any sort of buffer with the presence of his siblings, she missed their company after their suspiciously uncomfortable and hasty departures.
"This one is my favorite,"
Eukella said, already a dozen paces ahead of where Aoife was both trying to keep up and also not trying all that hard. The demon stared up at the large canvas, a soft smile on her lips.
"Kizros has some connections with a few artists, quite talented demons, but no one has been able to pinpoint the identity of this artist in particular. We have several of their paintings, including a larger one in the study."
Aoife looked up at the painting, a scene of shadowy figures dancing in a dark wood, admiring the few things she understood about art. The use of space, the colors, the emotions it evoked. She felt a subtle sense of longing, mixed with a hint of rebellion, which was truly a fascinating thing to consider when she'd not been exposed to much art in her past, let alone that of demon make. Eukella continued her not-so-casual stroll and asked over her shoulder,
"Do you have family back in the human world?"
Aoife shifted on her feet, a cold pit trying to open in her stomach. "I do."
"Oh,"
Eukella sighed, holding a clawed hand over her heart even as she kept walking.
"They must miss you terribly. I'm so sorry."
It didn't feel threatening, but it also didn't feel all that genuine. Enough that Aoife held her tongue on admitting or acknowledging Eukella's perceived sympathies, even if her thoughts threatened to cloud her focus. Kizros has been really wonderful since we got here, though. He's supported me, but also gone out of his way to make sure the other humans have what we need. Aoife nearly clutched at her gifted necklace, but the dimmed smile on Eukella's face had her tightening her hand on her crutch instead.
"So much potential, my boy. Wasted on that silly little shop,"
she hummed. Then, like she was pulled out of a trance, nearly skipped to the last painting at the end of the hall.
"Oh, and this one I snatched right up from Villas Siraxi."
Aoife didn't give a farting fudge about the next painting, not when she realized exactly how timed Eukella's arrival was to this location. Just beyond her, through the partially cracked door, she could already hear Karoth's deep voice.
"That was your first mistake."
Aoife slowed her approach, disappointment creeping up her spine.
"Is this really what you called me in here for?"
Kizros asked, and already Aoife could hear the impatience dripping from his voice.
"Look,"
his father continued, and Aoife could see the smug tilt of Eukella's chin like she was smelling victory.
"It's respectable what you did, but you've already noticed the repercussions. Just think about it."
By the sound echoing from the office, Kizros had just slammed a glass object down with so much force, Aoife was surprised nothing had shattered.
"I'm not sequestering Aoife to the back room," nor keeping her from that work. She's done nothing wrong."
Cold sluiced down Aoife's spine as she stiffened.
"And for the record,"
Kizros continued, voice rising,
"she's actually improved half a dozen of my methods already from redundant steps and alternate ingredients. A few clients creating bullshit excuses to shop elsewhere doesn't bother me because I never wanted nor needed their business. So don't pretend you're worried about my finances when I've been doing this for years and not once asked for your advice." "Watch your tone, son,"
Karoth growled, but Kizros's answering scoff was louder.
"Don't you dare insult her again. Do I make myself clear?"
he snarled, and this time it was Eukella who stiffened at her son's declaration.
"And the next time you speak about her disability with disgust or suggest I trade her for another, just remember our history, what our ancestors were called here to be, and what those humans almost became. Aoife deserves to take up as much space as she likes, and if I don't hear from Rosalind that you've petitioned for more protections and accessibility for the humans, I will drag the Casteri name through Dreadmoor's muck and not regret a thing. I have enough on you and Mother to last an entire week of court hearings, and I can easily find more."
Aoife blinked in shock, feeling the sunburst charm warm against her skin. There was an awfully long silence before Karoth said slowly,
"Is that a threat?"
Kizros snorted.
"Thought that was pretty fucking clear."
Aoife jolted as the door swung open, Kizros's body filling the doorway in a rush. He froze when he spotted her, glanced over to find his mother looking horrified, then ground his jaw as he turned away. Fury and disappointment weighed on his features as he strode toward Aoife, stopping just before her. To her surprise, his teeth had elongated into sharp points, confirming she had noticed it before, even if he'd hidden them from her. His chest rose and fell, and though he looked to have a million things he wanted to say, nothing but angry breaths escaped his lips. But despite that anger, she could see something else in the blackness of his eyes. A vulnerability and a fear, not just for what she might have overheard, but what his anger had manifested in him. His version of the violence he despised had slipped through the cracks in his armor, and he was terrified. Terrified for what she might think of him now. Aoife kept her eyes locked on his tormented ones, softened everything about her, even though she wanted to match his fury. With careful balance, she reached out and placed her hand on his chest, pressed against the heart pounding wildly against her palm. "Let's go home, Kiz," she whispered gently. He blinked down at her, jaw working with what she knew would be some cruel remark that he would regret come morning. But in that moment, she saw so much of herself in him, a pain that ran deeper than what lived on the surface, but also something stronger, desperate to shine through. So, Aoife slid her hand down to find his palm, wrapping her fingers around his warm skin. Even with the threat of his sharp claws, she didn't hesitate. He would never hurt her. "Please," she said, squeezing gently. "They don't deserve any more of your beautiful voice tonight." It broke whatever numbness he'd fallen into. Kizros nodded, and without another glance back, he gave her space to turn so they could walk away from his parents. Chapter 11. Blue Decor. Aoife. Aoife folded her hands in her lap, picking at her fingernail to keep from some other dramatic reaction to Kizros's silence, like unraveling the stitching of her dress or flinging herself over him to protect him from the curious looks their carriage was getting. She'd wondered, at his request earlier that evening, that the driver stay in the Casteri courtyard, but was starting to understand a lot more about the demon sitting across from her. Kizros held a fist to his mouth, barely bothered by the movement of the cart, as he stared out at nothing. It was such a horrible contrast to even his anxious actions. She feared for what might be running through his thoughts. Well, she suspected she did know, and that was even worse than watching him shut her out in favor of busy tasks like sweeping the same corner of the shop for 3 days straight, or overwatering Tim until he actively started moving his pot away from the watering can. But even in his absent-minded state, Kizros still offered the driver a polite nod of thanks when they made it back to the shop, waiting until he was certain Aoife was clear of the carriage before sending it away. And he was still respectful, opening the shop door and letting her enter first. Despite the always fresh, earthy smell of the apothecary, the air felt heavy as Kizros closed the door and locked it behind him. Aoife watched patiently, body leaning against Tim's shelf while the vine anxiously writhed against her shoulder, mirroring the emotion from his owner. Kizros pressed his forehead to the door, tension lining his shoulders. He inhaled audibly, then blew a long enough breath out that it condensed on the glass. He didn't bother reaching up to light the shop, and with the starlight outside, it was dark but not impossible to see when his shadow finally turned away from the door.
Aoife, I'm so...
She didn't allow his apology any further. She'd already been moving when he started to turn, so it took her less than a stride to have her body against his before she leaned up to kiss him. A real one this time. His lips were pure warmth, soft and pliant like the petals of the flowers he bred in the greenhouse. Aoife's body curved against his for purchase, and she pressed up onto her toes to get closer while still clinging to her crutches. There was a thud when Kizros knocked into the door, a momentary inhalation of surprise as he pulled back in shock. And then, she didn't need stabilization any longer. His arms wrapped underneath her ribs, holding her to him, and he tilted his head and molded his mouth to hers again. This is what a kiss should be. Lips, curving against hers with just enough demanding pressure. Feeling and sensing and learning someone new. Smiling when he lifted her until her feet no longer touched the ground, and she squeaked out a surprised but happy laugh. Tongue. A soft dip at first, teasing her lower lip and asking for permission. And then more, as Aoife opened to let him sweep in. Kizros moaned, and the heat of him against her tongue had her matching the noise. And then there were hands. They flexed against her sides before he was sliding one up her spine, to her neck, and then diving into her hair to hold her tighter. Just a light scraping of his nails as he tightened his grip, and Aoife's whole body was set aflame. Her fingers uncurled from where they'd gripped his shoulders for balance, sliding up and around his neck as he bent to set her back on the ground. "Fuck," Kizros muttered against her mouth, his heaving breaths moving their bodies in sync. He blinked behind glasses that had shifted askew, a shocked smile tilting his lips.
Aoife, you...
Still supported by his grip, Aoife unwound an arm from his neck and smoothed out the lines marring his forehead before adjusting his glasses. Did I do it right? Kizros blinked, then snorted out a laugh before pressing his forehead against hers.
Yeah, Aoife, more than right. That was after...
He trailed off, head turning away fast enough Aoife had to scramble. No more guilt, Kiz. She placed her hands on his cheeks, tilting him back to look at her. They don't get any more of you tonight. Not your voice, not your thoughts, okay? Kizros opened his mouth. And, she cut in, you will not apologize for them or about them. Not after what they did to you. His face squished in disgust.
To me, what they orchestrated, what they said about you,
is not the worst thing anyone has ever done to me. Aoife sat, before immediately snapping her mouth shut. Kizros's eyes narrowed.
Aoife.
She ran her tongue along the inside of her cheek, shaking her head. Look, I don't think it's a coincidence that my routine walk home in broad daylight suddenly became unsafe. My aunt and uncle weren't exactly the best people, okay? His teeth flashed in the starlight, but she urged his gaze back to hers. It's over, Kiz. It's done. They had their motivations, and as awful as it was, I'm here now. That doesn't make what they did okay, but it doesn't serve me to give them any more of myself than they already took. My best revenge isn't going to be violence or yelling or letting their actions weigh me down. My best revenge is to live, to find what makes me happy, to kiss the demon I want to kiss. Kizros swallowed, the shadows furrowing his brow softening.
So I'm just a revenge kiss?
Aoife huffed a laugh, fingers teasing the base of his horns. No, Kiz, you're not just anything. But promise you won't ever let anyone make you feel as if you shouldn't be heard. And that you'll kiss me like that again. Somehow, his eyes seemed to darken further, a tongue running over one of his fangs as he smirked.
I promise, that kiss was just the beginning of what I want to do with you.
A shudder rolled through her body at the growl in his voice, and Aoife pulled her lip between her teeth. Then what exactly are we still doing downstairs? Kiss Rose! Aoife was already hoisted into his arms, not quite over his shoulder, but close enough. He only needed a single arm to hold her weight, grip banded just under her rear to carry her toward the stairs. His tail bobbed behind, carrying her crutches with no effort.
Sorry,
he called around her body as he took the first steps.
Was there more to that sentence?
She let out a happy sigh, leaning herself on his shoulder. No, this urgency is the gist of it.
Because I'll happily take you to the greenhouse. Plenty of surfaces we can work with.
Aoife straightened, twisting around his head to get a better look at his face. Kizros, you're a little freaky, aren't you? His steps slowed, and from her angle, she could see his cheeks turning a dark green. She let out a hum, then perched her elbows on his upper back. Good. That's what I was hoping for. He squeezed her thighs, then paused at the top of the steps.
Would you prefer your room?
And pass on the chance to see your room for the first time? Aoife asked, enjoying her unobstructed view down his lean back. Darn him, and that intriguing tail. Kizros laughed, changing directions.
Aoife, it's the exact same as yours, just on the other side of the building.
Well, now you've ruined the illusion.
I'll make it up to you,
he replied, pushing through his door.
And, for the record, you're welcome in here any time.
Aoife gaped, unable to process the weight of that invitation when she was stunned by the interior. True, it was the mirror to her own bedchamber layout, but where hers was clean and minimalistic like a guest suite, Kizros's room was homey. It was lived in and loved, and so utterly perfect for the demon still carrying her. The walls had been painted a deep green, his magic signature glowing in the little bobbing lights around the tall ceiling. The curtains over the window were closed, but starlight from the backyard still illuminated the cream and tan fabric hanging down. Shelves lined the walls on either side of the bed, plants and books neatly organized as she'd expected. Below, the mattress sat on a wooden frame and headboard with a raw, natural shape, and the linens matched the curtains and fabric ottomans at the foot of the bed. What drew her eye, though, was the solid wall across from the bed. Vines blanketed the entire surface, so thick there was no visible paint behind it, but through the thick greenery, blue flowers bloomed in intricate patterns. Their petals seemed to wave as they entered, swaying in a non-existent breeze. That blue doesn't really go with the decor, Aoife commented when Kizros set her on the bed and leaned her crutches against his bedside table. Kizros frowned, glanced at the flowers, then back to her with that same frown. She must have missed something because he suddenly grinned, shaking his head.
No, I think it goes perfectly.
She almost scoffed. For a demon who had so expertly decorated his room, he didn't seem to realize that white or cream flowers would have been much more cohesive. But then he was leaning over her, kissing her again, pressing her back to the mattress, and she didn't really care.
Tell me what I can do, Aoife,
he panted between their lips.
Because as much as I want to impress you, it's been a while.
She nipped at his lip, then wriggled back until she was more situated on the bed. If the basics are the same, she said, eyeing the bulge in his slacks as he knelt on the bed. I think we start there. I don't know if I have the stamina or the hip strength to do everything I want to do with you tonight.
Fuck.
Kizros shuddered, kicking off his shoes and reaching for her boots.
May I?
Yeah, Kiz. Leggings, too. He didn't hesitate at her instruction, nor at what she typically hid underneath pants. One of her recurring challenges, besides her hip subluxation and tremors, was an extremely tight right calf that made walking on her own difficult. The foot curved inward, sometimes swollen and sometimes limp. After so many therapies, stretches, and broken bones as a child, she'd chosen to stick with crutches permanently. Granted, her aunt and uncle had influenced that decision too, but she'd gotten used to the crutches and didn't mind them so much any longer. Kizros only leaned down, pressed a kiss to her inner ankle, and whispered,
I knew you had more freckles.
Tears threatened to prick her eyes, not from surprise, but at how reverently he'd said those words against her skin. The warmth of his lips traveled up her leg, glasses frames tickling as he kissed each point where she knew there was a cluster of freckles. She almost complained when he stopped at her knee and rose up, but then he was fisting the back of his shirt and pulling it over his head. Aoife hummed out an appreciative noise as he freed his horns from the fabric and tossed the shirt aside. His body was all lean muscle, shoulders wide and toned from his work in the greenhouse and mixing potions in the shop. Her eyes trailed down over green skin, odd and yet human-ish, and she had the delightful idea of tasting every one of the muscles flexing over his abdomen. Then her gaze landed on the somehow larger tent of his pants as his fingers toyed with the laces.
Stop looking at me like that,
Kizros muttered, cheeks dark and eyes darker. Her attention flicked up, and she raised a brow. Like I'm very interested in figuring out what male demon genitalia looks like? Unlike others who had blanched at her technical verbiage before, Kizros merely took it in stride.
Yes, because it's already hard to concentrate with you laying under me like this and looking so tempting.
I'm still dressed.
You think that matters?
Aoife blushed. Most would have me naked already.
And miss this sight?
He asked teasingly, tugging the knot in his belt free.
First, I'm insulted you think I'm like most. Second, you run cold, so as much as I want to count your other freckles, I'm not removing any more of your clothing until I can immediately replace that warmth.
Well, he didn't have to go and make her wetter than she already was, but somehow that made her ache even more. Up until he shoved his pants down past his thighs. Human-ish. She could at least form that thought at the sight of him bobbing free. Definitely put humans to shame in size and length, or at least the men she'd been with. But as Kizros maneuvered to get his pants off, Aoife pushed to sit up. That's different. Kizros set his pants off to the side warily.
Good different? Bad different?
Aoife blinked. Well, if I knew what it was, I could probably answer. That bigger bit on the base. He glanced down, not ashamed in the slightest at being entirely naked and observed.
The knot.
He met her gaze, hand scratching at the back of his head.
It swells a little more to ensure it locks my seed inside. I don't have to go that far.
Why not? I'm taking a contraceptive, Aoife said, cocking her head. Just a casual study of it, and she could tell it would still fit, albeit tightly. In fact, based on the location, it would feel absolutely incredible. Plus, it may or may not have piqued a fantasy or two of hers. Unless it's uncomfortable for you, I'd never pressure—
I'd like to,
Kizros blurted, adjusting his glasses.
With you. It's very sensitive, and
Apparently he had that fantasy too. Aoife grinned as he trailed off, reaching up to tilt his face back to hers. It's not embarrassing. We try it tonight, we keep talking, and then we get to have some very delicious conversations, apparently while you're locked inside me. Kizros shuddered, then groaned as she grabbed the hem of her dress and pulled it up and over her head. By the time she was free of the fabric, hair staticky, his gaze had dropped exactly where she knew it would, and he'd fallen silent. The lacy teal set had been stuffed inside the dress prior to delivery. Brione's gift, no doubt. Aoife didn't have that woman's chest, but she wasn't lacking either, and the way the ribbon tied definitely did her a service. A single bow between her breasts would unravel the covering, but while it was difficult to keep herself contained in the strapless lace, she had to admit she'd admired it in the mirror. The demon swallowed, and even his tail had gone slack.
Fuck.
You can touch me, Kiz, she reminded him. His hand shook as he raised it. Then he slowly trailed a clawless fingertip against the side of her breast. It curved around her, heat following that touch like a fire igniting under her skin. The necklace hanging at her chest pulsed and warmed with his attention. He turned a knuckle to the underside, dragging it up and over her nipple, where he promptly stopped. Flicked his eyes up to hers with even more heat than his touch and magic combined. She'd barely pulled her lower lip between her teeth when he took the end of that unraveling ribbon and yanked it loose. The knot fell away with the rest of the fabric, bearing her, and Kizros growled.
"You've been keeping these a secret the entire time?"
he asked, hunger flashing in the depths of his eyes. His finger came back to circle her nipple, just barely brushing over the bar piercing. Aoife inhaled sharply. "You seemed content at our previous pace. I'd never rush you."
No. This is absolutely a moment where you should have rushed me."
He groaned, then leaned in to take the other one into his mouth. She threw her head back, letting out a soft moan as his tongue teased and flicked. Her hands grabbed for anything to keep her stable, which of course was the back of his head and one horn as she held him to her. Kizros chuckled against her skin, slowly laying her back to the bed while following all her little nudges to what she liked. And then he switched, giving the other his attention, while the cool air made her wet nipple ache with a different kind of torture. Somewhere, she mumbled out a yes when he requested to remove the lace from her hips. And then she was feeling his skin against all of her. "Kiz," she grunted, unable to push her hips up to find any friction or release. She couldn't even squirm, not just because of his body over hers, but her inability to find the strength to push off the bed to search for it. "Kiz, more." He pulled away, though it looked like he was pained to do so.
"Sorry. Yes, later."
He stayed close, hovering over her but giving her more space to wiggle while still keeping his warmth.
"Where is best for you? Are you hurting?"
As much as she wished she didn't have to admit it, she nodded. "I don't think my hips can go much wider than this tonight. Bending might not be the best either." She'd sworn to herself that she'd stop feeling guilty about accommodations, even when her past partners had grumbled or called her lazy. The few who had preferred her to just lay there never got access, and she'd become quite skilled with her hand or dated other women who had known what to do much better than any man could. Kizros didn't flinch at her admission, though. He only looked at her thoughtfully, brightened with an idea, and started moving. He knelt over her right leg, then ran a smooth hand over her left hip and thigh.
"Can you raise this one a bit? Twist a fraction to your side to face me for a second?"
He helped her shift, then reached up to grab a pillow to support behind her shoulders and lower back. With this angle, it wouldn't stress her hip, and it allowed him to hold the weight of her straightened leg while she remained on her back. Behind him, his tail flicked out to grab something from the bedside table, but it was lost to the first slip of his finger at her center. Aoife nearly cursed. Kizros did.
"Blazes, you're so wet."
Panting because his finger just froze there, she managed to throw him a confused glare at the subtle question in his response. "Did you think I wasn't aroused?" He frowned.
"Of course not. It's just female demons don't produce this much. Their points of arousal are deeper."
His tail came closer, a jar full of a clear, viscous liquid.
"We're usually prepared."
Aoife snorted. "Well, definitely still use that, and no, my arousal point is more on the outside."
"Really?"
Kizros asked, and he would have pulled her leg open to see for himself if she hadn't stopped him with a hand clamping on the one still annoyingly unmoving. Below the curls between her legs, she slowly guided him to that spot, watching his eyes widen in fascination as she bucked at the sensation of his warmth touching her.
"Oh, that is very nice,"
he mused.
"Easy to find, and so many different ways to bring you pleasure with it right here."
She almost laughed and said that most men couldn't, but Kizros wasn't most men. He wasn't even a man at all, really, but that thought didn't bother her. Not as he switched his hand for the blunt edge of his tail to keep teasing her. Not as he coated his length and that knot with the lubrication. And definitely not as he gently pressed the head of his cock inside her. Kizros groaned, tilting his hips to slide just a little farther before pulling out again.
Fuck, Ava. His hand adjusted on her thigh, but he didn't try to raise it or shift it beyond what she'd asked of him. She held it a little more firmly as he pushed forward again, sliding deeper. The sound of her arousal and the lubrication was something obscene. So much heat where he touched her that the stretch was an afterthought. His tail curled around her ankle, sliding and adding yet another sensation. Not to mention his free hand, gliding up her stomach to caress her skin as he whispered her name and sank farther inside her. Talk. She was supposed to be talking to him, but all she could manage were stuttered breaths and moans of assent. One hand fisted the sheets, the other curled under her head for better purchase as she felt him pull out to nearly the tip. Kizros thrust deeper, not hard, but enough that a new, fluttering sensation started in her belly. The angle and the press of his knot against her clit sent a shock through her system. "Ava," he muttered, falling still as she let out a cry. Good, she stammered, desperate for more friction. That's just new. To be filled fuller than she'd ever experienced, but still not close to being finished. To have so much of her set alight by touch and attention, and somehow feel as if she could take more. I can come like that, Ava realized, sucking in a breath as he slowly pulled back. You're not there? Kizros used his shoulder to push his glasses back up his nose, a slight shimmer of sweat lining his forehead. If I feel you anymore, I won't last. I can take it, she reassured him. Please. Fuck, he grunted, and then he was moving faster, his knot hitting her clit with each forward thrust. Ava marveled at how his muscles moved, how he focused on keeping the strain off her joints as he worked for their pleasure. How he somehow managed to have control over holding her with one arm, squeezing her breast with the other, and teasing her legs with the tip of his tail. And to do all of that while chanting her name with such adoration, she might never allow anyone but him to use it. With the next thrust, as his knot slipped just beyond her entrance, that warmth blooming inside her finally burst. She cried out, straining against his hold as her muscles warmed and limbs shook with the orgasm. There were so many sensations, she was only vaguely aware of Kizros' final push, until somehow he was entirely inside her, and she thought she might actually burst. He leaned forward, holding his weight over top of her as he came, the knot stretching and elongating her pleasure until tears formed at the corners of her eyes. But he was so beautiful and vulnerable when he came, glasses askew and a deep flush to his cheeks, that she blinked them away in favor of watching him. There was a soft ring in Ava's ears by the time he stopped, an extra warmth inside her that soothed where she ought to be sore. With his knot swollen and not going anywhere, Kizros finally gave up leaning on his shaking arm and lowered himself to the bed. He still hadn't removed her leg, but instead gently maneuvered it over his thigh to keep her close. Oh, Ava mumbled, burrowing into his side. This is nice. We're laying on top of the blankets, Kizros said into her hair, arms banding around her naked back. I don't want you to be cold. She didn't think it was possible when he held her like this, even if they were naked. The comfortable silence lasted longer than she expected, his fingers trailing patterns over her back while she tried to mirror them on his chest. She could feel him softening inside, still incredibly warm where he filled her. He pressed a kiss against her forehead and said softly, Ava? Yeah, Kiz? Did I do it right? Ava pulled her head back, just enough to see his entire face as he dipped his chin to study her features. She smiled, tracing a thumb over his cheekbone underneath the frame of his glasses. Yeah, Kiz, more than right. He smiled under her touch. Not to corner you when you can't go anywhere, he began, shifting his hips slightly for emphasis. But after I run a bath for us and we clean up, will you stay with me tonight? She tilted up, enough to where he understood her request. The kiss was soft, reassuring, and weightier than either of them probably realized. And then, against his lips, she whispered, I think you're going to have a hard time getting me to leave. I really like the view.
Chapter 12. Firestarter. Kizros. One night. Kizros had promised himself one night to have her, but then he'd gone and blurted that she had an open invitation to his room. Then he'd touched her, seen her bare skin underneath his body, felt her come around his cock, nodded her. It was every fantasy shattered for a new realization. He wanted Aoife. More than just a fantasy, but a reality. And wasn't he just the worst for it? Maybe she wanted him too, but did she not understand she'd seen nothing of Heck? Of her other options? At the end of the day, she'd still not left the shop, and he still wanted to keep her to himself. He'd selfishly clawed for those extra hours, minutes, seconds with her the other night. When his knot had finally slipped free, he'd have to fight every instinct to shove his release back inside her. And to prove he wasn't some feral monster who wanted to keep her stuffed permanently when she was so clearly tired, he'd run a bath for them and kept his hands off. Mostly off. Not off at all, but that was also the fault of those gold piercings through her nipples driving him mad. She'd then shown him exactly how she liked to touch that exterior pleasure point humans had, and now there were 2 places in his suite he'd never be able to look at again without thinking of her sounds and how soft her body was when she came on his fingers and cock. Then he'd slept next to her, felt her curl against his body in sleep as she sought his warmth, and it was somehow better than fucking her. Holding her, watching her chest rise and fall with each breath, knowing she felt safe enough to be vulnerable with him to ask for more pillows. It was a smugness he'd never thought he was capable of. Kizros had worn that smugness all through the next day, finding every opportunity to watch her as she worked or sneak kisses in between errands. He discovered yet another flower bush had bloomed blue, and at this rate, the entire greenhouse would be that color by fall. Damn psychic plants. Obsessed was probably not a strong enough term for how he felt about Aoife, which was a problem. Because now what was he doing? Going to Ragnar's to get her a fucking pet. At least this wasn't entirely for selfish reasons. Demons weren't unfamiliar with the concept of pets, and after seeing someone walk by the shop yesterday with their leashed Aegean, a spindly, hairless creature, the idea had struck him. With something like Kizros' specific request, Ragnar would have gone out to the Dreadmore with just rope and a determination to help. Thankfully, the demon already had something in mind and was amenable to a visit, especially considering it had been over 2 weeks since he'd visited his friend, despite the letters they'd exchanged over that time. After checking the outskirts of the property and around the stables with no luck, and maybe feeding a beast or 2, Kizros climbed the steps to Ragnar's home. Kiz was so lost in his thoughts he almost didn't notice the door ajar. Ragnar was a self-described hermit. He never left his doors open. Hello?" Kizros called, rapping his knuckles against the wood. He pushed it open a little more, belatedly thinking that now might be a good time to have a weapon or some form of defense in case of an intruder. Okay, no demon was stupid enough to do that, so whatever had made its way inside would be a beast. And if it was strong enough to take out Ragnar, no object Kizros wielded would be effective. He was proven right the moment he stepped over the threshold, a flash of silver making him yelp. "Fuck!" Kizros froze, every thought scrambling from his brain as he stared down at the Adiapir. Well, staring down was relative, because the beast's ears came up to his chest, and the lithe but solid body still reached hip height. Silver fur glinted in the moonlight, its 6 red eyes on a long snout unblinking as it stared back, and Kizros forgot everything he was supposed to do when faced with one of these beasts. It wasn't the claws, dull, or the teeth, only sharp enough to do damage if it had hours to gnaw on your skin, that he had to worry about with this creature. It was the fluffy tail. Whip-fast, ignitable fluffy tail. Fire so hot it sliced fluffy tail. And it was currently in Ragnar's living room. Kizros watched the Adipyr's tail sweep lazily behind it, no flickers of flame yet. With neither of them reacting, he at least managed to breathe out a silent sigh of relief that this was only a kit, which he then remembered wasn't actually a relief because the youngest didn't have control over their fire.
"Hey!"
came a voice deeper inside the home, and Kizros wasn't sure how much more relief and panic swings his heart could take now that he knew Ragnar wasn't dead by Adipyr fire.
"Sit!"
Kizros bent his knees.
"Not you, Kizros,"
Ragnar huffed, half leaning out of the kitchen. Kizros watched as the Adipyr lowered its hind legs, curling its tail at a calm pace until it was sitting patiently at his feet. "Wow," he hummed, chuckling as the creature blinked all 6 of its eyes at different intervals. "You really are the best tamer if you got an Adipyr to follow directions before it's fully grown."
"She'll remain that size."
Kizros choked on a breath, wondering how the typically 6-foot-tall beast could be, at best, 4 feet tall and fully grown.
"I brought her up to meet you,"
Ragnar continued, waving Kizros toward the kitchen.
"Since you're taking her home."
There were many arguments on Kizros's tongue about taking a living flame into his home of very flammable plants who would not appreciate being turned into crisps, but he also trusted his friend. Maybe slightly less now. He kept an eye on the Adipyr as he stepped into the house, closing the door behind him. On his way past the couch, he scratched more behind the ears, the human world dog wagging its tail but respecting Kizros's preference for not being tackled. Kizros sat at one of the table's 2 chairs, watching Ragnar at the stovetop as he fiddled with the tea kettle. The gray demon's linen shirt was slightly wrinkled, untucked at the belt, but even under the loose fabric, Kiz could tell his friend was tense. Well, tenser than normal. His movements were less smooth. Not clumsy per se, but disjointed, as if he kept forgetting what he was doing. And his thick tail kept throwing him off balance, swinging one way when Ragnar attempted to go the other. The Adipyr joined him, sitting by the counter watching the room instead of either of them, and occasionally flicking her ear against Ragnar when he got too close.
"You're quiet,"
Ragnar called over his shoulder.
Is something going on between you and your human?"
"What? No, everything's fine," Kizros blurted, leaning back in an attempt to appear casual. "Why would something be going on?" The Adipyr made a little chirrup noise, then huffed through her nose. "Shush," Kizros said to the beast.
"She senses your distress,"
Ragnar pointed out. Kizros wanted to point out that the Adipyr had chosen to sit next to Ragnar, not him, but he also didn't want to lose the open invite to visit his friend. He was pretty sure he was the only one allowed in Ragnar's home besides the animals. "I'm not distressed," Kizros argued, ignoring the Adipyr's second huff. But then Ragnar turned with the tea tray, unamused, and Kizros groaned. He slumped, pressing his forehead into the table as he muttered, "I'm a horrible demon." Ragnar didn't say anything, only set the tray on the table away from Kizros's horns and pulled out his own chair. This time, when the Adipyr joined them, she wiggled her giant head and ears between the table and into Kiz's lap, nuzzling as deep as she could. "I'm the worst, Ragnar," Kizros mumbled into the table. "I took advantage of the human program, and now I'm suffering the consequences of my actions. Why in the blazes did I say yes to taking one back with me?" There was a shuffling from Ragnar's side of the table before he said,
"I was under the impression things were going well with the human."
"They are." Another shuffle.
But you regret taking one in.
No. Yes? I don't know.
Kizros.
You have to promise not to judge me, Kizros groaned, peeking up off the table. At Ragnar's patient expression, Kizros mumbled, We kissed. A lot. And then slept together. The giant demon's eyes widened, mouth parting. You said you wouldn't judge me, Kizros shouted, pushing himself off the table. The Adipir grumbled at losing her lap, ears flicking in agitation, but at least her tail didn't burst into flames. Ragnar shook his head, wiping a hand down his face.
I didn't say anything, but
that's not judgment. He groaned, shaking his head. Maybe actually tell me what's going on and why this is bothering you so much instead of speaking in cryptic sentences. Start from the beginning. Kizros blew out a long breath, but finally relented. Well, you know how I was called in to deliver the rune cuffs and make sure the humans weren't carrying any diseases? Well, that's all I was going to do. But then Argith had one more human that he couldn't find a sponsor for. Once he started, he couldn't stop. He told Ragnar about how pretty he thought Aoife was at first glance, even though she didn't have a tail, because she had these fascinating things called freckles and dyed her hair blue. But she was also brilliant and worked so hard, sometimes to her own detriment, which is why he'd come here today. He told Ragnar about the sunshine and the smiles and the way his parents had treated her the other night, which made him want to do something with his anger. But he also explained why all of that was a problem. How Aoife never left the shop except to go into the greenhouse. How she hadn't seen any of Heck beyond their little bubble, and that, selfishly, Kizros felt glad he had her to himself. Except that meant she couldn't truly know if she liked Kizros or not, or if it was just because he was always there. If her limited ability to go out on her own, or the fact that she needed the sunshine to live, was the only reason she was staying. If the stupid work program that had initially tied them together was also a weight dragging her down and shackling her once more. Throughout the entire information dump, Ragnar watched with perhaps more focus than Kizros had ever seen. Once he thought Ragnar bounced his knee nervously when he was explaining how Aoife had called him out for avoiding her after she was sick, but the Adiapir hadn't flinched. Out of breath, Kizros finally reached a point where he was mostly just repeating himself. He hung his head in defeat. I don't know what to do. Ragnar sipped from his teacup, comically small in his hands despite still being standard demon make, before gently setting it back on the table. He seemed both lost in thought and patiently waiting for Kizros to finish before he spoke, which was something only Ragnar could do.
What I think,
he began, and Kizros leaned forward in his seat, anxiously waiting for the advice his friend would give. Ragnar paused, not dramatically, but because Kizros was so antsy, it felt as such.
I think I do not understand humans.
Kizros' shoulders deflated.
But,
he continued,
this human has put her trust in the kindest, most honorable demon I know, so she obviously has a good head on her shoulders. If she is as smart as you say she is, she is. Then I do believe she has already given you an answer that should assuage your guilt.
It's not because of the sunshine. Aoife had given him an answer, and Kizros had still doubted it, which meant he was doubting her, and, well, shouldn't he believe her? Shouldn't he trust her just as much as she was trusting him? Hadn't she told him, to his face without any shame whatsoever, that she wanted him? The Adiapir nuzzled into Kizros' lap again, and he found himself scratching the enormous ears as they flattened in contentment. I like Aoife. A lot. Ragnar nodded.
Then stop wasting your time here. Take the runt and go.
Runt. That explained the size, except... I'm not taking a fire starter into my home, Ragnar.
She can't create flame,
The big gray demon explained, eyes downcast, and Kizros wondered if it was an empathy for his own inability to use magic.
I believe her skulk abandoned her, but perhaps they were victims of the latest monster attacks in the Dreadmoor. She's been perceptive around the stables, and I do believe will be of service to Aoife, as well as a good companion to you both.
As if in agreement, the Adiopere chirped and managed to blink all of her eyes in sync.
Chapter 13. What? Aoife. The potion bottle slipped through Aoife's fingers, clipping the edge of the table and beyond her fumbling grip before shattering on the ground. Suffering sugar, she groaned. She gripped a crutch, using it to lower herself to her knees to clean up the glass. Again. It was the second one today, so the dustpan was already at her feet. The sunshine mocked her back as she brushed the shards into the trash before collapsing to sit on the ground. Hours in here, and she'd only managed to disturb the serenity of the place and cost Kizros 2 expensive vials. Aoife turned her palm up, fingers trembling as the warmth of the greenhouse light sank into her skin. Sunlight wouldn't fix her, but the heat was nice, at least, staving off the worst of the pain. It had relieved her to know Kizros was spending the morning running errands, so she could be as slow as she needed. He'd let her sleep in, left a tray of sweets on the counter, then instructed her to take the day off with a kiss to her forehead. The only thing worse than leaving her alone with her thoughts was not allowing her to do any work. So she'd pushed herself further than was wise, sketched a few plants in the compendium she was helping to make for the other humans, and then decided she'd stubbornly figure out those runes until her fingers bled. Which had happened a dozen attempts ago, when she'd broken the first vial and sliced the tip of her thumb by accident. But she'd felt hopeful that today would be the day. It had to be. Something had to go right. Aoife sighed and let her arm go limp in her lap, closing her eyes. Maybe she should have just stayed in bed, read a book, or finally skimmed through those papers she'd still not read about the whole work program she was part of. It was probably important stuff to read, but that would bring up memories she would rather not deal with today, possibly ever. Something tickled the back of her hand, and despite the initial surprise, she had no energy to swat it away. Kiz had warned her about the plants that were poisonous, but she'd not considered there might be some demon realm bugs or snakes. The thing slithered over her wrist, smooth and cool to the touch, and Aoife's eyes flew open. Immediately, the movement stopped, as if caught in the act, but it wasn't a snake. Heartbeat still burning in her throat, she blinked down at the vine that had twisted down its bed and across the stone to her. It had to have been crawling her way since she'd knelt, because it was thick enough she would have seen it earlier. "Hello," Aoife whispered, afraid she might spook it further beyond just her observing it. Kizros had talked about psychic plants before. The whole reason Tim seemed to have a personality, or a mirror to Kizros's demeanor. She hadn't been introduced to all of them, but she imagined this one must have some of Kizros's gentle, reassuring traits. The vine relaxed, and while it didn't continue moving across her hand, it did seem to... Could plants nuzzle? "You're very beautiful." Aoife brushed a finger over the deep green leaves, flat and waxy against her skin. A blue flower had bloomed not far from her fingers, its petals thin and long, oddly like a fern, but in a tight spiral. "I think I miss green plants the most. No offense," she added to the dozens of other colors visible just from her seat. "I know you need sunlight the most, though, kind of like me, so it's a good thing we have this place, right?" The necklace at her chest warmed, and Aoife reached up to hold it with her free hand. Kizros's magic, always with her. He'd assured her it would serve the same purpose as the ball of light floating within the greenhouse, if for some reason she was away. which he'd then frantically added that he wasn't sending her away, but the charm's magic could be for longer visits to other parts of Heck, a couple days with the other humans, or anything else that required getting out of the shop. Well, Aoife didn't exactly want to leave. Not if she didn't absolutely need to. But then the seed of worry had already planted itself in her belly. Did he want her gone? Was she hovering too much? Had she encroached on too much of his space and he needed a break from her? There was a squeeze at her palm, and Aoife gave the vine a resigned look. I know I'm spiraling, but this is what happens. I don't like being alone. Then again, she was in a greenhouse full of plants that had some psychic connection to Kizros, so was she really alone? Or worse, could they actually communicate back with him? She'd spent every night in his room, addicted to his warmth and sleepy morning kisses. Then the sleepy morning sex and sleepy morning cuddles. She was starting to wonder if there was a part of him or their time together she wasn't addicted to, which felt dangerous. Not because he was a demon, but because...
Aoife?
Well, she'd worry about that later. The vine retreated immediately, wiggling back into its bed and upsetting a few clumps of soil as it readjusted to its confines again. Aoife scrambled for her crutch as Kizros' voice got closer, pushing to stand with only a few groans. "In here," she called, plopping back on her seat just in time for Kizros' head to poke through the doorway.
"Good, found you,"
he said with a wide grin, cheeks flushed. But he didn't completely enter, just lingered awkwardly with half his body hidden by the blackout glass. "Kiz?"
"Oh, right. I, have a surprise for you. You might want to sit."
Aoife blinked, glanced at the chair, then back at him. "Okay, I'm sitting." His mouth parted, then he hastily shoved his glasses back up his nose.
"You were already sitting. Right, yeah, I knew that."
Any nerves Ava might have had before about Kizros fluttered away. She chuckled, shaking her head. "Please don't make me wait, Kiz. I told you I didn't like surprises."
"But this one's a good surprise, promise."
Kizros pulled the door open further, revealing the rest of him and nothing else. Just a tall green demon grinning like he'd hung the sun. "Kiz, if you're the surprise..." Aoife immediately cut herself off with a squeak as a giant silver thing bounded into the greenhouse. "Oh, my ginger snaps!" she squealed, suddenly unsure what to do with her hands. Grab for her crutches? Greet this creature? Bury herself into its fur and never leave? The beast answered for her, trotting right up to her seat and sniffing with interest. It probably should have made her nervous that this massive fox with massive ears and a massive number of eyes was licking her palm. But it was too precious to have her worry for her life. And when the animal chirruped and set its head directly on her lap, she almost cried. Her arms wrapped around its neck as she buried her face into its enormous ears that were so dang soft. Her head jerked up, finding Kizros with an oddly confused but happily surprised look on his face. "Where did you get a giant fox?" And that look was immediately gone.
What?"
"A fox, but it has 6 eyes, and it's giant."
"What's a fox?" "That's an adiapir."
"Oh, what?"
"An adiapir,"
he said, then shook his head and laughed.
"She's a runt, and I wanted you to have something to... Okay, now I'm realizing this might have been incredibly offensive."
Aoife frowned. "What?"
Kizros
rubbed at the back of his head, coming to join her at her work table.
"She was trained by my friend, Ragnar. I told you about him, and she was really good at comforting the other beasts, sometimes helping them recover from injuries. And I thought maybe she could be... Well, maybe she could be here when you're having bad days, but good days too. You told me about that stray cat you would feed, and how much joy it brought you when it came to visit you when you were hurting. I'm getting off track."
He blew out a breath, then gave a resolute nod.
I thought maybe the Addiapir could be that for you all the time. She's yours, Aoife.
Aoife looked down at the fox, all 6 eyes closed and ears reclined against her head. Hers. It didn't feel real. Nothing felt real, and yet suddenly it was crashing down on her. Something that was hers. Something permanent. Her throat began to burn, eyes following.
I should have asked you first.
Kizros was muttering to himself.
This was rude of me, right? Making an assumption? Because now I realize you might think that I think you aren't capable or that I'm not trusting you to stop when you need to take a break. Honestly, I was just wanting to do something nice and...
Aoife was already standing, the Addiapir lingering but not getting in her way as she pushed up with her crutches and somewhat fell into Kizros.
Oh,
he stammered, tail holding him steady as he caught her. But then she was able to ditch the crutches, wrapping her arms around him in the tightest hug she could manage. Kizros only hesitated a moment, and then his arms wove into better positions to hold her.
Okay, you're not mad then?
No. Aoife laughed into his chest, tears slipping from her eyes. I mean, yes, you should have asked. If we were still in the human world, just giving someone a service animal would be... It's complicated.
But we aren't in the human world.
No, we aren't, she agreed, leaning against his warm chest as that heavy feeling returned to her limbs.
Do you miss it?
Aoife could hear how carefully he'd picked those words before speaking. Not particularly.
It was your home. It's okay to miss it.
I lived there, she said quietly. I don't think I'd call it home, though. Kizros was silent as the Addiapir brushed against their legs and sat closer than was probably necessary when the demon was still holding her up. She's adorable, Kiz, Aoife reassured him. And I'm not mad. I'm grateful for her company and assistance, because those stares are really starting to mock me. He stiffened in her hold.
Aoife, if...
I'm kidding, Kizros, she teased, though not entirely, leaning her head back to see his cheeks darken under a furrowed brow. Her typical dark humor wasn't going to work on either of them today, so she changed the topic. Does the Addiapir have a name?
Not yet. Her name is up to you.
Aoife hummed, glancing down at the beast. It looked right back, each of its eyes blinking one after the other. How about Addie? The 6-eyed giant fox chirruped, then butted its forehead into her hip. Aoife beamed, then turned her smile up to Kizros. I think she likes it. He chuckled, holding Aoife a little closer.
I think so too. Hopefully she knows she can call this place home.
Chapter 14. Friendship. Aoife. Aoife set the quill down, stretching her fingers before the cramp took hold. She let out a long sigh, digging her opposite thumb into her palm to massage the stiffness. From where her head rested in Aoife's lap, Addie let out a soft whine and blinked 2 of her eyes. I know, Aoife whispered, letting her fingers nestle into the fur between Addie's ears. I'm taking breaks. She leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes against the sunshine. As much as she'd hoped Addie being near, and the hours in the greenhouse over the last 3 days would help, the aches were not going away. The Addiapir snorted, nudging Aoife's legs. Sweetie, you are not going to fit in my lap. Gesturing to the pile of papers in front of her, she said, This is important. At least I want it to be. I don't know if the other girls have access to this information, so if I can help...
She's in the greenhouse. Can't miss it down the path,
came Kizros's voice from a distance.
Right. Can't miss it because of the, sunshine through the open door. Just, shout if you need us.
Aoife frowned. She knew he didn't let any of his customers wander freely outside, let alone into the greenhouse, so who would he be encouraging to go and find her? It took another minute before a small body crept into the open doorway. Well, small was relative. Aoife was by no means tall, especially not leaning heavily on crutches, but the human hesitant to enter was making an effort to crunch her taller frame into something unnoticeable. Aoife immediately empathized. "Cat, right?" Aoife waved. "Hi. We, didn't get a chance to meet before." The woman gave a tentative smile, but only lingered in the doorway, eyes squinting in the sunshine, but taking in the greenhouse. "I'd offer a tour, but—" she gestured to her crutches. "I'm not sure I'd make it very far today." Cat stiffened, visible eye going wide behind a curtain of tawny hair, and it took Aoife a moment to realize that she wasn't staring at the crutches. "Her name is Addie," Aoife offered, petting the creature who hadn't left her side. "She's an Addie up here." "Oh, what?" Cat whispered. Aoife grinned. "A giant fox with 6 eyes who can't figure out what order they're supposed to blink in." At that, a small smile crept up on the visible side of Cat's face. "She's very friendly, a little clingy, but she won't bother you if you're uncomfortable. You can come sit with me if you'd like, or walk around." Cat rocked on her heels for a breath before slowly shuffling across the stone to Aoife's table. She kept a sizable distance from all the plants, like one brush against a leaf might hurt them, or her. "Your sister is Calypso?" Aoife asked, as Cat pulled out the chair to her right. "Have you seen her much?" Whatever small ease she'd gotten out of Cat before was gone the moment she mentioned Calypso. "Not much. Not since we came here." And since Aoife was a master of many things, including reading people, she knew to drop the subject immediately. "You've been working the post? Brioni says you're the one doing the embroideries on our clothing." Even now, Aoife could see the little designs Cat had stitched into her long sleeves. The woman ducked her head, her curtain of hair slipping over her nose. "Sorry, I won't do any more. I love them." Cat blinked, a dip in her brow like this surprised her. "I know I've been a bit picky about getting warmer clothing, but that sweater you put the flowers on, they're beautiful, and the detail is incredible. I mean, you don't have to do them if you're busy or don't want to, but I think they're cute, and you're really talented. How did you know what to do?" A soft pink rose to Cat's cheeks. "Bree said you worked at the apothecary, and that your hair was blue. I didn't realize which shade, but I just thought of flowers and—" She trailed off, darting a hesitant glance at Addie, who let out a gentle sigh. The move shifted her hair just enough for Aoife to catch a glimpse of a scar to the right of her lips, but then Cat was tugging her hair back in place, none the wiser. "Sounds like someone came with you," Aoife offered into the silence. Cat nodded quickly. "Asrion gets his paint here." "Kiz has the best pigments," Aoife said, with a smile before tugging on a lock of her blue hair. "The dye holds so much better than what we had in the human world." "It's really pretty." Cat's blush darkened, but her shoulders were softening again. "Your hair is lovely. I wish I had the confidence to do something like that." "Believe me, the maintenance is not worth it," Aoife teased. "I would do anything for your length, but the moment my hair gets past my shoulders, it's just a puffball, like this girl." She wiggled her fingers in Addie's fur. That seemed to get Cat to relax even more, the tension in her body seeping away. "Anyway, sorry, I've been talking to plants all morning. You don't have to linger if you want to explore the greenhouse. The sunshine is really nice after being in the dark constantly." "The day moon is really weird," Cat whispered, then gave Aoife a soft smile. "I don't mind sitting. I, don't know how long Asrion will be." Aoife refrained from inquiring about what sort of relationship Cat had with this demon, lest she scare the woman off so soon, but she did have an idea with the timing of Cat's arrival. "If he's with Kiz, you might be here a while, not to corner you, and you can say no, but I could really use your help. How would you mind a little work while we wait?" As she expected, Cat curled away. "My help?" Aoife tapped her left hand on the papers spread out in front of her. "I've been working on this compendium for us. Plants that we can and can't eat, things we shouldn't touch. some of the creatures we could come across, and whether they are friendly or not. A few recipes for some home remedies. Kat shook her head. I don't think I'm going to be very useful. I don't know anything more. I need you to draw, Aoife blurted. The woman blinked, mouth parted on the words she never got to say. Aoife blew out a breath. Sorry, I'm trying to be better about this, but it's really hard to admit when I can't do something. Slowly, Aoife lifted her right hand between them. The tremor running through her fingers was so bad, even her wrist was shaking. I'm not great at drawing to begin with, but my sketches are completely indecipherable. Kat was silent as Aoife curled her fingers back into Addie's fur. I'm sorry, Aoife whispered again, heaving a sigh and staring at the mess in front of her. I'm not trying to guilt you into doing this for me. I just thought, since you obviously have incredible talent and attention to detail, that you would have some drawing skills that I do not. There was a tension that followed her exhalation, one Aoife didn't want to witness, until there was a quiet response. I can draw. Aoife whipped her gaze back to Kat, hoping that her relief didn't give off desperation. Really? Kat twisted her lips to the side. I can't promise it'll be good. Can you hold a quill? Kat frowned at the question before nodding carefully. Then I guarantee it'll be better than what I've got. Aoife plucked a compendium page from the stack with her left hand before placing it between them on the work surface. Kat cleared her throat. Oh, yeah. Is that Addie? Supposed to be, Aoife muttered, grimacing at the attempt. Her eyes were misshapen. She seemed to have too much head and not enough body, and the tail was nowhere fluffy enough. Addie let out a rumbling huff, and Kat gave the creature a sympathetic nod. I think I can help. They spent their time in comfortable companionship, sometimes with silence, sometimes with small talk. Aoife showed her the examples of what she needed sketched, and Kat took to the task how Aoife imagined she focused on her embroidery. And the results were much better than what Aoife could have produced, even on a good day. Thank you for your help, Kat. She didn't think Kat was much for physical touch, so when Kat stood to leave, she hoped her smile was enough. At the very least, the little purr Addie gave the other woman when she scratched behind the creature's ears seemed like a good start. Kat returned the smile, slightly less guarded than when they'd started. Hey, Aoife offered before Kat turned. I can't really get around much, but you can come by any time. Kat fidgeted with the hem of her sleeve. Okay. Maybe it was bold to share so much, but when there were only 6 humans, it felt important to stick together. I mean it. Even on days where I'm struggling, Kiz can let you into the greenhouse to just be alone. Or we can sit in silence, or read, or I can show you a few more recipes I've learned. You have the one for your headaches? She patted her pocket. Thank you. I'll make another batch, just in case you can't find the ingredients. And I'll have the, Drake, Kat said with a small grin. I'll have a Drake deliver the vial. Aoife finished on a laugh. I'm sure Kiz will be excited to show me how that works. Kat hesitated, rolling back on her heels before she muttered, You and Kizrose, And now Aoife had a lot of questions she wanted to ask the woman, but maybe next time, if she came back. Instead, she said, I've been held back a lot in my life. Some of it's my own doing, sometimes by others. At this, Kat's eyes darted away. I don't have it all figured out, but maybe heck was a gift, a chance to start over. Why not do what makes us happy this time around? Through the curtain of Kat's hair, Aoife could have sworn she saw the woman's lips tilt upward just a fraction. Then she nodded and left without another word. And Aoife really hoped she'd come back again.
Chapter 15. A Night in Heck. Kizrose. Kizrose brushed his hair to the left, leaning closer to the mirror as he tilted his head either way to inspect the change. It looked sophisticated with his glasses, enough to go with his plaid linen shirt and best trousers. Well, best gardening trousers. He wasn't going to pull out his array of suits for this. Shit, should he? Usually he only wore them for the required functions with his family or fancy art shows. This wasn't either of those, but it was important. Maybe important? Important to him.
Kizros, what are you doing in there?
Aoife called from the living room.
Addie keeps pacing in front of your door.
Fuck it. He jammed his fingers back in the green strands and scrubbed, returning it to his normal messy style. With one more tug on the rolled cuffs of his shirt, he blew out a breath and called it good enough. He found Aoife sitting on the couch, bent over as she tied the laces of her boots. Beige leggings hugged her calves and thighs, disappearing underneath a midnight blue skirt that hid above her knees. Her baggy sweater was the same color as her leggings, sprinkled with light blue. They looked like stars from a distance, but when he got closer, he could make out the little petals on each embroidered flower. Addie had apparently given up pacing in favor of lying flat on her belly to occasionally nudge Aoife's fingers with her nose while she finished lacing her boots. They both looked up when he came into view.
"Hi,"
Aoife said, a pink flush to her cheeks. She quickly blew away a strand of blue hair that fell into her eyes, blinking as she scanned his body.
"You look, wow."
"Is that good?" he asked, glancing down at himself. He'd tried on every shirt he owned before settling on this one, but if she didn't like it, he might just give up on the evening and the possibility of ever impressing her again.
"Very good, Kiz,"
she reassured him, sliding her arms into her crutches to stand. The Addie-appear stood with her, wedging herself between Aoife's legs and the couch to help her up.
"Thanks, Addie."
"You look very beautiful." She huffed a laugh, then tapped her crutches.
"Thank you. I think I might need some of that paint you sold Azrian yesterday so I can spruce these guys up for special occasions."
That was an option, or... "Hold on," he said, then snagged a few blades of steelgrass from the vase on the side table. Kizros knelt in front of Aoife, tying half the grass on her left crutch and the rest on her right. Extending one of his claws, he closed his eyes and made the proper adjustments to his calculations. Once he was satisfied, he opened them again and carved the rune into the blades.
"What are you... Oh!"
Aoife gasped, watching as the blades of grass grew and twisted down the legs of her crutches, sprouting 2 shades of blue flowers just as he'd planned. When he stood, Aoife was still admiring the artistry.
"Aw, they match my sweater."
Kizros fought a wider smile when she beamed up at him, tucking her blue hair back behind her ears. "Yeah, your sweater." He gestured to the stairs. "You ready?" She nodded, letting Addie lead the way down the stairs to the cart waiting out front. It wasn't a long walk, but Kizros wasn't going to put any more strain on Aoife's body when she'd finally agreed to come out with him. Maybe he'd been a little desperate when he claimed this festival was the best way to welcome in the summer, but it was a yearly tradition he always loved. And this year, he had 2 ulterior motives for going. The first, a more primal need in him to show off the woman he was currently courting during the day and nodding at night. The second, an even more selfish desire to show that woman more of the city she had yet to explore. In 3 weeks, Aoife had yet to step outside the front door except for his family's dinner. Even he was prone to holing up in the apothecary, but that's why he always scheduled tea with Ragnar or strolls in the park or even nights out. Aoife had actively avoided anything that required leaving until he'd practically begged her to go with him tonight. At this point, he just wanted her to know there was more to Heck than him and his shop, just in case. Let her know she had options and make himself not feel as if he was caging her. Kizros stayed silent on the ride, watching Aoife take in the streets like she'd done their first day. He tried to read her looks,
analyze where her gaze lingered or passed over certain landmarks, but she made no indication, through smiles or facial expressions, whether she was interested in anything. Even as they pulled up to the park, her chin only lifted slightly to see the gated archway and strung demon lights down the pathway inside. "It's pretty," Aoife said as he helped her down from the cart, his tail lowering her crutches. A few demons frowned at the cart as they walked around, but the moment Addie hopped out of the carriage, they hurried away. "Just wait until we're inside," Kizro said with a grin, leading her to the entry. He pointed to the iron gates as they passed. "See those figures twisting around the scrolls and finials? That's the history of Heck." Demons shuffled past them, giving Addie a wide berth as Kizros explained to the human sorcerers who had summoned their founding ancestors and attempted to enslave them, resulting in the poisoning of the forest that created the Dreadmoor and Valewood surrounding the city. Aoife listened, asking him questions about the growth of the city, the council, and the advancements they'd made once they realized they couldn't return to their plane. He took all of this as a good sign, that she was curious enough to want to know where she now resided, but also learn more about its history and what made it special. She lingered closer to him as they walked, still keeping an eye on the ground and Addie, who trotted alongside her. He continued to talk, going off on tangents as he was prone to do, while they strolled the pathways around the festival. There were games under canopies, a divination stall that Aoife actively avoided, and stages set up with various acts of comedies, plays, and even magic competitions. At one point, he would have sworn he saw Tarzul, the Horn of Finances, but the demon ducked behind a tent and disappeared before Kizros could say hello. Then a few food stalls caught Aoife's attention, so he bought her everything: meats, cheeses, a sweater, and gold hair clips to match the rest of her gold jewelry. When Kizros finally spotted an open table, he walked ahead to claim it, unloading his arms of their snacks. "Oh, you should try this first." "Addie, stop!" Aoife blurted, and Kizros spun to find her chasing after the Addie-appear, who had switched directions. The silver creature circled a tall red demon who had his hands up and away from her, his body tense as he remained perfectly still. Another human, somehow smaller than Aoife, stood off to the side watching with mild interest. Kizros made it to the demon at the same time Aoife did, but he pulled up short as Addie plopped her butt down on the male's boots. No, not just any red demon. Severeth. Addie wiggled until he seemed to understand, shifting his legs wider so he was soon straddling her. "I'm so sorry, sir. She's not usually like this," Aoife said, trying to wave Addie out from between his legs. She smiled at the other human. "Hey, Ember? I'm Aoife. That's Kizros, my colleague?" Well, at least she'd called him hers. Could be worse. The other woman gave a half wave, looking confused and perhaps a bit overwhelmed by the chaos.
She's not going to slice me with her tail, right?" Severeth asked.
Aoife jerked her head up in confusion. "What?"
Addie-appear tails can ignite. The fire is so hot, it can slice through their prey.
Ember snorted, but Aoife's wide gaze snapped to Kizros. "She can do what?"
No,
Kizros hurried to explain, coming to stand with Aoife. "She's a runt and doesn't have that ability. She's harmless." He gave the red demon a sheepish smile as he scratched the back of his head nervously.
"Hey, Severeth."
Severeth's arms slowly lowered as he nodded in greeting, allowing the demon light to better illuminate his face. Kizros hadn't seen him since before the attack, but he'd made several potions for Balren to deliver to the demon who had been injured saving one of the other humans from the Dreadmoor. Severeth had a patch covering his right eye, and considering the state of his damaged horn, he had at least started to use some of the oils on the bone and filed down the worst of the jagged break. "Wait, Severeth?" Aoife asked, gaze darting back to the red demon. "You were one of the warriors who saved us?" The demon swallowed, glanced at Ember so fast Kizros almost missed it,
then nodded carefully.
"Thank you."
Aoife gave Severith a gentle smile.
"I didn't get a chance to say it when I woke, but you should know I'm very grateful for you and your entire patrol."
He blinked, something like surprise passing over his features, before he offered her the briefest of smiles.
"Of course."
Warmth bloomed in Kizros's chest at that gesture. At a glance, it was simple, but Aoife probably didn't understand how profound acceptance and gratefulness was coming from one of their greatest and possibly most aloof warriors. A warrior who was also still awkwardly straddling an Addie-appear. But as Aoife shifted on her feet, Addie bolted upright and positioned herself behind Aoife. Ember took that opportunity to inch closer to the red demon, her wary attention on the crowd of demons moving through the festival. Severith cleared his throat, gesturing to Aoife's crutches.
"You are also a warrior who is injured in battle?"
"What?"
she asked, glancing down, then laughed.
"Oh, no, It's a human condition I was born with. Not a warrior. I just struggle to walk on my own."
"Just because your fight looks different does not mean you aren't a warrior,"
Severith stated, so plainly that Kizros barely recognized the male when he also added, looking directly at Kiz while speaking to Aoife.
"The flowers are pretty. They match your hair."
Aoife blinked, and by the time everyone's gaze had fallen on him, Kizros's cheeks were burning. Someone cursed behind him as his tail thrashed, and to make matters worse, Addie's 6 eyes were trained on him like she was moments away from abandoning Aoife to calm him down instead. It was like taking one of Severith's arrows to the gut. Part of him wanted her to recognize how much he cared for her and what all his gestures meant in demon culture, like Severith had. But if she knew, would she stop looking? If she chose him back, was it willingly, or was she simply settling because she hadn't seen everything else Heck had to offer? Kizros was trapped in an endless cycle of his own making. The guilt for keeping her, wanting her, versus the aching of showing her there were so many better options. To no surprise, his selfish, primal desires won out. His tail curled around her hips, and he wrapped an arm gently over her shoulders. Aoife met his gaze, something vulnerable passing through her eyes before she nestled into his embrace.
"Ember,"
she said calmly as she turned, her eyes staying on Kizros until the last possible second.
"Sorry we interrupted your evening with Severith. It's nice to see you."
The woman's head tilted slightly as she shrugged a shoulder.
"It's my first time out."
"I don't like to get out much," Aoife said, offering her a warm smile.
"It's a little hard for me to get around, but you're welcome to visit the apothecary any time. Sit out in the greenhouse in silence or whatever. Oh, there's this fruit, verificot, that is really good cold. You have to try it."
Severith choked on his breath, eyes going wide as his head whipped toward Kizros. He pointedly ignored the look, including the ones the women were now giving them.
"Yeah, I'll have to see,"
Ember finally said into the silence, offering Aoife a quick smile.
"Thanks for the offer."
"We'll let you get back to your evening,"
Kizros said to Ember, still ignoring Severith's piercing attention. "Sorry again about Addie." They said their goodbyes, then walked in silence to their table, which had luckily not been cleared of their purchases. Kizros didn't have to wonder long when Aoife would finally break that fragile silence.
"Okay, I have to know,"
she said, hands braced on the wooden table between them as she stared him down. Kizros steeled himself for the potential questions. The flowers he'd been slowly matching to her hair, the show of possessiveness in front of Severith and Ember, the fruit that she was so obsessed with. Aoife's serious expression morphed into excitement.
"Do you think they're—"
She made a crude gesture, sticking one finger in and out of a circled hand. Kizros blinked, then snorted a laugh. "Absolutely not. Severith is in charge of gathering evidence for her murder trial, not that I think she'll be held responsible. He's likely been monitoring her every action, making detailed reports about everything she says, and... He trailed off as Ava placed both elbows on the table, cradled her chin in her hands, and blinked innocently. Completely unaware, Addie's tongue was stealing bits of meat off the skewer she'd set down. Kizros rolled his eyes, but he was smiling as he shook his head. They are absolutely fucking.
Chapter 16. Tipping Point. Ava. Ava breathed through the pain as she sat down, barely setting her crutches aside before Addie was there. She nuzzled into Ava's lap, rubbing her chin over her thighs like she knew Ava couldn't massage those muscles herself. "Thanks, sweetie," Ava whispered, resting her hands on Addie's head. It was embarrassing how hard she had been breathing just to hold in any grunts that Kizros might have heard as they walked the stalls. Each booth had something to stop for, an art piece that reminded him of something from the shop or his past, or a demon who knew him personally. And Kizros had so many stories to tell. Each time she finally had the courage to ask him if they could leave, he'd spot something and launch into another animated retelling. All Ava could picture were his family members, shutting down his enthusiasm and dismissing what he had to say. She remembered how dejected he'd been at that dinner and thus kept quiet. Just a few more things to see. Make it to the next booth, and there's a bench. He's so happy. Don't ruin this for him. But that was dozens of booths ago, hundreds of steps, if not more, and to make matters worse, the crowds were growing, not dwindling, this late into the evening. Finding a bench had been a boon.
There's one of those humans. Violent creatures must be drawn to one another if she's attracted an Addie up here.
That's the defective one working at Perennial Bloom. That's why I switched to Tholvik's shop. She didn't look up, but she could feel the stares as demons walked past. Some made poor attempts to hide their whispers. Others plainly called them out. Mostly the latter, now that Kizros wasn't with her. Addie whimpered, and Ava buried her hands into the creature's silver fur. Shh, it's not worth it. While she'd known not to pick a fight with Tholvik for reasons other than the words he hid behind, she didn't have the energy to fight these demons with her own wit. And even when Kizros returned from whatever had distracted him this time, she wasn't going to risk anything that might upset him. Not after the flowers. Not after his display in front of the other demon. Not after everything he'd done for her that she was starting to suspect might not be as innocent as he made it seem. It happened so fast, not even Addie had time to react. 1 second, Ava was sitting on the bench. The next, her world was flipping. Her arms tightened around Addie's neck, and on instinct, her legs kicked to find purchase. Pain flared, and then she was taking Addie's weight to the ground with her own. The only thought Ava had was avoiding crushing Addie. She twisted. Sharp pain. Her leg gave out. Ava's hip hit first, then Addie collapsed under her, keeping the rest of her body from tumbling after. But that was worse, and Ava took the full brunt of the fall with a single point on her upper leg. She hissed at the contact, then nearly cried out as her legs spasmed. Scrambling despite the pain, Ava grabbed her thigh and maneuvered her leg until the shooting pain finally eased into something dull. She let out a whimper of relief, panting as tears fell from her eyes, but at least she could think somewhat clearly now that the agonizing fire had settled from her nerves. 2 hands grabbed her cheeks, gentle but firm, and then Kizros's face was in front of hers, his mouth moving but no sound reaching her ears. No, there was a ringing in her head, so loud there was nothing else. Ava shifted her jaw, her ears popped, and suddenly his voice was there.
You okay? What hurts? Ava, say something.
She swallowed, tasting blood as she found a sore spot on her tongue. Was she okay? Relatively, yes. Her leg was still there, albeit cramping. Addie was already curled up against her, supporting how she'd had to twist her hip to be comfortable. And her crutches weren't broken from the tumble. That was good, splayed not far from where she'd fallen. But then she made the mistake of looking past Kizros's distressed features to the crowd beginning to form. To a pale yellow demon with spiral horns standing a fraction closer than the rest, laughing at her expense as his tail slowly unwound from the leg of her tipped bench. Embarrassment flooded Aoife, her cheeks burning as she jerked out of Kizros's grip. My leg cramped. It's fine. Kizros's presence was suddenly gone, and Aoife turned just as he'd made it to the demon who was still laughing. To her shock and horror, she watched Kizros grab him by the horn and yank him forward. "Whoa, creeper, what are you—" "Apologize," Kizros snarled, sharpened teeth bared as he dragged the yellow demon closer. More heat flooded Aoife's cheeks, the crowd mumbling around them. "Kiz, stop. Let go of me, you old freak," the demon muttered, holding on to Kizros's wrist for balance. "You're going to break my horn." Kizros wasn't large by demon standards, Aoife had noticed, but this demon was lanky in comparison. "I'll do a whole lot worse if you don't apologize to her right now," Kizros growled, and when he looked her direction again, Aoife had to fight the instinct to flinch away from his fury. When the offending demon said nothing, Kizros's grip tightened, his other hand moving toward the vulnerable tip of the horn in his hand. "Ow, ow, okay, sorry," the teen finally shouted, twisting just enough to pull free of Kizros's grip. "It was just a prank, jeez. It was a bet, that's all." Aoife's stomach turned sour, but only for the time it took the young demon to turn and run into another chest. Severith glared down, eye narrowed, as he snagged the demon's shirt. "Is there a problem here? He tipped her bench," Kizros shouted, much louder than was necessary considering the crowd had gone silent now that the warrior was here. The red demon snarled at the teen, who actively cowered in his grip, then softened his features when he looked to Aoife in question. "Would you like me to detain him until a guard can come and take your statements, including witnesses?" He said the last bit loud enough that several demons in the crowd cursed and scurried away, which only made Aoife feel worse. "No," she whispered, hand curling into Addie's hair. "Yes," Kizros said immediately, stomping back to where she'd curled on the ground. He knelt, taking her free hand in both of his. "We can wait, Aoife. He hurt you." "Kiz, I'm going to press charges," he was already saying to Severith, unaware that the giant demon warrior was only looking at Aoife with a concerned but understanding gaze. "Kiz," Aoife said, a little louder, but when he continued to detail what he'd seen as he returned, she'd had enough. "Kiz!" He immediately fell silent, eyes widening. Aoife swallowed, curling into herself as much as she could. She pulled her hand out of his. "I want to go home." "But—" "Please," she said, barely louder than a breath. "I just want to forget about this and go home." His chest rose and fell, then his chin dipped. An answer, and yet he said nothing as his tail wrapped around her crutches and handed them back to her. He helped her stand and pointed toward the exit, Addie lingering close and Kizros following behind. Severith was quiet, still holding the squirming demon as Aoife limped past, but she didn't acknowledge the teen. She only gave Severith a small nod, one that he returned, and continued on her way. By the time they were sitting in a cart and heading back to the shop, Addie curled on the seat next to her, Kizros still hadn't spoken. He stared out at the street, pensive, and Aoife could feel her insides twisting even more uncomfortably than the pain in her hip. Gone was the sharpness of her muscles spasming, leaving her with a soreness that would likely dull further with a warm bath and some gentle stretching. Aoife chanced a closer look at Kizros, his fist pressed to his mouth and chin as he held his head up. He'd picked the corner as far from her as possible, kept his gaze anywhere but on her. Disappointment. That's all she could see from this angle with his deflated posture and glasses fogging from his breath. And she'd been the one to put that emotion there. He'd been so happy at the festival, talking to all of his acquaintances, playing the games, and visiting the art stations. That unreserved smile was gone now, And it was all because of her. She'd asked to leave. She'd been the one to inconvenience him with 2 cart trips because she couldn't walk the short distance to the event. She'd been the reason his fun evening suddenly became a disaster. Did he regret taking her in yet? Not only had she slowly been affecting his business, now she'd brought out a side of him that he despised. Kizros, the demon who abhorred violence, had raised his voice not once now, but twice, because of her. Tears pricked her eyes again, and Aoife swore to herself that she wouldn't break. Not here in this cart, not in the shop, and not behind closed doors. Maybe she could wait until he disappeared and do something for the apothecary to make up for being such a burden. She could sweep the aisles, assuming she could manage staying upright for that long. Water all the plants, take inventory, reorganize the garden beds in the greenhouse. She wouldn't touch the potions or ingredients, lest another disgruntled customer accuse her of tampering with their strengths. But there were other things she could do to earn her keep. Possibly reach out to Rosalind or Brioni to see if that post position was still available to her. She was still mentally forming a list of tasks when they pulled up to Perennial Bloom. In silence, Kiz helped her into the shop, locking up behind them. He didn't offer to carry her up the stairs, but he did hover behind as she took each slow step to the apartment. Kizros set their purchases down on the living room table, then started to putter, reorganizing the throw pillows, shifting the vase of flowers, dusting invisible lint off the back of the couch. Delaying, leaving her with her thoughts spiraling. Sensing the inevitable, Addie whimpered and trotted into Aoife's room. Traitor. Then she steeled herself. Kiz. He stuttered a step, but didn't turn to face her. Are you mad at me? Kizros's tail flicked, barely missing the vase as he spun to face her. What? You were looking forward to tonight, so I was trying to make it through, and then that demon, I made you leave. She fiddled with her crutches, finally noticing that in the fall, the vines he'd braided over the wood had been trampled. Or perhaps he was the reason the flowers were wilting so soon. Aoife hadn't meant to cry, but that was a tear slipping down her cheek, and then another. A sob broke from her chest, and then she didn't know how to stop any of it. Please, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ruin everything. I'll pay for tonight. She still didn't know how, or even if she had money to spend in this realm. And work any extra hours to make up for it. Whatever you need, I'll do it. Just please don't ignore me. I promise I won't inconvenience you again, Uncle. It was only as she hiccuped that she realized the slip, but it didn't matter. Suddenly, Kizros was there, sweeping her into his arms. There was a gentle sway, and then he was sitting on the couch with her cradled to his body. Another warmth wrapped around her, and Aoife was so desperate for his touch that she buried herself deeper into his embrace. Aoife, he whispered into her hair, his hand stroking over her neck. Shh, nothing is ruined. You did nothing wrong, Sunshine. Nothing at all. I'm not mad at you. The weight at her waist tightened, and she distantly registered that the extra limb holding her was actually his tail. I'm so sorry I made you feel this way. I wasn't trying to ignore you, I swear. I was mad at myself. She sniffled, shaking her head against him to say she didn't understand. Kizros's palm moved up her nape, tangling in her hair. I hate violence, but when I saw what that kid did to you, Aoife, I was so angry I would have snapped off his horn. Maybe worse. I would have fought for you despite my morals. I was blinded by that rage, and it wasn't until you shouted at me, couldn't look at me. You were afraid. I promised you that you would be safe with me, and I broke that promise. Cheeks wet, Aoife leaned up so she could see the demon holding her. His head turned away, but with gentle fingers, she guided his face back to her gaze. Kiz, afraid for you, not of you. I've never... Her lip wobbled, but she swallowed the burn in her throat. I've never had someone stand up for me like that, but I don't want or need someone to fight for me. I just want someone to be with me. I want you to be with me, as you are, The demon who braids flowers and turns them the color of my hair, who uses his tail to pick up my crutches, and the only one who gives me sunshine. He blushed, cupping her jaw. I just wanted to show you that there was more to heck than work. This shop, and... He cut himself off, shaking his head. But I should have asked what you wanted, what you were feeling up to. I never want you to feel pressured just because you think I'm going to be inconvenienced, Ava. I know that, but I also like working and this shop. I should have said something, but in the past... Her aunt's glare cut into her mind, Uncle Eddie's vitriolic words echoing between her ears. Loud enough she forgot her own promises to herself. Kizros, however, didn't. His thumb swiped away the wetness under her eye. They don't get any more of you, not ever. You get to live on your terms now. The words she'd given him about his family now turned back on her. You said you weren't afraid to go after what you wanted, but that goes for the rest as well. I like doing things with you, Ava, but I'm also perfectly content to stay here, especially if you're hurting. I just like spending time with you, but if you need a break— No, she blurted, almost too quickly. She swallowed, leaning into his palms. No, please stay. His shoulders loosened as he smiled, dipping his chin. I'm here, sunshine. What do you need tonight? I'm already going to be sore. Ava smiled, the necklace at her chest warming. Want to help me at least be a good kind of sore? He was already standing, cradling her gently with his arms and tail. What in the blazes are we still doing out here? Chapter 17. Care. Ava. Kizros leaned over the mattress in his room and placed Ava gently in the middle before arranging a pillow under her hips. Behind him, his tail propped her crutches within reach, then set his glasses on the end table. Seeing him in his kindness and vulnerability, blinking to adjust his sight, made the heat in her belly spread. Then he was kneeling on the bed again, crushing his lips to hers while his body curled into her side, and she was gone. He was warm and soft, passionate and sweet, taking his time as his tongue teased into her mouth. She closed her eyes, sinking into the bed and his touch, trying to drive out all the awful thoughts from earlier. There was only him, only the promise of pleasure to empty her mind and replace the soreness with something of her own control. Ava, he whispered against her lips, and she blinked into the dim light of the room. His thighs settled between her legs, and he rolled atop her, arms going to either side of her shoulders to balance. Are you sure about this? I don't want you to be hurting. She whimpered, but couldn't hide her wince when her hips lifted in search of some kind of friction. Please, Kiz. Her arms reached for his pants, but then he grunted. His hands snatched her wrists, pushing them back until his weight pressed down on the bed again, this time pinning her arms by her head. Not rough, but firm enough, Ava sucked in a gasp and Kizros's eyes widened. That, she breathed, then shivered when his eyes darkened. What we talked about? He swallowed, but Ava knew without a doubt what she needed in this moment. I don't want to think. Will you please do it for me? His nostrils flared, and the points of his fangs curled over his lower lip. She could have sworn she heard a low growl before he said, You have to promise me, at any point, you'll say stop. Ava nodded. What's the word? Stop, she breathed, trembling in his hold. For a moment, Ava wasn't sure he was going to follow through. His eyes narrowed, but then a coldness slithered over her hands, curling over her wrists and forearms to replace Kizros's hands. He slid his palms down her body, fingers hooking the waist of her skirt and leggings before peeling them away. Kizros knelt at the end of the bed, staring and unmoving. It wasn't until she felt the tightening at her ankles without him touching her that she understood what he was doing. Wait, Kiz... It was too late. She gave a tug, unable to move more than an inch against the restraints, then looked up to see the deep purple-blue vine holding her firm to the headboard. One on each arm, and she would bet money money she wasn't sure she had, that the same soft yet firm vines were at her feet. Kizros stood, his dark eyes getting their fill.
Do you need to say it?
Aoife blinked, finally understanding his stare. She quickly shook her head.
Good.
He reached down and tugged on one of the vines at her feet. When it didn't budge, he slid his fingers up the inside of her tight calf, pausing just at the bend of her knee before smirking.
Have to make sure you behave until I come back.
Her daze snapped to clarity. Oh, wait, come back? But he had already turned, walking out the door, and Aoife was left half naked, tied to the bed, and so utterly desperate. In most cases, leaving her to her thoughts was a bad choice. But now there was a delicious and torturous ache between her legs, replacing all those awful voices in her head. Was he leaving her here all night, unable to touch herself? Would she be alone, squirming and desperate until she was begging and pleading for relief? Would he come back and just stare? Aoife tried to move her hips, feeling the cool air against her wet and exposed center. Tried to find friction as thoughts of Kizros dragging out her pleasure flooded her mind. She squeezed her eyes shut, breathing through the anticipation as her fingers curled over the vine holding her. The leaves were soft against her skin, strong and yet pliant so as not to actually hurt her, and she was reminded of Kizros's psychic plants. Briefly, she wondered if they would disappear if she considered using her safe word, and then did her best to not think harder in fear that they would retreat. No, she wanted this. All of it, if Kizros would return. They had spent several evenings talking about their wants and desires and kinks, including this one, which only made the thrill that much more suspenseful. By the time Kizros did come back, Aoife was seriously reconsidering her decisions. Particularly when he sauntered in like he didn't care that she was panting and starting to sweat with anticipation. That smirk was still there as he leaned against the doorway, and she whimpered at the sight of him acting so casual at her discomfort.
Look at you.
He spun a jar in his hands, walking to the end of the bed. His eyes focused on her core, tongue running over his lower lip.
So beautiful, spread out and waiting for me.
Kizros murmured, other hand working the lid open, and relief ran through her.
Are you desperate yet?
She'd never nodded faster. Lubrication meant he was going to be using that beautiful knot of his, and the torture was almost over. Except he was still clothed when he tossed the lid aside and crawled onto the bed by her feet. He dug 3 fingers into the jar and scooped out the viscous substance, and she watched as he spread the cloudy-looking gel over his hands. Her body oscillated between too hot and chilled as she waited for whatever he was planning on doing to her. What she didn't expect was for his hand to completely avoid his cock and her center in favor of...
Your hip is already bruised,
he muttered, whole body leaning forward as his palm spread over her upper thigh. Ava hissed at the first cool contact of gel on her skin, but it quickly warmed as his fingers massaged into the muscle. Despite the bruise she hadn't realized was already visible, it wasn't painful with the combination of his movements and the warmth of his skin. In fact, it would have felt wonderful if she hadn't been so pent up expecting something else. Kizros, what are you doing? She grunted, then moaned as he rubbed over a sore spot. He readjusted on the bed, keeping his warmth pressed into her exposed skin as he kneaded her joint.
Taking care of you. This will help with the bruising and soreness.
Aoife sucked in a gasp as his breath fanned over her center. She nearly swore as she realized this was a continuing part of his game. Tie her up, take care of her, while also dragging out her need like he knew exactly how to ruin her. Kizros, she whined, feeling more wetness pool between her legs when his nose brushed the inside of her thigh. So close, and yet nowhere near where she needed him.
Shh. Good girls are rewarded for their patience.
He gently applied some of the gel further down her thigh, right along the muscle that had spasmed earlier.
Do you want to be good for me, sunshine?
Another whimper escaped her throat before she managed a raspy, yes. She could feel his smile against her skin just before he licked a spot still so far from what she wanted.
Your cunt smells so good.
Her mind emptied, lost somewhere between the praise, the feel of him massaging her sore leg, and the tease of getting to experience the sweet, gentle demon she adored delighting in edging and torturing her by taking control. It was everything she needed, and so she sank into the dichotomy, the pleasure of his touch and attention, and the ache of him finding ways to drive her anticipation higher. Kizrose's mouth continued to tease her, sometimes with a breath, sometimes with a glide of his lips, tongue, or fangs. Never long, never something so specific to chase the building heat in her core. All the while, his hands worked out the tightness in her hip, moving down until he was scooping out another helping of the gel. But he didn't return to her thigh, abandoning the space between her legs to reach for her left ankle. Moments before she voiced her complaint, she caught his challenging gaze and bit her tongue. He kept still, kept all his attention on her, as if he were daring her to make a noise, and then slowly smiled.
I told you, good girls would be rewarded.
As his hands rose to massage her tight calf, another warmth settled on her opposite leg. It disappeared briefly, and Aoife caught a glimpse of Kizrose's tail flicking the air before it slid higher up her leg. At the first touch of the spade tip against her core, she bucked, tugging at all four restraints.
So needy,
Kizrose hummed from her feet, fingers dragging in long, pressured strokes while his tail circled her wetness.
I don't even need to ask if you want my tail. You're just desperate to take it, aren't you?
Please, Kiz. Ava tried to shift her hips, urging him toward her entrance.
I'm going to enjoy watching you soak me.
There was no teasing touch, only the pressure of his blunt tail thrusting inside. Ava cried out, already clenching around the new shape sliding deeper within her.
Already so close.
Kizrose's hands were still massaging her calf, but somehow he focused on both her pleasure and relieving the soreness in her leg.
I love seeing you at my mercy, knowing I could bring you to the brink, then control whether you come or not.
His tail slowed, the gentle rub of him just below her clit disappearing. She sucked in a shaky breath. No, please, Kiz. Please let me come.
You'll let me take care of you after this?
Yes.
No more trying to push through the pain just because you think it will disappoint me?
I promise I won't. Ava gasped, the rising wave within her starting to die. Kizrose smirked.
Good.
His tail thrust quickly then, in and out as he changed the angle to fully glide against her clit. The fading burn had been slow, but it came roaring back, somehow higher and hotter, and she cried out. Her limbs pulled against the vines as her hips lifted, release barreling through every muscle and nerve, stronger than she'd ever experienced before. Her body was light, skin tingling as she sank back to the bed. She barely noticed that the vines were gone, or his tail, or that Kizrose was rearranging her limp body into his arms until he was pressing a kiss right underneath her ear.
So beautiful when you trust me like this,
he whispered against her skin, tongue flicking her earrings.
You looked so pretty, you made me come in my pants.
Ava might have whined at missing the sight of him grinding against the bed for his own relief. Might have said something, too, but it was lost when he picked her up off the bed. There was a passing of time, fuzzy in her pleasure-addled brain, as he ran the bath and undressed, and then a moment where she tried to convince him to help her off the counter so she could clean up the cum along his still hard length. But he ignored her in favor of gathering bath supplies, then slowly removed her sweater, followed by his hands playing with the piercings at her nipples while he feasted between her legs. She'd lost track of the days, weeks, and orgasms by the time they were cuddled in the bath. With the steaming water, floral soaps, and soothing salts, she dozed off to his hands teasing over her bare skin.
How is the water temperature?
Kizrose asked, when she was just a puddle in his arms. If it weren't for his body underneath, she might have just slipped underwater and not had the energy to get back up. Ava sighed, a smile lifting her lips as he pressed a kiss into the junction of her neck and shoulder. Are you asking because you're too hot? She vaguely remembered a yelp when he first got in, though to her, it had been just on the comfortable side of scalding.
I run so much warmer than you,
he teased, horns scraping gently against her scalp. At their feet, his tail flicked in and out of the water.
But holding you evens out the heat of the water. I just want to make sure you're not cold.
Aoife barely remembered what it was like to be cared for, but if this was how it should feel, she didn't think it would be all that difficult to give over control to Kizros more often. Maybe I'm never cold with you, she hummed, instead of finishing the thought. Especially cuddled like this.
Good, because I like holding you.
His roving hand twitched against her, and then his palm was flattening over her side and down to her hip.
This bruise looks painful.
Seeing it now, she could understand his concern. The place where she'd fallen was already a splotchy, discolored purple. But despite the sight, there was only a distant ache thanks to his massage and the special gel he'd rubbed into her muscle. The spasm was the worst of it, but you helped with the soreness.
Spasms affect the muscle, right?
She nodded, shifting her free hand to guide his up and down her thigh. This muscle cramps often, especially with the hip dislocation, which luckily didn't happen tonight. The muscular atrophy in my left leg, plus the tight calf, is part of my walking challenge. I can't always straighten my foot, and it's so weak. Even if I managed to get more weight on it, it would likely break.
You mentioned balance, too, that first day when we met. Is that muscular?
Yes and no. It's more a neurological injury. Stemming from the brain bleed. It's tied to coordination. It took me a lot longer than the average child to speak or link the processes of thinking movement and actually performing it. My parents were so patient with me, though. I didn't know it was an issue until I was older and was put in the school system instead of continuing with private tutors. Kizros hummed, fingers smoothing over the bruise.
I think that's the first time you've mentioned your parents.
Aoife chewed on the inside of her cheek. I don't like to bring it up, or I didn't. They were older when I was born, which might have accounted for the medical issues. But they were always happy with me. We lived comfortably, and when they got sick and passed, everything was left to me. She swallowed, rubbing her thumb over Kizros's knuckle. Except my dad's sister wasn't too happy to take custody of me without access to that inheritance. I don't know all the legal stuff, but at the end of the day, I never saw a coin of it. By the time I was old enough to understand, it was too late to untwist myself from the mess of their made-up medical costs and fees for housing me. I think some of the nurses where I got therapy noticed, which is why they let me stay to watch their work. That's where I was when she'd been taken, walking home in the early evening while the sun was still out. She remembered screaming, seeing people walk past the alley and ignore her completely or scurry faster to avoid any altercations. Then the awful-smelling rag and nothing until she'd woken in the demon infirmary. No one had stopped to help. No one had cared or tried to protect her. Until Kizros. Silently, the demon's tail dipped underwater and curled around her leg.
I'm sorry. I wish there was more I could say or do, but I'm grateful that you have good memories with your parents.
Aoife wiggled in place, turning enough so she could see his face as she held a damp hand to his cheek. Will you tell me more about your family? He huffed.
You saw most of it. My siblings followed in my father's footsteps, so of course they are closer to my parents. They're not bad demons. They just have a very narrow view of the world. They work hard, but it comes from privilege, and with all the intention of maintaining their social status. None of them could understand why I wanted to start from nothing, get an apprenticeship, and move into some dingy apartment above the shop.
Why did you? She asked, then hastily corrected, not the dingy part. This apartment is beautiful, and I love it.
Except the stairs,
Kizros teased with a smirk. Aoife rolled her eyes. Yes, I could do without the stairs every day, but you know what I mean. He took a breath, deep enough that her body rose and fell with the movement.
I never enjoyed what my parents did. spinning words to line their pockets or for the benefit of the privileged demons they served. I wanted to help others in a different way, and there was always something in me drawn to life itself. Growing plants, finding solutions to soil problems, getting my hands physically and metaphorically dirty. Plus, the flowers don't complain when I talk at them.
Kizros grinned fully at that.
I enjoyed helping demons, whether it be ailments or just wanting to grow a vegetable in their yard.
She pressed a kiss to his chest before resting her cheek over his heart. That's beautiful.
What about you? The questionnaire you filled out. You had the skills for an apothecary out of necessity and perhaps convenience. But is that what you wanted?
Aoife considered the question, drawing a sudden blank. No one's ever asked me that.
If you wanted to make medicine?
What I wanted, period. There was a pause, and then Kizros was tugging her head off his chest to look at her.
What do you want, Aoife?
The word, the concept was on the tip of her tongue, and perhaps it was the sincerity in his gaze, the after effects of what they'd just done, that made her realize, no matter what she said, he'd find a way to make it happen. But all she really wanted? It hit her harder than the ground had earlier that evening. Something she'd been missing since her parents died. Home. And she'd found it, hadn't she? In the greenhouse and the work she did downstairs. In the warmth she felt when she woke, wrapped in an embrace. In the smiles and safety at Perennial Bloom. In the plants, in Addie, in... I don't know. She lied. Maybe she was a coward, but she didn't want him thinking that the events of the evening were influencing what she really wanted to say. Kizros's features softened, unaware of the depth she'd found burning in her chest.
That's okay. You don't have to answer it right away. But think on it, and I've got plenty of connections if you ever want to try...
Aoife wrapped a hand around his head, pulling him down to kiss him quickly. Thank you, she said against his lips. What I want right now, though, is a snack and to sleep in tomorrow morning. He huffed to laugh.
Aoife, I don't think either of us know what the definition of sleeping in is, but a midnight snack, that we can do.
Chapter 18. Errands. Kizros. Thank you for this, Rosalind, Kizros said, nodding to the human. And congratulations again on all your hard work. You ready for your presentation tomorrow? She blushed and tucked her chin.
I think so. Just nervous. Clearing her throat, she gestured behind her. You're sure about this? It'll be a couple of days if you change your mind.
I won't. Rosalind studied him, her eyes narrowing.
Everything okay with Aoife?
Of course, why would you ask? He scoffed, a little too quickly. She gave him a deadpan stare, then once again waved her hand pointedly behind her. Ah, yes. Kizro scratched the back of his head, cheeks burning. It's... yes. She raised a brow, then smirked.
Well, I guess I'll see you in a couple days.
He thanked her again, lingering at a nearby park bench for long enough that he started to feel guilty about lying to Aoife. Well, more guilty. Even if there really wasn't anything to feel guilty about. Except for taking advantage of her distraction this morning in the greenhouse as she tended the new seedlings. With luck, those would adjust to her hands and slowly grow accustomed to her attention over Kizros's. With even more luck, the entire bed would follow suit, greeting her voice as many of the larger plants did for him after years of careful breeding. That is, if she even wanted to be here longer. Kizros had quickly tossed that thought into the depths of his mind earlier, particularly as one of the plants nearly uprooted itself in agitation at his uncertainty. He'd left soon after that, worried the plants might give away his inner turmoil by waving back and forth between himself and Aoife. She hadn't seemed to notice his nervousness as he excused himself, nor his vague comments that he had errands to run. There technically had been an errand, meeting Rosalind, But really, he was just stalling. Running from himself, from his feelings, from his fears. Last night with Aoife had, well, it had altered his brain chemistry. His entire life, he'd been deemed too much. He was too caring, too loud, too focused, and yet Aoife had wanted that. She'd asked him to take control in the most vulnerable way, let him care for her, trusted him to put her well-being in his hands, and it had both fulfilled and reignited that primal desire in his chest to protect her at all costs. It was no longer enough to press his knot inside her, fill her, wrap himself around her to keep her warm. He'd been so wild with the need to consume her, claim her, he'd started to fabricate excuses for leaving the shop so as not to frighten her with his declarations. Aoife was already dealing with the trauma of the previous evening. He didn't need to go blathering on about how he wanted her to be his soul-bonded, how he'd almost begged her in that vulnerable state to give in to him completely and let him take care of her for the rest of their lives. Not to mention Severith's stare that still haunted him, the "I see those flowers for what they really are" stare. It wasn't fair that Aoife didn't recognize the gifts as part of the demon courting culture. She never asked, and he never clarified. He never felt the need to bring more attention to his obsession with her for the very reason he'd learned to tone down his personality. For fuck's sake, she hadn't even known the flowers he'd been blooming in the greenhouse, intentionally and unintentionally, matched her hair and eyes until the red demon had mentioned the ones on her crutches. But now, Kizros was considering stupid ideas like telling Aoife he loved her, even though he felt unworthy of her sunshine. Any demon worth his tail should have been able to tell that she was unhappy last night at the festival, even before the altercation. How was he meant to care for her, as he'd promised, if he couldn't notice little details like that? So he'd hatched this little plan, politely stalked Rosalind at City Hall because he didn't trust anyone else to make it possible, and was now standing outside Perennial Bloom without any recollection of the walk back. The door was propped open to let in the fresh air, and Kizros climbed the steps to his shop, feeling an odd sense of inadequacy as he noticed all the imperfections he'd ignored before. The cracked step he should repair, the slight fog creeping along the edges of the glass windows, the bell that he hadn't noticed might get caught on a taller demon's horn if they weren't paying attention. Inside, his magic hummed, Tim giving a half-hearted wiggle in greeting, which felt appropriate for Kizros's mental state. But he stopped short at the sound of voices, lingering at the edge of the aisle as he spied the counter. Aoife wore a patient smile, an elderly demon Kizros recognized as Elder Zaretha by the bangles decorating her tail standing at the counter. The orange demon read over the instructions. "And I just rub this onto my hands?" "No more than 3 times a day," Aoife answered, scratching between Addie's ears where the creature sat patiently next to her seat. "I even put it in a better container, so you shouldn't have any trouble getting that lid off if you're having a particularly bad flare-up." "It smells good," Zaretha observed, holding the back of her hand up to her nose. "The one from Thalvik didn't smell like this." Kizros felt the pit of unease in his stomach twist at the reminder of his ledger and the maybe foolish decision he'd made this morning. But then Aoife was huffing out an unamused laugh. "Because I guarantee Thalvik doesn't care as much as Kizros does. Do you have any idea how thoroughly he documented the trials for this to maintain strength and have a nice scent? It's very impressive." "You're not wrong about that spiky bastard or Kizros," the elder hummed, studying the jar of lotion. "And did you make this rune?" Aoife shook her head quickly, and Kizros could see her shrinking in on herself in preparation just as he was gripping the shelves to keep himself from jumping the old demon in her defense. "No, I only repackaged it. I promise I wasn't involved in any other steps." "Why?"
Well, because some demons are unhappy about a human making... No, why didn't you do the rune?
Aoife blinked, mouth parting like she was caught off guard. But then Kizros's tail flicked behind him, and her gaze whipped to where he stood. Her cheeks turned a bright pink as she avoided his stare, donning another polite smile toward Elder Zaretha.
I'm not very good with them.
The old demon huffed.
Then I suppose it's a good thing you have the most patient and brilliant mentor in Kizros. Where is he, by the way?
Behind you, Kizros said, pushing off the shelf. He shook his head teasingly as he approached the counter. But you already knew that, didn't you? Aoife folded her arms and pouted in mock offense.
You just wanted to see if I'd insult Kizros, didn't you?
The old demon just shrugged. He gestured toward the door. The bell didn't announce me, but demons have excellent hearing. Even if Elder Zaretha pretends she doesn't understand us if she doesn't agree with what we have to say.
Zaretha smiled at him, then winked at Aoife. You've got a good one here, Kizros.
Believe me, I know, he answered, unflinching as Aoife's stare narrowed on him. The old demon patted his forearm as she turned to leave.
Just be sure you're teaching her runes in between love-making sessions.
Kizros's arm slipped against the counter, and his elbow slammed into the surface just as Aoife burst into laughter. Elder Zaretha didn't stutter a single step as she walked toward the door and called over her shoulder.
Invitation for tea is always open, dearie.
Kizros stared after the old demon, rubbing out his arm as his cheeks burned furiously, then glanced back at Aoife, who was wiping tears from her eyes. Wait, was the tea invitation for you or me?
Definitely you in one of your love-making sessions,
Aoife teased, remnants of laughter at the corners of her eyes.
You should take her up on it. I think her hips might be better than mine.
He spluttered some nonsense words before Aoife finally cut him off.
I'm kidding, Kiz. How are the errands?
And just as quickly, that twist of nervousness was back. What? Fine? Normal. Everything's fine. How are you? She raised a brow at him, then adjusted the ring through her nose.
Fine?
She jerked her chin somewhere behind him.
Tim is calling your bluff. Why are you acting weird?
I'm not acting weird, Kizros argued, and if his twitching eye and whipping tail didn't give him away, Tim did as he flicked soil out of his pot. Then Addie betrayed him too as she got up to rub against his legs and whimper. Aoife folded her arms over the counter and leaned forward.
Kiz, if you don't like what we did last night, we should talk about it.
What? No, he blurted, then nearly tripped over Addie before he pressed both hands on the counter. That was incredible. I've never, well, I knew that was something I'd enjoy. I've just never done it, and... A passing conversation drifted in through the open door, and Kizros all but sprinted to close the door and lock it behind him. When he came back, Aoife was leaning back in her chair, rubbing at her leg. You're hurting. She glanced down, her hand pausing the rubbing motion.
Actually, no. Well, yes, but not as much as I thought I would be. Getting that gel on quickly might have been the right decision.
She shook her head.
Don't change the subject.
He returned to the counter, this time coming around the other side to be closer to her. Go back to saying I was right. Aoife snorted a laugh, gently smacking him with the back of her hand, and that gesture, the casualness, the carefree demeanor, the friendliness, replaced all his worry.
What I'm trying to make sure of, Kizros, is that we're both still on the same page.
His heart climbed up his throat now with a different kind of nervousness.
The saying?
She clarified, mistaking his hesitation for not knowing the phrase.
Where we are both in agreement? On the same page.
He managed to mumble, suddenly anxious and excited and maybe a little bit terrified for where she was going with this.
About that dynamic, she pressed. Sexual preferences?
He let out his breath as quietly as he could, all while Aoife remained clueless to his tumultuous emotions.
Kiz, I really enjoyed what we did. It was freeing, trusting you while being tied up, as ironic as that sounds. You never made me feel unsafe, and I just want to make sure you enjoyed that because I'd like to do other things.
She hesitated, then blurted,
With you. If you, want to explore more, I feel safe, seen. I really like you.
It didn't matter that she mumbled the last bit, or that she turned away to avoid his gaze as her cheeks reddened. Kizros lit up at her words. It wasn't the sex that altered his brain chemistry, but this. And he was done pretending he wasn't selfish for wanting Aoife, for keeping her to himself and making plans that showed her just how much he meant what he'd said last night about taking care of her. He reached out, hooking a finger around her chin as he tugged her gaze back to his. I really like you too, Aoife. Still an understatement, but he could take his time building off of those words. She blinked, blue eyes searching his face, lingering the longest at his wide smile before meeting his gaze. Her shoulders softened. Yeah? He nodded, vowing to himself he'd find more ways to remind her every day how much he meant it. And I hope we can explore other things. Together. He tucked a strand of blue hair behind her ear, then leaned back on the counter. After all, I need to redeem myself for last night. All traces of uncertainty were gone from her face as she smirked. You mean when you came in your pants? Kizros flicked her with the flat of his tail, then rolled his eyes at her laughter. I'm never going to live that down. His gaze snagged on her mouth, where her tongue flashed over her lower lip before she tugged that pillowy softness between her teeth. I don't know why you're embarrassed. That was hot. I would have preferred fucking you. Her grin widened. There's my sexy, confident demon. He'd be anything she asked, as long as she called him hers again. I cleared a table in the greenhouse this morning. Oh, is that why you spent over an hour wiping down the same spot while I did all the hard work watering the unruly plants? I thought you were just avoiding me. Kizros grimaced because it wasn't untrue. I'm teasing, she reassured him, reaching for her crutches. But as lovely as that idea sounds, Zaretha's right. I'm determined to get a rune to work, and I think today is finally the day.
Chapter 19. Charming Your Human Colleague. Aoife. It was not that day, or the next, and after so many failed attempts, Aoife was convinced she was never going to get them to work. She leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes, the sunlight slow to relieve the stiffness from bending over for so long. But at least it was warm, and the more time she spent inside the greenhouse, the less her failures seemed to weigh on her. There were other things she could do, other ways that fulfilled her besides a silly feat of magic she didn't really need to perfect. One eye popped open, immediately narrowing to the paper she was practicing on. The ink stains, seemingly flawless despite not sparking any reaction, stared back at her, mocking. Gosh darn it, Aoife muttered, then hunched over once more to try again. But 2 more tries with no bloom from the potted flower in front of her, and she was officially too exhausted to continue. Dejected, she took up her crutches and headed to the main building with Addie trotting close behind. When Aoife stepped through the back door to the shop, she almost questioned the eerie silence until there was a low muttering from the front that drew her attention. She moved through the aisles, careful of a few vines that needed pruning, before pausing just on the other side of a shelf so she could peer through the gap at the shop owner. Kizros had both elbows pressed on the front counter, where he leaned forward, fingers woven through his hair between his horns. His other hand held an unfolded parchment over the ledger, eyes scanning the text and oblivious to her spying. He looked beautiful and raw in that moment, hair mussed and glasses slipping down his nose. A quiet moment where he was absorbed in his work, and Aoife recalled her own quiet memories from the past few days. His smiles and reassurances when her rune didn't work. The way he no longer froze after a long rant about soil composition to apologize for talking her ear off. The soft touches and longer looks that could no longer be called stares, but something more. Home wasn't the only thing she felt now with Kizros, but that word she wanted to say. The 3 words, really, never seemed to slip off her tongue. She wished she wasn't a coward, wished her past didn't rear its ugly head every time she considered speaking the words. Kizros was not her past, but the doubts and insecurities had buried themselves deep, wrapped around her heart like the vines with thorny needles kept in the deeper parts of the greenhouse. How long until he's tired of making accommodations for me? When will he call my low points too much to handle? What if there comes a point he finds my inability to get out of bed to be laziness? All ridiculous questions. Kizros wasn't capable of an ill thought toward anyone, except perhaps that yellow demon from the festival and the slavers who had taken her. The past few days had proven it, and Aoife cared for him because he'd shown her the truth. He may not be a fighter, but he'd fought for her in ways that didn't require fists, and that meant enough to her that she could be brave enough for this. When she wanted something, she wasn't afraid to say it. And when Aoife loved someone, she wasn't going to let her past hold her back. She steeled herself and had taken one step out of the aisles when the bell over the front door chimed. Kizros's head jerked up, first to the door, then to Aoife, and then he shoved the paper he was holding into the pages of the ledger and slammed it shut. If his suddenly rigid spine hadn't communicated his discomfort, the tensing of his jaw and claws extending from his flexing hand were dead giveaways. And then the voice filling the space made dread coil in her belly.
A bit quiet in here today.
Kizros only gave Aoife a flash of a warning look before he was donning a tight smile for the demon.
Thalvik.
The large blue demon's fangs were on full display, as were the barbs along his forearms.
Kizros, wanted to stop in after I glimpsed you at the festival the other night. Didn't get a chance to catch up, and I've been so busy the last few days, I had to close for a break just to come by.
He turned, presumably to stroll the aisles like he'd done the last time he was here, then noticed Aoife. His eyes narrowed briefly before dropping to Aoife's legs.
Well, you've made some questionable business choices in the past, but an Addie appear inside?
Thalvik chuckled and shot a glance back to Kizros.
Business so bad, you're considering torching your own place for the insurance?
Addie growled, and after several nudges, Aoife realized the creature was herding her toward Kizros and away from Thalvik.
Is there something I can help you with?
Kizros asked, and though his tone appeared bored, Aoife saw the way his hand was lifting from behind the desk as he flexed his claws. It wasn't until she'd made it behind the counter, his soft palm finding her thigh where the other demon couldn't see, that she realized he'd been hurting her just as much as Addie. Thalvik let out a long sigh, giving a cursory glance at Tim, who wriggled in his pot, before stepping wide of the plant toward the counter.
I don't know what has gotten into you lately, Kizros. Are we not friends? No.
Kizros said it so plainly, even Aoife had to blink as he continued to position her so he was between her and Thalvik. The blue demon cocked his head, then held a hand over his heart.
That hurts, Kizros. But you know, I'm a decent demon. I came over with an opportunity for you, an amends of sorts, for the way things ended between us. Perhaps my offer will have you reconsidering.
Thalvik produced the thick envelope from his pocket, then approached slowly with it held out. Kizros watched warily before snatching it, then glared at Thalvik. The blue demon took one step back, which clearly wasn't enough because Kizros didn't move. Thalvik rolled his eyes, then took another 2 steps back. Satisfied, Kizros slid a claw under the seal and pulled out the papers. Aoife couldn't see over Kizros' shoulder to read, but as his tail went from loose to more and more agitated as he read, she imagined it was not pleasant. Is this a fucking joke? Even Addie whimpered at the cold fury in Kizros's question. Thalvik, however, looked delighted as a cruel grin spread across his face. You saw the seal. These are official documents. I can give you more time to read if you'd like. But if you just want to cut to the deal, sign that last page. I've already filled in mine. Kiz crumpled the pages in his fist before slamming them down on the desk. You're sick. Get the fuck out of my shop. Anger flashed in Thalvik's glare, there and gone in an instant, before he jerked his chin toward Aoife. Come on, Kiz. You've had this shop for how many years? Gave it everything you were worth and more. Don't lose it over that pathetic thing. It's a more than generous offer, and you know it. I take over her work sponsorship, and you get the business back on its feet. Cold dread slithered down Aoife's spine. Her eyes fell again to the parchment in Kizros's fist. Despite how easily his claws had pierced the edges of the paper, the words within felt more restrictive than the rune cuff at her wrist. You're a burden, a financial disaster. She knew now, without a doubt, that Kizros would sooner burn his shop down than let Thalvik or any other demon take over her sponsorship. But this was the demon realm, one she really should have been studying up on. If a contract like that could be made and signed, who was to say there wasn't a loophole somewhere that could be taken advantage of? What if there were performance stipulations to her sponsorship that put her in violation of the terms? She still didn't know if she had a salary, let alone a means to exist somewhere without Kizros's help. This is disgusting, Kizros snarled, snapping her out of her worry. He wadded up the paper, making a show of throwing it in the wastebasket at his feet before pointing toward the door. Get the fuck out and never come back. Thalvik stood there, nostrils flared, and lip peeled back to show his fangs. But then he straightened, trading it for a sleazy smile. I tell you what, he said, his backward steps to the door calm and measured. Sleep on it. I'll bring another copy when you've had time to realize this is the best chance you've got to keep your store alive. If I see you again, I'm calling the guard. You're not welcome here. Near Thalvik's head, Tim rattled in his pot, which seemed to urge the blue demon to finally yank the door open and leave. The door had barely closed when Kizros spun in place, devastation on his face. Aoife, I would never consider it. I know. I'm going to report him. I know we hate violence, but there are other ways to make sure he never comes back. You are safe with me, Aoife, I promise. Kiz, I know. She leaned against his chest, letting go of one crutch to press a palm to his burning cheek. Underneath her touch, he was heaving angrily, but it slowed as his arms came around to help support her. Do you think I couldn't see how you didn't actually break the seal? Or that, in your anger, you only crumpled the pages instead of destroying them? Even your claws didn't tamper with any of the document. He blinked down at her, and then a smile tipped one side of his mouth. Fuck, I thought he was going to notice. I was worried you might not. You outsmarted him. She nodded toward the wastebasket. Can you use that? Kizros nodded, tail retrieving the papers before he spread them out on the desk. This is what he's exploiting. Aoife leaned over to read. If a human should come to harm or be in an unsafe environment while under the care of their sponsor, they shall be removed from said sponsorship and placed in a new position of similar nature. He wants you to say your failing shop is the reason I'm unsafe? Again, the shop is not failing, Kizros corrected. There's a place for a counselor to sign, but no name. I have a feeling he knows someone willing to sign off on it, since one of the first clauses in this shitty contract is to bypass a council decision for reassignment. Is there someone you trust to handle this? Aoife asked, reading a few of the terms before deciding it was better she didn't know why Thalvik was so determined to sponsor her. Argith and Rosalind took the initiative to set up the sponsorship, but I doubt he'd have the horns to fight something like this when it shows his failures. His gaze went distant for a moment, and when he refocused, there was a new determination within. Karoth. Aoife cocked her head. Your father? Kizros nodded.
He wants the Casteri name to have some meaning again. Well, this would help. We've never really seen eye to eye, but he's trustworthy, and a respectable enough name to have sway.
He pressed his forehead against hers, arms squeezing tighter.
I'm so sorry, Aoife. This is awful, but I promise you're not going anywhere.
He went stiff, then added,
I mean, you can, if you want. Just, I want you here, if you're happy. And I think...
I don't want to be anywhere else, Kiz. Aoife wondered if that would be the moment she got her courage back, the excitement she'd had just prior to Thalvik arriving. But there was a small pit in her stomach, a fear that he had tainted something special about today. And words like hers deserved their own moment. It would be the first time she said them, after all. Instead, she kissed him, holding on until it was just shy of being improper, hoping that was enough. But as he collected the documents and envelope, lingering at the doorway, she almost caved. Perhaps he was considering something profound, too. He lingered, tapped the jam with his palm, worry creasing his brow. I'm okay, Kiz, she said from the counter, smiling as Addie paced at his feet. Kizros opened his mouth, closed it, then finally said,
I really don't want to leave you. But there's something else I need to check on while I'm out. A surprise.
Her throat tightened. Okay.
It might take a little longer, but it will be worth it. Will you be okay? You can come with me if that'll make you more comfortable.
Aoife shook her head, trying to remain casual as she gestured toward the six-eyed silver fox. I don't think I have the energy today, but I've got Addie. Think good things from afar, and I'm sure Tim will keep us company. Kizros seemed to relax at that, then tapped the center of his chest before pointing at her.
I think you figured out. That warms when I'm thinking of you.
Her hand went up to the necklace, fingers curling over the charm as she frowned. It's always warm.
Exactly,
he said with a wink. Her mouth parted, those 3 words bubbling from her chest to sit on her tongue. But by the time she was sucking in a breath to say them, he'd slipped out the door. Chapter 20. Demons Pay Well. Aoife. Darn demon, Aoife huffed, slumping into the chair behind her. Addie whimpered at the door, glancing over her way, but Aoife waved off the creature. I'll stay sitting. You can demon watch. Just as she was doing, watching Kizros disappear down the next street. She sat up again, fiddling with the charm on her necklace. Always warmer than an average metal, but she'd attributed that to the magic he'd imbued into the gold. It was the little flares of heat, the ones that Kizros had just admitted were his connection to the piece, that made her squeeze it tighter in her palm, wondering if he could feel that back. With Addie fixated on the passers-by, Aoife turned her attention to the desk. There wasn't much she could do here, but cleaning up some old papers and notes seemed like a good start. She'd only made it through 3 scraps when she tugged out a receipt from under a stack of books. She scanned the details, noting the date as earlier that morning. I bet, she mumbled to herself as she reached for the ledger. Kiz got distracted and forgot to enter you. Sure enough, the line was empty, so she grabbed the quill and added the marks underneath his handwriting. Knowing he probably hadn't had the chance to adjust the inventory either, Aoife intended to flip the page, but her gaze caught on the parchment he'd hastily shoved inside earlier. Particularly, her name on a banknote. She frowned, sliding it closer in confusion. And then, Aoife recoiled. Printed neatly on top were all the details of the transaction, along with a sum of money large enough to make her mouth pop open in shock. That was money, in her name, in an amount she'd maybe known before, but had never seen written out. Surely this wasn't a salary, or even a stipend for being stuck in heck? But she hadn't read those initial papers, had she? Addie, I'll be right back, Aoife called, grabbing her crutches as she headed toward the workroom. She'd left the sponsorship documents on the table, hoping that by seeing them there, she'd get the motivation to read them rather than have them mock her all the time. And though she swore in this moment that she'd read them fully, Eventually, there was something in particular she was looking for. It didn't take her long to find the section or the number. An initial starting amount for her introduction to Heck that still made her blink in shock, but then a consistent weekly stipend. Generous, considering there was a note that also clarified this was in addition to their salary determined by their sponsor, but still nowhere near what the banknote claimed was hers. Aoife leaned back in the chair, pressing the heel of her palm into her temple. All of this was too much. Not the amount of money at her disposal, which was, incidentally, too much, but the implications of that sum. Despite what Kizros had said, Perennial Bloom was not thriving. They weren't exactly suffering, but while they maintained a level of comfort, eventually costs would increase. Maintaining would no longer be enough for survival. Yet, the sum in her account could have changed that. It could go toward upgrades to the shelving, replacement of glass in the greenhouse, new supplies and tools for the workroom. That step outside the front door could get fixed, and he'd have leftover funds to splurge on some nice things for himself. It was proof he was still capable of sponsoring her. So why had Kizros put the money under her name? And where in the blazes had it come from? She grunted, annoyed with herself for not only ignoring these sponsorship documents for so long, but for not asking questions sooner. What was Kizros doing to get this kind of money? Her mind first conjured illegal trading or black market plants, but then she realized Kizros would never be able to pull something like that off with his twitching eye and tail. But there could have been other things, like selling his magic talent to the Park Service or an underground plant fighting ring. Actually, now that she considered it, Tim would be excellent in something like that. Maybe she should look into that scene. Aoife shook her head of the distraction. No, the Kizros she knew and loved would never be involved with anything less than proper business, which still didn't answer her question or quell the desire to dig into his ledger and personal finances. Of course, she'd never do that. There would be a perfectly reasonable explanation as to why he'd been shifty since that morning he'd gone on errands. Yes, she had noticed his inability to give her a straight answer and the avoidance of his tasks. Did it have to do with the surprise, or was his antsy behavior a result of putting a massive deposit into her account? Could the two be related? Aoife was just about to grab a new sheet of paper to start organizing her thoughts and questions when Addie's muffled yip echoed into the back room. "Addie," she called. No skittering claws came to greet her. Aoife frowned, then stuck her arms through her crutches again before leaving the workroom. There was only the click of her crutches on the floor as she walked the hallway back to the shop. "Addie?" There was no giant silver fox by the door, and a nervousness formed in her belly. Aoife moved closer, trying to see the end of the window where Addie might be so focused she was ignoring Aoife. Sometimes those male drakes flying by caught her attention, or some demon's pet who looked small enough for a snack. More often, a little bug found its way in through the gap in the back door, and Addie would chase it into the dark backs of the aisles. But there was no Addie in either spot, and that's when Aoife turned and noticed the missing bell on the door. "I didn't think he'd be so foolish." Aoife jerked toward the voice as Thalvik stepped out of the aisle, blocking her from the exit. He examined the bell in his hand, the metal that had kept it aloft bent in his grip. "What I did expect, though," he continued, tossing the bell up and catching it, "was for his human to not think twice about locking the door behind him." Fuck. Aoife weighed her options. The door to the garden was her closest escape, but it's not like she could get far, even if she made it to the door. Thalvik was massive, and she was slow at best on her crutches. Not to mention the aisles she would have to weave, only for her to rush into a glass building with even more precious plants than in here. As Thalvik took a step closer, she took one back. "Where's Addie?" The blue demon shrugged. "Out back." Cold gripped her veins, but Thalvik rolled his eyes. "I didn't kill the Addie up here, just leashed it outside so that weaponized tail wouldn't get in my way." Aoife's eyes tracked the demon's barbed tail as it swished lazily behind him, no relief coming even at the sound of Addie's claws scratching at the back door. "And what exactly do you want?" He cocked his head. "I thought I made that clear. You." Horror threatened to clog her throat, but she stepped back again, keeping her distance. She continued to use her periphery to search for some way to fight off Thalvik. Tim, despite being a guard plant, was tied to Kizros's mind, and with the green demon away at City Hall, there was no way the plant would be useful. Maybe smashing the right vials would result in a deterrent smoke or explosion? But then she'd have to make sure it didn't hurt her either. "You want me?" Aoife forced a laugh. "I thought I was defective." "A taint, yes," Thalvik snarled. "I will admit, I wondered what it was about you that had Kizros so worked up when I was last here. Then again, it's no surprise he likes to take in broken things, hoping to fix them." A rhetoric she'd long since stopped believing about herself, but the words still hurt. He stepped closer, tossing the broken bell behind him. "I've seen so many take advantage of that generosity, and humans are so self-centered. You'll forgive me for doing a little investigation at the festival, albeit from afar." Aoife's lip curled. "You paid the teen to flip my bench." It was a bet, that's all. A sentence she'd just assumed meant the Yellow Demon's group of friends, but it was Thalvik's encouragement. All for the clause he was so focused on. Unsafe environment. If Kiz had broken the Yellow Demon's horn in anger, or Severith hadn't intervened, Thalvik would have proof that Kizros was the unsafe entity. Even if Thalvik had orchestrated it, there was nothing in the clause that said the perpetrator of harm disqualified them from sponsoring a human. And being placed in a position of similar nature, that was with him. The giant blue demon held his hands up, like that made him seem apologetic. "Just looking out for you, especially from a demon who bottles up so much anger he threatens another demon's horns, and then the human he's meant to be protecting." He took another step forward, and Aoife realized she was once again being herded, this time toward a corner with no escape. "Kizros made it clear you aren't welcome here, Thalvik," Aoife said, trying to hide the terror in her voice. "Please leave." The demon sighed, shaking his head like this was more traumatizing for him than her. "It never had to come to this if you hadn't stopped him at the festival. Why did you have to calm him down?" He punctuated the question with a swipe of his hand over the nearest shelf, sending vials shattering on the floor. He took another step closer, and Aoife had to react quickly. She managed to turn, a little too early as her shoulder clipped the edge of a bookcase and sent more vials crashing to the ground, but at least she wasn't cornered. It did, however, show her biggest weakness. Thalvik's gaze darted down, where her left ankle had failed to bear her weight on the turn. A slow, satisfied smile lifted to his lips. "So clumsy." Thalvik made the turn easily, each step slow and predatory as she struggled to retreat while also scrambling for some means to protect herself. "For a human who can't walk on her own, being surrounded by broken glass and toppling bookshelves would be considered an unsafe environment." Aoife turned another aisle, this time managing to add distance. Her eyes scanned the books and vials quickly, none of them large or potent enough to serve as some sort of defense. But Thalvik didn't step out of the shelves to follow her, and new dread coiled in her belly. "Why me?" she called out, head darting between the two entrances of the aisle she'd found herself in. "To get back at Kizros? For—" Aoife blinked, then said, "You need the subsidy." There was a soft growl, too quiet for her to discern whether it was behind her or to the left, but she realized that was the key. She'd seen glimpses of his temper, in the curl of his lip and his need to feel bigger by not withdrawing his barbs. His constant needling of Kizros, trying to get a fight out of him while taking every opportunity to brag. And, as foolish as it was, Aoife could work with this, get his temper to flare, Make him make a stupid mistake and take advantage of it. Right now, she was sure the path to the back door was clear. Addie would help her, fire or no. So she pushed again. You were hoping Kizros would fail, but it's you with the failing shop. You pressed in on a weakness you knew he had, all while you were the one suffering more. She spun in place, still waiting for Thalvik to make an appearance. You saw the subsidy we were being paid, and you wanted to steal it. But not only that, steal it from Kizros. Steal me. You are so pathetic, seeing someone else happy, that you wanted to... Her sentence was cut off when the shelf behind her groaned, then tipped. It was a gut reaction to go for the exit closest to her, but farthest from Addie, especially with her crutches slowing her down. At least if she made it to the front, she could call for help. She wouldn't be of any use if she didn't get out first. The shelf collapsed behind her, the cacophony of shattering glass and splintering wood ringing in her ears as she hurried toward the door. Steps from the exit, a weight slammed into her back and sent her sprawling. One crutch twisted away from her as she landed on the other, her body knocking into the shelf closest to the door. It shook, but while it didn't tip, items rained down on her and the demon pinning her. Then, to her horror, Tim crashed to the floor less than a foot from her face. Aoife ducked to avoid the shards of his pot, the pieces ricocheting off her arms as soil scattered across the floor. She peeked, devastated to find that Tim was limp, roots clinging to a chunk of soil, but vines unmoving without his owner nearby and the rune keeping them connected. No, she screamed, but her body wouldn't move. She couldn't get closer no matter how loudly she cried out or tried to crawl to him. Hot breath warmed her ear, and Aoife remembered the more pressing struggle. You're only making this harder on yourself, Thalvik growled. This destruction is all I need to prove he's not fit to sponsor you. She tried to reach for a shard of Tim's pot, but there was no way she could swing it back with Thalvik's body on hers. The fear that had been fueling her fight before faded into a numb acceptance, even as her heart was desperate for her to do more than this. To her left, the tall windows of the shop remained dark, and her mind slipped back to that alley, to the slavers on either side of her, pinning her limbs, to the humans hurrying past, pretending she didn't exist and that she wasn't being kidnapped in favor of themselves. No demons would come to save her. Addie was locked outside, and Tim was dying on the floor in front of her. Kizros was too far away, and with luck never on her side, he wouldn't step through the door when she needed him most. No, it was only her and her human hands, unable to function without sunlight. Too incompetent to make even the simplest of runes. But Aoife was not numb. Not after years of being belittled and forced to make herself smaller. Not after finding a place where she wanted to stay. With a demon she loved. Her hand reached out, palm spreading in the soil before her fingers curled. This was her home, and she was not going to lose it.
Chapter 21. Tim. Kizros. Kizros threw the door open, a few demons startling but otherwise paying him no mind. It wasn't until he was halfway down the aisle of desks that someone called out.
Kizros?
He recognized his little sister Haisha's voice, but he didn't slow.
Wait, you can't...
Kizros shoved open his father's door, letting it slam against the wall as he stormed to the desk. You want that chance to repair our relationship? Kroth's eyes widened before he hastily gestured for Haisha to close the door. What is the meaning of this, Kizros? Who's responsible? Kizros demanded, slapping the papers down on his father's desk. The demon frowned, taking up the papers with a cautious hand. He made a dramatic show of smoothing out the wrinkles in the parchment, but as he started reading, his face contorted in disgust, then horror as he looked up to Kizros. I would never. I know, but I'm worried about Aoife's safety. Find out who agreed to sign off on this, fix the flaw that takes humans out of the reassignment process, and I'll consider it an apology you've yet to attempt after family dinner. Kroth set the papers down and leaned back in his seat. Rosalind warned Argeth about this clause. That's why they vetted the sponsor so thoroughly.
He let out a sigh, twisting his lips to the side.
I will look into it. Immediately.
While Kizros wasn't surprised his father had agreed, the speed in which he'd accepted felt like a shock.
Thank you.
Kizros turned to leave.
Wait.
When he looked back, his father had leaned forward in his seat.
Accessibility for the humans will take time, but I have started the process.
I know.
To prove I meant it, I gave you access to your inheritance fund.
Karath's brow furrowed.
Which you immediately drained.
Kizros's tail flicked behind him.
I didn't need the money.
And as much as he wanted to leave, this was possibly the most civil conversation he'd had with his father in years.
But you could have made a show of that money, put your name everywhere and used it in your favor. But you didn't.
A small smile ticked one side of Karath's lips.
I know.
You know what I did then?
Oh, yes,
his father said with a huff of a laugh.
And I look forward to seeing what the both of you create. I hope you'll let your mother and me visit before... Well, I'd like to see what you've built with those years of dedication while I was... a fool.
Kizros stood there, unsure what to do with the immense relief and shock coursing through his system. It wasn't enough to repair everything that had created the distance between them, but it was something. A start. A spoken thank you still felt like too much, though, so he dipped his chin. Karath's posture relaxed, and he opened his mouth as if to say something more. Instead, a boom in the distance shook the building. Kizros braced his feet as his father steadied himself on the desk. A few confused shouts came from outside the door, but other than the slight rumble, nothing followed.
Karath jumped from his seat, hurrying to the window. I don't see anything. Something must have slipped out of the Dreadmore.
Fear gripped Kizros by the throat.
Aoife!
Son, she'll be fine.
The guards have protocols for this.
He was already running, slowing only to throw open the door. The office outside was returning to calm because, as his father had said, there were protocols for dealing with a rogue beast making its way into the Valewood bordering Heck. While it wasn't an everyday occurrence, it happened enough that half the city rarely heard or felt when such a thing happened. But Aoife didn't know that. Kizros was 2 steps out of his father's office when a voice stopped him.
Kizros, wait!
He turned to find Rosalind chasing after him, waving an envelope in her hand.
Someone mentioned you were here, and I wanted to stop you before you left.
Fuck, the surprise. The second half of the reason he'd come here today. She caught up to him, blowing out a breath.
Damn demons in your long legs.
Rosalind shoved the envelope at him.
Everything's inside. Paperwork went through.
Kizros huffed a relieved laugh.
Thank you, Rosalind.
He accepted the papers, tucking them into his shirt pocket as he started to retreat.
I'm so sorry. I'd love to stay and talk.
She waved him off.
Go. Make sure she's okay.
Thank you.
Just invite us over when you get it set up, she called after him. You know our deal, but I get first dibs.
Oh, he would be doing a lot of things for Rosalind in the coming weeks, months, years. All of it would be worth what he'd gone through to get the envelope tucked into his pocket. Once he was on the street, Kizros sprinted. While the noise had died down, the guard presumably handling the situation, his fear did not. Aoife would be in the shop, all alone, thinking the worst about that noise. Maybe even thinking the worst had happened to him. He imagined a few vials would be broken, if they'd been on the edges of their shelves, and there were probably a few plants that would have retreated or gone into their protective states. Blazes! What if she'd been handling one when the shaking had happened? And now he was terrified she was bleeding out in the shop with a terrified plant spiked through her chest, Addie whimpering next to her. When Perennial Bloom came into focus,
Kizros nearly crashed through the door.
"Aoife! Aoife!"
he shouted, then stuttered to a stop in the dark interior. Dozens of vials had been shattered. One bookcase was tipped into another that was barely holding upright. Soil and glass littered the floor at his feet, and the ceramic was... Tim! And next to his shattered pot was one of Aoife's crutches.
"Aoife!"
Kizros screamed, gaze darting through the mess to see if she had been caught under the bookcase. Until there was a muffled, "Over here." The moment he heard Aoife's voice, he was running again, slipping as he scrambled behind the desk to find a ball of silver fur tucked into the gap underneath.
"Addie! Addie!"
Kizros urged, fingers digging for anything solid to help the Addie appear get unstuck. Finally, he managed to pull a leg free, and then blue hair spilled out. Aoife sucked in a wild breath from where she'd been smooshed into the tight space. "Farting fudge, fresh air." She smiled weakly up at him. "Addie needs a bath." Kizros continued to help Addie free from the confines, and then he was dragging Aoife out as gently as he could. His hug, however, was not as gentle. His arms nearly wrapped around her twice, his tail filling in where he couldn't hold her, and he buried his face in her neck to ground himself with her scent of sweet sunshine. "Oof!" Aoife grunted, her arms wiggling from where he'd trapped her. "Kiz, we gotta check Addie. She got scared with that noise, and I thought it was a quake, so I figured this was safe. But she got wedged." He nodded, reluctant to let go, but the moment he did, Addie was nuzzling between them, her whimpers traded for what sounded like relieved coos. Not a scratch or injury on her, only a little bit of dirt in her fur. Kizros gave her a rub behind the ears as she nestled her head on their laps, but the moment he looked up, he sent her flying off.
"Aoife!"
His hand shot out, gripping Aoife's tear and soil-stained cheeks. He pulled her face closer, noting the redness under her eyes and the scrape below her chin. Her freckles seemed unharmed, at least, but her sweater was ripped at the shoulder, red blood staining the fabric, and around her neck was a blooming bruise.
"What in the blazes—"
"There was an incident, but I'm okay," she said, grabbing his cheeks in turn. She squeezed, sending his glasses askew. "Kiz, baby, I'm running on so much adrenaline right now. I need you to listen before I start freaking out." That was going to be very hard when he wanted to eviscerate whoever had hurt his beautiful human, so he clenched his jaw hard enough that he might crack a fang. "Thalvik attacked me when you left, trying to get back at you because he's jealous, but he failed, okay?" Aoife squeezed harder, like she knew his anger was starting to take over his rational thought process. "He chased me through the shop, breaking things to make it look like it was unsafe to work with you, but it's okay now."
"Okay?"
Kizros blurted, fangs elongating as he snarled.
"He attacked you, hurt you. How is that—"
"Kizros," Aoife urged, shaking him gently. "I mean, it's okay." Only then did he notice her eyes darting up to the ceiling.
"What are you looking at? Why are you—" "Tim?"
He'd barely noticed the darkness in the shop, too worried about finding Aoife, but now he could see the real cause of the darker-than-average interior. Tim's dark purple vines pulsed across the ceiling, woven so intricately the glow of Kizros's magic lighting the shop couldn't escape. Leaves fluttered in a non-existent breeze nearly 3 times the size they were supposed to be. And trapped within them, completely helpless, was Thalvik. His eyes were wide, a thin gash across his forehead and 2 snapped horns, while his arms were splayed out in opposite directions, legs and tail bound tight. For good measure, a vine had wrapped around his mouth, keeping him quiet. Kizros's gaze dropped back to Aoife, who was still clutching his cheeks.
"But Tim's pot—"
Her grin against his palms was wide. "I did a rune."
"You did a—"
Kizros spluttered, then nearly squealed his excitement.
"A rune? You did a rune? That one? You made Tim into an actual guard plant?"
Yes, yes. Ava was laughing after each of his questions. In his soil. I was so scared, Kiz, but I kept thinking about how much I didn't want to be taken from you, how much I loved this place, and the rune worked. Tim was so amazing, pulling Thalvik away from me, and... It was Kizros's turn to cut her off with a kiss. It was in no way, shape, or form gentle, or even slightly on target, but he was too excited to care. It was only as Addie huffed and changed positions that he managed to hold himself back from doing anything more. He panted and pulled away while Ava blinked in a daze. You did that? He clarified. Tim is an extension of you, but you made the rune. You connected with him. He shook his head in awe. You are incredible, Ava. Ava licked her lower lip, pupils blown wide as she stared at him. Well, more specifically, his lips. Do that again. He felt those words punch straight down his spine. Kiss you? She swallowed, nodding quickly. Yes. No, wait. Her gaze turned serious, and before he could flinch away, she was shoving at his chest. How dare you? Kizros rubbed at the place she'd hit, wondering where he'd monumentally fucked up this time. A slender finger jabbed right under his nose, followed by Ava's glare. How dare you lie to me about the financials of this shop, put all that money to my name from some illegal plant fighting ring with Tim when you could have been investing in your business, and then not be here to explain... He kissed her again, which was only somewhat awkward with his laughing and her angry squirming underneath his lips. But then he yanked back, frowning. Wait, plant fighting ring? Ava spluttered some nonsense words in rebuttal. I got something for you. That got her to fall silent. Kizros just laughed. There was another reason I needed to go to City Hall today. He reached into his pocket, removing the envelope and offering it to her. The surprise. Ava lifted trembling hands, taking the envelope and breaking the seal to pull out the parchment within. She unfolded it carefully, reading quickly as her eyes widened more and more. And then she lowered the last fold of the paper, gasping as a small key dropped into her palm. Kiz, she whispered, gaze lifting. What is this, really? A grand gesture. It's a whole building. Where did you get... Karoth. Well, it's my own fund, but there were stipulations to access it that he controlled. After family dinner, he released the funds to me as a peace offering. Ava looked back at the key. So you transferred those funds to my name in spite so you could buy... Why do we need a building? Kizros placed his hand over hers, curling her fingers over the key. Not spite, but because I wanted you to feel safe if you ever felt trapped by me or wanted to start over. And to clarify, I transferred the leftover funds to your name. Ava choked on a breath. And the building is actually 3 buildings at the same address. She choked again. A storefront, a greenhouse, and an apartment. All single-story, so no more stairs. Tears welled up in her eyes. Kiz? Ava, I've been eyeing the property for years. This space has been incredible, but it's too small, and from a sales standpoint, this street doesn't have the most foot traffic. Rosalind's project has been revamping the art district, which I have some excellent ideas about, and it's the perfect opportunity to expand. And before you say I don't have the funds for it, I do. I've been intentionally holding off on upgrades and certain plant breeds until I have the proper space to work with them. Which is now. She swallowed. Usually you just give someone flowers or chocolate or take them to a nice place to eat. Kizros huffed a laugh, squeezing her hand. There's also something else I've maybe not been telling you. Kiz, I swear, it's part of demon courting culture. Ava froze, so he plowed on. Gifting things, making claims on another using our magic,
like the flowers I put on your crutches and the sunshine necklace, proving ourselves a worthy mate, and that we can provide a home for our, well, I'm just going to say it. I want you to be my soul-bonded Aoife. I did all of these things because I love you. Aoife blinked, the tears finally escaping down her cheeks as her lip wobbled. I wanted to say it first. He snorted a laugh, reaching up to wipe them away. You did, Aoife. In the little moments, with and without words. Your soft teasing and your gentle eyes. Your patience and your smiles. All of it, Aoife. My soul believed it the moment I laid eyes on you, and I should have said it so many times over by now. I know humans probably don't believe in... I do. Aoife smiled, tugging his hands to rest over her heart. I feel it right here. A little piece of you. And maybe we don't have the same language for it, but the concept of a bonded soul, I know it exists, because I met you. Because you are my home, Kizros, and I love you more than anything. Kizros leaned forward to kiss her, meeting her smile with his own as he pulled her into his arms. She sank into his body, holding on and returning his passion with one he'd tasted on her before, but never fully experienced. He nipped at her lip, then whispered, You're still on that adrenaline high, aren't you? Aoife nodded against him, breath coming quickly. So much? I need to be inside you, right now. Yep, that, please. She licked along his jaw, but just as she pressed a kiss under his ear, she jerked back. Wait, what about... Aoife made a strange motion with her chin, and after several awkward seconds, he finally understood. Kizros looked up to see Thalvik, still very much conscious, glaring down as Tim pulled him further and further into his depths. The guard is probably too busy with the Dreadmore monster to help us right now. The what? But he's not going anywhere anytime soon. Unless Tim swallows him, but we've got an hour or so before that happens. He smirked. Too bad my cock is going to be buried in Aoife the rest of the night. We'll dig your bones out in the morning. Thalvik's eyes widened in fear, but Kizros was already scooping Aoife into his arms and heading for the stairs.
Chapter 22. Favorite Color. Aoife. Aoife didn't break her kiss, even as Kizros not so gracefully collapsed onto the bed with her straddling him. She was on fire, the heat from his body fueling the swirling emotions in her chest. Kizros loved her, just as she loved him. Wait, she muttered, though she didn't actually stop herself as she unhooked the buttons from Kizros's shirt. Not that Kizros had much restraint either, one hand firmly tangled in her hair as he tilted her head to kiss her neck, avoiding a tender spot she didn't remember getting from the fight. Tim's not really going to eat him, right? Don't care after he threatened you, he grunted, tossing his glasses aside before diving back to the hollow of her throat and replacing the soreness with something much nicer. I didn't see what rune you made, so while it's possible, I don't think your intention was to devour or consume when you cast it. As disgusting as that idea was, it didn't dampen her mood as she slid Kizros's shirt off his shoulders. I just wanted him away from me and to keep him from doing any more damage to the shop. I think I also was sick of listening to him talk. Kizros huffed against her skin, heated palms sliding under her sweater while she ground down on his hardness. Fuck, that's hot, sunshine. Remind me to be concerned about encouraging violence from you later. Maybe I could try a rune that ties you up this time. Something shattered and then crashed to her left, and Aoife reluctantly pulled away from Kizros, who muttered a curse. His tail had dropped her crutch, but in the process, knocked the glass of water off the table. And tipped the table. Shit, I forgot your other crutch, he muttered, hands flexing against her ribs. He sat up straighter, presumably to go and retrieve it, but Aoife placed a hand on his chest. Later. She'd managed before, with difficulty, but there was another reason she stopped him now. Just don't leave. With one heavy look, Aoife knew he saw every meaning of her words. Don't leave me alone. Don't leave me when we're done. Don't leave me. Kisrose's hands left her skin, but then he was cupping her cheeks to hold her gaze.
Never, Aoife. Honestly, you're about to be sick of me because it's going to take a lot of effort to not be constantly touching you after everything today.
He leaned in, kissing her so hard and long, she forgot what she'd ever been worried about. Especially when he whispered against her lips.
I need to know how you're feeling, because I have some very imaginative ideas on how I'll be claiming you tonight.
Aoife grinned, shivering at the promise. You got to say the words first, so I think it's only fair I get to claim you first. He groaned, tongue wetting his lower lip. Will you be a good boy and let me taste you? She'd barely wiggled before he was lifting her by her thighs, holding her above his lap as his gaze heated even further.
Sunshine,
he grunted, fangs elongating.
You can't call me a good boy, then grind on my lap if you want me to last.
Kisrose lowered her onto the bed, this time closer to his knees and away from the bulge she was using to create friction.
We're staying on the bed, though.
Aoife didn't object, directing him to lean on the pillows as she slowly worked the laces of his pants. Inch by inch, she tugged the fabric down, mouth watering as his knotted cock sprang free. But after his edging the other evening, she wasn't about to let him off easy. She took her time stripping him, then rubbing her hands up the insides of his legs, treating him to the same torture he'd given her. By the time she had kissed every little divot and muscle of his legs, he was leaking and groaning curses. Aoife licked the crease of his hip, hand coming around his cock and using his pre-cum to coat his length. She slid up and down, twisting just as she reached the slight swell of his knot.
Fuck, Sunshine,
Kisrose groaned, twitching in her grip. His hand flexed at his sides, trembling. Behave for me, Aoife purred. Tie those wrists back, baby. She glanced up the length of his body in time to see the two vines twist around his wrists and pin them to the headboard. She worked his length again, this time raising herself over the head of his cock. Kisrose swallowed as he met her gaze, cheeks dark and eyes absolutely molten.
I'll teach you that rune.
Aoife smiled. Good boy. She dipped her head, flattening her tongue against him as she licked a stripe along the underside of his cock and over the slit, then immediately removed all contact from him as she sat up and glared at him. Kisrose?
Fuck, don't stop, Sunshine,
he whimpered, sweat already beading on his brow. When he realized his shifting hips weren't getting him any relief, he popped one eye open.
Wait, what?
She narrowed her eyes at him, folding her arms over her chest. Why do you taste like the furicot? Kisrose cursed again, cock now leaking onto his stomach and looking painfully hard.
I didn't know how to tell you. Demons don't like it. We just keep it around to extend the life of picked fruit.
Aoife flung her arms out. How about saying exactly that? Or, hey, Aoife, that fruit you keep eating is kind of repulsive to demons because it tastes like our cum, but you seem to be really liking it, so I'm just going to warn you before you mention it to the other humans in front of a demon who will totally judge you for it.
I'm sorry,
he groaned, squirming in place.
To be fair, I think Severith was probably judging me more than you.
She leaned back down and clamped her teeth on the inside of his thigh. Kisrose swore loudly, which quickly turned into a moan.
Fuck, how do your blunt teeth hurt so good? Do it again. Leave a mark.
Kinky, I like it. Aoife purred, and while she wasn't sure how easily demons bruised, she at least knew the line to walk when mixing pleasure and pain. So she sank her teeth in with the same pressure, hand wrapping around his cock again. When the skin was sufficiently darkened from her torment, she returned to his cock, licking up what had pooled between her hand and his length. It was an odd disconnect between the sweet taste of him and what she'd expected, though not unpleasant, especially when she hollowed her cheeks and took him deeper, bobbing and twisting with her hand as she found a rhythm that made him whimper and curse and praise her momentum. She breathed through her nose, uncaring that her eyes watered as she sucked. Her lips brushed the top of his knot, her hand squeezing where she couldn't reach.
Sunshine,
Kizros gritted out between his teeth.
Don't take my knot. If I come, swallow now.
His hips retreated slightly, leaving a finger's length between his knot and her mouth as he came. Aoife stayed firm and swallowed him, kneading softly while his knot swelled in her grip. A good reminder that she did not want to get that stuck anywhere but between her legs. But then there was too much for her to continue sucking down, and she popped off with a gasp as the last spurts leaked down his length. Kizros was already free of his restraints, swiping his fingers over her mouth and chin as he collected what she couldn't swallow. She licked her lips, opening her mouth, expecting him to offer it to her, but then his tail flicked between them and he grabbed the spade tip.
Oh no, I'm not wasting my cum,
he growled, collecting more from his length before coating his tail.
I'll be putting this where it belongs.
It was Aoife's turn to whimper, particularly at how he'd switched dynamics with her. Kiz, please fuck me, now. He needed no further encouragement, hands diving under her sweater as he yanked it off, only to swear as he met her lacy undergarment.
Too many clothes,
he grunted, scrambling for what she assumed was an easy ribbon to remove, like her others, before flicking out a claw and slicing the fabric right between her breasts. Kiz, Aoife huffed, though she didn't protest much as he removed the garment while sucking one nipple into his mouth. I suppose I can afford a new one now, but don't make that a habit. To his credit, there were only 3 attempts to remove her pants while still flicking his tongue over her piercing before he finally gave up and listened to her whimpers of impatience. He flipped her onto her back, tugged the fabric to her ankles before groaning at the complicated laces of her boots. When those were finally loose, he tossed all of the clothing away. Aoife didn't know which plants to thank for Kizros' upper body strength when he gripped her hips, tugging her into his lap as he fell back to the mattress. To be thrown around in a way she'd always craved, yet done with such gentleness there was nothing but pleasure and joy, was a feat only Kizros could accomplish. One knee ended up on the bed, the other supported just over Kizros' thigh as he held her aloft, making sure he didn't rush.
You good, Aoife?
He whispered, hands kneading into her upper thighs to help the muscle as her legs widened around him. Yes. She braced her hands on his chest, finally slipping her knee past his hip bone. At her exposed core, his still hard cock teased her, the heat sending more wetness between her legs. Kizros groaned as she reached between them, accidentally brushing her fingers over his swollen knot as she guided his length to her entrance.
Sink down nice and slow, Sunshine. I want to savor you like this.
His hands remained on her hips, massaging while also providing resistance and support as his tip slipped inside her. Aoife sucked in a breath, walls already clenching in anticipation, and then she eased down a little more. It was too good, and the adrenaline was still pumping through her system, so she wiggled against his grip in an attempt to sink further. Kizros' hands tightened, halting her progress.
What did I say?
Aoife whimpered. Kiz, please. He only cocked his head, tongue flicking over a fang.
Sunshine, just because you're on top doesn't put you in charge. You got your claim, now this is mine.
His fingers tightened, urging her down just a fraction more before he was lifting her high enough until the head of his cock barely rested at her entrance. Despite the strain she could feel in his trembling arms, his face was a mask of cool calm, like he really would take all night with her. But then he was loosening that grip just enough to let her sink down where she'd been before, followed by his own hard thrust from underneath, filling her until his knot pressed against her clit and went no further. Aoife gasped, fingers curling into his chest where she held herself. Her chin dipped, belly swooping at the feel of him from a new angle. He froze there, letting her catch her breath until she shook her head to clear the blue strands that had fallen in her eyes. Kizros' smile was pure, smug satisfaction as he watched her.
So beautiful.
His gaze trailed down her body, and she could tell by the way they shifted that he was mapping the freckles across her chest and abdomen. By the time his eyes focused on the place where they were joined, his not pulsing against her but too large to slip in comfortably, he didn't just look hungry. He looked ravenous.
Fuck, I can't wait for my knot to go down so I can keep you filled all night.
His hips retreated, and then he was driving them up again. Ava cried out as his knot once again teased her most sensitive parts, his grip urging her to circle her own hips against him. But just as she tried to press harder, Kizros was retreating again. She considered whining, begging even, before remembering exactly how her demon liked to reward her. So she clamped her lips between her teeth, eyelids fluttering as she tried to savor the tease. The way his cock dipped in and out of her entrance, the slickness between her thighs, the reminder of how good the stretch was going to be once he was fully inside her.
Good girl,
Kizros purred. Along the back of her leg, she could feel the thicker part of his tail rubbing where his hands couldn't, inching higher.
You know if you behave, I'll give you exactly what you need.
Ava didn't trust her voice, so she nodded, biting on her tongue as he lowered her a little further onto his cock. Then, holding her still, he began fucking her at a lazy pace. A slow glide in until his knot barely teased her clit, and back out until just the head remained inside. A pace he kept for so long, she felt dizzy from the rising pleasure that never quite tipped.
You're doing so good.
Kizros' fingers tightened on her hips, his tail now brushing the crease between her ass and thigh.
Do you want my tail back here, sunshine?
Yes. She could barely force out the word on breath, entire body coiled tight and ready to burst.
You're going to come on my cock first,
he hummed, still keeping that infuriatingly slow pace that wouldn't get her anything.
I need a little more lubrication, and you're going to give it to me while screaming my name. Everyone on the street needs to know you're mine.
She could tell he was testing her, seeing if she was going to break, so she swallowed back the whimper, no matter how much the thought excited her. Kizros' grin flashed at her restraint, and then he surged. He thrust up while slamming her body down, simultaneously sitting up as his mouth covered her nipple and sucked. And then his hips were driving into her, his tongue working over her piercing, while the tip of his tail slipped between her legs. His large hands were gone from her hips, now spreading her from behind, and the combination of it all sent her tipping over the edge. Ava was certain she'd never screamed so loudly, never came so hard. Everything was too sensitive, too powerful, and if she thought that was the last of what she had to give, she was proven wrong when she felt the prod at her back entrance. Her body was pliant, even without her full awareness, and a moment later, she could feel the deeper intrusion. Somehow she was coming again, or maybe it had never stopped, but there was so much slickness between her legs that the sound of Kizros continuing to pound into her was borderline illegal.
Fuck, Ava, you feel so good,
Kizros hummed, lips skating up her throat. She could barely catch her breath, body shaking and mind so hazy she wasn't sure if the buzzing in her ears was real or not.
Kiz, too much? Not yet, sunshine. I said all night, and I'm still not buried fully inside you.
Ava didn't know how that was possible. His cock was still hitting deep, his tail working a slower rhythm in and out of her ass. What more could he... Kizros left a searing kiss on her lips, then just as quickly leaned back on the bed. She was already oversensitive, but the quick change of angle reminded her of what she'd forgotten.
Not, Ava.
Kizros smirked up at her.
I'm not done until my cum is locked up where it belongs.
His knot was still swollen between her legs, pressing against her clit and entrance. She couldn't tell if it had gone down any, but even with her on top, even with release soaking them, she wasn't sure it was possible. Right about now, the horrible thoughts would be coming in. The ones that said she was a failure, a disappointment, that she couldn't satisfy her partner or follow directions. But the moment the first thought trickled in, Kizros was sitting up again, cupping her cheeks.
Hey,
he whispered, kissing over her cheeks and nose as his fingers tucked her hair over her ears. Such an odd comfort when she had his cock and tail still inside her.
I've got you, sunshine. Let me show you.
Ava nodded, letting her body go loose as he turned them. He laid her onto the bed, somehow keeping them connected as he slid a pillow under her hips, then leaned over to kiss her again, capturing her body with his warmth.
"I'd never hurt you, Ava,"
he whispered against her lips, starting a gentle rocking.
"You are perfect. Do you feel that? You can take it."
His knot pressed against her, the new position allowing it to stretch her a little easier. And below, his tail continued its small thrusts, adding to the pressure. "Yes," she breathed, gasping as his knot slipped in deeper. Tears rose to the corners of her eyes. "I love you, Kiz. I trust you."
"Such a good girl."
This time, when he pressed, he didn't stop at the resistance. There was a soft burn, but it was overwhelmed by the feel of his tail curling and the consuming kiss Kizros gave her. His tongue teased against hers, a momentary distraction, and then his hips were snapping against hers as he finally pushed inside. The surprise and flash from pain to pleasure overwhelmed her, and she arched as the orgasm rushed to the surface. Her walls clenched, and at the sound of her cry, Kizros swore. He braced himself above her and thrust quickly, despite the tightness, dragging out her pleasure until he was coming alongside her. His knot swelled further, and now she really understood tightness. Kizros shivered with the last of his release, arms shaking as he lowered himself atop her. But then, he was wrapping her in his embrace, rolling to his back with her atop him as his tail slipped free with an obscene, wet sound. Ava whimpered at the loss, or maybe it was relief, and she curled into Kizros's chest to close her eyes. A soft weight rested over them, and even without seeing it, she knew his tail had pulled up the blankets.
"Post-adrenaline crash?"
Kizros hummed, hand coming up to comb through her hair. "Worth it," she mumbled, grinning as his laugh rumbled through her. He fell still and was silent for long enough that she marveled at his ability to fall asleep so quickly. Until his voice filled the quiet.
"I'm sorry I didn't tell you about the fruit."
Ava snorted a laugh, then winced at the ache of him still trapped between her legs. "Kiz, of all the things going through your mind right now, that should be the least of your worries." He huffed, then gently tugged her hair so she would look at him. There was a softness to his features, an ease of the worry he'd had for her earlier, but his frown broke that peace.
"About the money, I never wanted you to feel trapped here, Ava."
She felt the need to immediately ease his guilt, but through that frown, she saw his determination. The silence he'd taken to gather his thoughts so he could speak them to her. A sign of trust.
"I hope that wasn't insulting. I know you're capable of making your own way, and if we're being honest, that isn't close to the amount of money you've already saved me from housing, training an assistant, with no alchemist background, ingredient swaps."
"Kiz," she teased. He shook his head.
"Right. Well, I felt guilty at first, wanting to keep you to myself. You were so smart, and I was curious, but it felt selfish wanting to take all your time. And when you still hadn't left the shop, seen all the other possibilities, and heck, I worried. I shouldn't have worried. You're wonderful, Ava, and I do want you to be my soul bonded. But you were first my friend. That's why I gave you enough to start anew, if you wanted that, with no stipulations or requirements for me to be there."
Ava smiled, pressing a hand to his cheek. "I told you, Kiz, you are my home. You, Addie, the shop." She tapped his nose with her thumb. "Heck." He smiled, twisting to press a kiss to her palm. "I've been searching for a place where I belong, Kiz, but holding on too tightly to the past and letting it dictate my life. Every day is a challenge for me, even the good ones, but the difference is that here, with you, I have joy. I have something worth getting out of bed for, something that makes caring for myself a little easier. And on the days that I can't, I have someone I can trust to make the decisions for me." She gave him a watery smile. "You demanded accessibility for me and the other humans, found me an Adiapir who is freakishly in tune with my disability, and then bought a new shop with a greenhouse and an apartment with only one level so I wouldn't have to climb stairs. You gave me sunshine, and not just a place to live, but a place to thrive. I don't want to be anywhere else but with you, Kizros." He knocked his forehead against hers gently, grin so wide it crinkled the corners of his eyes. I'm going to bloom everything in that new greenhouse blue for you. And Ava wondered if now was a good time to tell him that her favorite color was actually green.
Epilogue. Home. Kisros. The greenhouse was lively today, and it wasn't just because of the plants thriving in their new home. Voices carried, human and demon alike, and, despite the massive interior, the sunshine made everything feel cozy. Kisros strolled to the next display, the art a perfect complement to the wall of blue vines behind it, and greeted the human.
I know this is a private event,
Rosalind said, flashing him a smile before turning back to the painting.
but the plans you have for the space are going to be popular.
Only one open door a month, he reminded her, but the humans are welcome here any time. She hummed, tucking a curl behind her rounded ear.
Oh, Brioni has already demanded I make a schedule of regular brunches and tea for us.
Why am I not surprised?
The sunshine was a motivating factor. No, Addie was.
Sure enough, Brioni was perched on a nearby bench with Ava, hands buried in the Adiapir's fur as she spoke. As if sensing his gaze, Ava glanced over and smiled, winking to confirm she was okay. He trusted that gesture, even though she'd woken up this morning with some dizziness. Addie was with her, he was nearby, and she'd promised to let him know if she needed an escape from the crowd.
I'm happy for you both,
Rosalind said softly, pulling his attention back.
And thank you for your help with the district.
You did the work, Rosalind. No demon could have accomplished what you did for this part of our city. She nodded, turning as someone called her name.
Well, if you'll excuse me, I'm probably about to be scolded for thinking of work when I'm off the clock.
Kisros waved her off, then nodded his greeting to Ember and Severeth before finding his way back to Ava's bench. Brioni excused herself for a stroll, her large watch demon dragged along with her. Ava smiled as he approached, her gold nose ring glinting in the sunlight. The freckles on her pink cheeks were bright as she tugged her shirt sleeves to her wrists. Her hair was a fresh blue, and after he'd helped her dye it the other day, he'd been scolded that she would never let him assist again if he was going to get distracted trying to knot her every time she needed to reapply color. He, of course, could not make that promise, to which she threatened to start coloring it purple or pink, and he shut right up. Kisros sat, immediately making space for Ava to curl into his side. Tired?
I've got another half hour in me,
she hummed, grinning down as Addie rested her head across their laps.
Hey, I have a question.
The
art in the Costeri house. Your mother said the artist's identity was unknown, but you had some connections.
Her eyes flicked up to his. Don't ruin the surprise, Kisros laughed, tapping a finger over her lips. If it's anonymous, my mother pays significantly more. Plus, it's a little bit of mutual rebellion against our parents. His parents' visit to the former perennial bloom shop had been awkward, but it was a start down the right path. He had agreed to another family dinner on very strict terms, and the thought of going to the Costeri house again didn't fill him with as much dread as before.
It's really nice in here, seeing everyone,
Ava said, resting her head back on his shoulder.
We should do this more.
Really? She shrugged.
I mean, not a lot, like once every season, or twice a year.
Kisros chuckled, tail slipping around her hips to tease the crease above her thigh. If we host more greenhouse parties like this, it gives us the opportunity to sneak off and defile another surface in here. The storage closet doesn't have a lock, does it? Ava hummed with a nonchalance that belied the squirming under his grip.
Currently occupied.
Really? He asked,
glancing around the crowd as he tried to keep tabs on who was and wasn't present. Who? She rolled her eyes, then shook her head like he should already know the answer, which clued him in immediately. Ah, yes, that makes sense.
Save the demon realm one time and can't keep their hands off each other.
Kizros laughed. Sounds familiar. Aoife blushed and turned her nose into his shoulder so she could playfully bite him.
I stopped one demon. Granted, it took the guards several hours to get him unstuck from the ceiling.
And now Tim is smitten with you, Kizros teased. I don't like sharing sunshine. Addie huffed, and he amended, with anyone other than Addie. Aoife only nuzzled in further, her other arm coming around his chest to hold him.
Tim's only happy because he got a bigger pot.
I'm sure it had nothing to do with the rune you inscribed there, Kizros teased, leaning his cheek atop her head. I love you, Aoife, in case I haven't said it today.
You have, she hummed. But I said it first.
Kizros' smile was wide as he watched their friends mingle around them. He had his soul bonded in his arms, an Addie appear cuddling their laps, and a greenhouse bloomed entirely blue. This was home.
This recording of How Not to Charm Your Human Colleague was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by John William Maddox and Raven Wildwood. Published by arrangement with Laura Winter. Copyright 2025 by Laura Winter. Recording copyright 2025